Welcome, dear listener, to another gentle journey into the slower rhythms of the ancient world. This time, through the quiet, unnoticed labor of Rome's aqueduct maintenance crew. Before we begin, make sure you're resting in a comfortable spot, perhaps with a dim light or a soft fan in the background. And if this sort of slow historical storytelling helps you sleep or relax, consider subscribing for more. Now close your eyes, and let us begin our peaceful descent into the daily life of a Roman worker. The day begins long before the sun fully rises over the terracotta rooftops of the city. In a small, modest dwelling near the edge of Rome, Quintus, a middle-aged aqueduct technician with a strong back and a silent demeanor, stirs from sleep. The clay oil lamp near his mat flickers weakly, casting a small pool of amber light against the stone walls. He stretches with a soft groan, then moves with habitual calm toward the worn wooden shelf where his tools, copper probe, limestone chisel, and rope ladder, have been neatly arranged the night before. Outside, the world is still hushed, save for the distant bark of a dog and the creak of a cart rolling over cobblestones. He wraps himself in a coarse woolen tunic and steps into sandals that have molded perfectly to his feet over the years. He carries with him a satchel packed by his wife the evening before, bread, olives, a wedge of cheese, and a skin of watered-down wine. He meets his small team at the aqueduct station, a humble stone post where a few others, Flavius the apprentice, Gaius the tool-bearer, and old Marcellus with a limp from a past fall, wait under a thin layer of morning mist. The foreman arrives without ceremony, giving them their route for the day. Segment 14 of the Aqua Claudia, a long stretch of elevated channel just outside the city's northern gate. They nod, not speaking much, and begin their walk with measured steps, each one already familiar with the terrain and the pace required. The path winds through fields slowly waking with the sun, past sleepy sheep, dew-covered vines, and small shrines to local spirits where offerings of flowers and coins sit quietly in stone recesses. As they walk, Marcellus hums softly, an old tune no one knows the origin of, and the others accept it as part of the rhythm of their morning. When they arrive, the aqueduct towers above them, massive arches of stone supporting the narrow channel that carries Rome's lifeblood, water, into the heart of the city. The team begins with an inspection of the support columns, running their hands along the seams and cracks, tapping gently with wooden mallets to listen for hollow echoes that signal internal erosion. Quintus climbs the ladder with the ease of long experience, his eyes scanning the mortar for gaps or moss which can indicate a slow leak. He works methodically, scraping away the green growth and brushing debris into a small pouch tied to his belt. Below, Flavius notes the findings on a wax tablet with careful etching, occasionally asking quiet questions that are answered in low tones, teaching moments woven into the silence of work. As the sun rises higher, the stone warms beneath their hands and the day moves on without rush. The team stops for a midday rest beneath the shade of a fig tree, eating their simple fare with slow appreciation, the only sounds being the distant rustle of leaves and the splash of water trickling through the channel above. Marcellus tells a long-winded story about a time he slipped and fell into a reservoir, earning a laugh from Flavius and a rare smile from Quintus. After the meal, they resume, this time walking along the top of the aqueduct, balancing with practiced ease along the narrow ledge beside the flowing water. The channel is lined with brick and sealed with a special waterproof plaster called opus signinum, which they check carefully for cracks. A few repairs are made, minor, routine, using trowels and fresh mortar from their leather buckets. As the shadows lengthen and the heat softens into late afternoon warmth, the crew finishes their checklist, descending slowly and gathering their tools. The walk back is even quieter, their bodies tired but not aching, minds drifting into the lull that comes after a day of honest, unhurried labor. By the time they return to the station, the sun is near the horizon, and the city hums with the muted sounds of evening meals and slow conversations. Quintus walks home through streets he knows like his own breath, passing under the arches he helps preserve. At his doorstep he pauses, looking up at the sky where a single star has appeared, then opens the door to the soft scent of lentil stew and the welcome of home. Inside, the lamp flickers once more, and the quiet of Roman life resumes, steady and uneventful, like the flow of water through ancient stone, silent, essential, and enduring. As the evening sky deepens to a dusky violet and the cool breath of night begins to drift through the narrow alleyways of Rome, Quintus settles into a quiet rhythm of unwinding, though the simplicity of his routine carries no fanfare. After carefully placing his worn tools back into their designated alcove near the hearth, each one cleaned with care and purpose, he washes his hands in a small clay basin, the water cool and slightly chalky from the local well, and then dries them on a linen cloth that has been mended more times than he can remember. His wife, Livia, a woman with steady eyes and a calmness honed by years of domestic routines, sets a clay bowl of thick lentil stew in front of him, alongside a small plate of boiled cabbage and a crust of barley bread. They exchange only a few words, more out of quiet companionship than necessity, and the soft clink of spoon on bowl echoes gently through the home. Their youngest child, Lucia, already dozing near the hearth on a mat stuffed with straw, breathes, with a slow, even rhythm, her hand loosely gripping a wooden doll with one eye missing. The home itself is modest but sturdy, built from a mixture of stone, timber, and packed earth with shelves that hold dried herbs, olive oil jars sealed with wax, and a few clay figurines of Lares, the household gods, who seem to watch from their niche with perpetual serenity. After finishing the meal, Quintus steps outside for a brief moment, letting the cool air of evening touch his face. The street is quiet now, the noise of merchants and carts long gone, replaced by the gentle murmur of families winding down. A torch mounted on the wall nearby flickers against the plastered facade of the neighboring home, casting shadows that move like soft dancers across the dusty ground. A stray cat slinks silently along the edge of a garden wall, pausing only to glance at Quintus before disappearing into the dark. The aqueduct he maintained earlier that day lies just beyond the rooftops, invisible now in the dark but still flowing, still fulfilling its purpose without pause. Like an ancient heart pumping life into the vast body of the city, he reflects not in words but in feeling on the stillness of the water within that channel, never rushed, never celebrated but always essential, and in that reflection, he finds a quiet kinship with his work. Returning inside, he watches Livia fold away the linen cloth she had used to dry herbs earlier, her fingers moving with muscle memory, while the faint scent of thyme and lavender still lingers in the air. They sit together for a while on a small wooden bench beside the hearth, neither speaking nor needing to, simply existing in the comfort of shared silence. As the fire dies down, casting longer and softer shadows across the clay floor, they finally prepare for sleep. The straw-filled mats are unrolled, thin wool blankets laid over them, and the lamp extinguished with a gentle puff, plunging the room into a velvety darkness broken only by the glow of embers. Quintus lies on his side, his back to the wall, listening to the natural symphony of night. An occasional creak of timber, the rustle of leaves outside, the far-off bark of a dog somewhere beyond the forum. The rhythms of life, unchanged for generations, surround him like a lullaby woven into the very architecture of Rome itself. His eyes close not with urgency, but with the slow trust of a man who knows tomorrow will be much the same, and that the aqueduct will once again call for him to tend it not with drama or excitement, but with the quiet nobility of work, done not for glory but for continuity. Outside, the stars turn slowly over the 7 hills, and the great arteries of water that wind through the city flow onward, unseen but deeply felt, mirroring the dreams of those who sleep beneath their care. The morning begins again not with fanfare but with the faintest hint of light creeping across the tiled roof and filtering through the narrow opening in the wooden shutters, casting a pale golden line across the floor of Quintus's sleeping chamber, and with this gentle illumination comes the slow, deliberate return to wakefulness. Not rushed, not jarred, but eased into as if the house itself were stretching after a long night's rest. The coals in the hearth still emit a faint warmth, and Livia has already risen, her soft footsteps padding across the clay floor as she stirs a pot of barley porridge over a rekindled fire, adding dried figs and a pinch of salt, while outside, the city yawns with a slow chorus of life. The call of a rooster from a neighboring courtyard, the distant shuffle of sandals on stone, and the rhythmic squeak of a cart's wooden wheels turning as a merchant sets out for the market square. Quintus sits up, rubbing his eyes and letting the coolness of the morning air settle over his skin, before rising and wrapping himself in his tunic. Worn but clean, the fabric softened by years of wear and wash. He eats his breakfast slowly beside, his wife neither speaking much, the silence between them not uncomfortable but familiar, like a well-worn road that needs no signposts. After gathering his satchel and tools, he steps outside where the light has strengthened, revealing the texture of the buildings around him. Walls patched with plaster in varying shades of ochre and rose, doorways adorned with small protective charms, and alleyways swept clean by early risers hoping to avoid the midday dust. Today, the task is different from yesterday. The inspection of the substructure beneath a lower stretch of the Aqua Marcia, one of Rome's older aqueducts, whose foundations sink deep into the earth, hidden from view and from praise, yet vital nonetheless. The walk takes him further this time, beyond the more traveled city lanes and toward the outskirts where homes give way to gardens, gardens to fields, and fields to the remnants of earlier construction, crumbling stones from the Republic's early years, abandoned yet dignified, bearing witness to the passage of centuries. He meets Gaius and Flavius near an overgrown patch of earth where a stone shaft disappears into the ground, its mouth covered by a slab of limestone etched faintly with maintenance symbols, and together they lift it with careful effort, revealing a narrow passage descending into the aqueduct's lower chambers. The air within is cooler, tinged with moisture and the scent of ancient stone, and their oil lamps cast a trembling light against the curved walls as they move slowly, stooping slightly in the confined space, their shadows stretching and shrinking with every step. Beneath their feet the ground is damp, the floor worn smooth by countless footsteps, technicians, laborers and slaves who once walked the same path centuries before, performing the same careful tasks. As they proceed deeper, Quintus runs his fingers along the walls, feeling for signs of decay, seams where water might seep, the texture of mortar that has begun to crumble, or the faint residue of calcium deposits which indicate persistent leakage. They stop at intervals to document the state of each section, and Flavius, ever attentive, sketches quick notations on a wax tablet, his brow furrowed in concentration. They find a small section where the wall has shifted ever so slightly, enough to concern them but not enough to demand urgent repair. Quintus marks it with a dab of red pigment from his pouch, a signal to return later with heavier equipment and perhaps a few more hands. As they move deeper still, the silence grows heavier, not oppressive but ancient, filled with the echo of water dripping slowly from the ceiling and the deep hum of time, as if the very stones are aware of how long they've stood in darkness. After several hours, they emerge into the light again, blinking as their eyes adjust and sit quietly beneath a patch of fig trees, whose leaves tremble softly in the breeze. They eat their midday meal with the quiet reverence of those who've shared something solemn, not just the labor but the immersion in a place most Romans will never see or know exists. The afternoon is spent back on the surface, making notes, discussing schedules for plaster repair, and checking a side conduit where sediment has collected more heavily than expected. They speak little, not from coldness, but from a shared understanding that their work speaks for itself, quiet, steady, and always unfinished. As the sun dips lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the city's outskirts, the men part ways with quiet nods, each disappearing down his own path like tributaries of the same unseen river. Quintus walks home slowly, his satchel lighter but his body heavier, not from exhaustion but from the weight of having served something larger than himself. At home, Lucia runs to greet him, wrapping small arms around his legs before skipping back to her mother's side, and Livia offers a tired smile as she prepares the evening meal. He helps set the table with simple care, placing clay bowls, sharing water, folding the cloth napkins, and as they eat, the sky darkens and the first stars begin to glint above the rooftops, watching over another day that will be forgotten by history but remembered by stone and water, and by the hands that cared for them without asking for recognition. The following morning arrives with the slow, steady unfolding of light across the rooftops, not in a blaze of color but in a quiet graying of the sky. The first signs of dawn brushing the city with a calm, silvery hue. And within the small home of Quintus, there is no need for an alarm or bell to call him awake. For his body, accustomed to the pace of labor and the rhythm of the city, rises with instinct rather than urgency. Livia is already awake again, seated by the hearth, shelling beans into a basket while humming a tune her mother used to sing long before the Republic became empire. A melody passed down not through writing, but through repetition, familiar and comforting like the smell of fresh herbs drying on the window ledge. Today is not a day for heavy repair or climbing great arches, but rather for the slow, methodical process of conduit flushing. A quiet, unspectacular task that ensures the channels beneath the streets do not clog with sediment or algae, and, though it lacks the drama of major repairs, it is just as essential to the uninterrupted flow of water that gives the city its pulse. After wrapping a light wool cloak around his shoulders to block the early morning chill, Quintus meets Flavius and Gaius near the Porta Capena, where one of the low-level aqueduct channels emerges from the hillside, disappearing into the ground, in a narrow tunnel built of tufa and lined with hard mortar. Here, water travels not across great arches but beneath the surface, hidden and humming beneath homes, baths, and markets. The crew carries large brushes made of horsehair and stiff twine, buckets, and scraping tools, and with slow, practiced steps they descend into the narrow channel, stooping low to avoid the arch of the ceiling, the air thick with humidity and the quiet sound of trickling water echoing off the walls. The tunnel smells of moss and damp earth, not unpleasant but dense, filled with the memory of centuries of water flow, and their sandals make soft slaps against the slick stones as they move forward. At regular intervals, they stop to inspect deposits, clay, algae, small pebbles, and gently scrape the channel clean, collecting the debris into lined baskets for later disposal. The work is repetitive, but there is something almost meditative in the rhythm of it. The scrape, the rinse, the step forward, the brush again, and it allows the men to fall into a comfortable silence, broken only by occasional muttered remarks about the condition of the conduit or reminders to be careful near slippery edges. Hours pass slowly in the dim space, and as the crew emerges blinking into daylight for their midday break, the light seems unnaturally bright, as though the surface world had become a different place during their subterranean labor. They eat in the shade of an old temple ruin now repurposed as a resting area for laborers, its cracked columns surrounded by scrubby grass and small patches of herbs growing wild, where once priests might have chanted or sacrificed. The food is plain, lentil mash, dried apricots, a handful of olives, but they eat it with satisfaction, washing it down with sips of warm wine and wiping their hands on cloths that smell faintly of laurel and sweat. Marcellus joins them for a short while, having come from another crew, and tells a meandering tale of a friend who once lost a tool down a well and spent a full day fishing it out with nothing but a hook and a rope. A story told so slowly and with such dry humor that even Quintus allows himself a quiet chuckle. After their rest, they return to the tunnel, this time working backward toward the entrance to ensure nothing has been missed. Their movements slower now, limbs heavy but steady. As they finish the final section, Flavius notes the completion on his tablet, his wax smudged slightly from damp fingers, and Quintus nods with quiet approval. They emerge into the late afternoon sun, warm and golden now, casting long shadows across the stone streets and highlighting the grooves worn by years of wagon wheels and sandals. On the walk back through the city, Quintus takes the long route, passing through the marketplace where vendors call out half-heartedly in the dwindling daylight, and then through a narrow street where a public fountain gurgles softly, fed by the very aqueducts he has spent his life maintaining. He pauses there for a moment, watching a young boy fill a clay jug while his mother waits patiently beside him, and though they do not notice him, he feels a small, wordless pride in knowing that this simple act, the easy turn of the jug, the clear water spilling into it, was made possible in part by his invisible labor. When he arrives home, twilight has begun its slow descent, and Livia greets him with a tired smile and a simple question about the day's work, to which he responds with a nod and a few brief words. more emotion in the silence than in the reply. The meal is quiet again, the fire crackling softly, and as they eat, the world beyond their door seems to melt into a steady hum of distant voices, the occasional hoot of an owl, and the wind brushing gently against the walls. Later, as he lies in bed, listening to Lucia breathe softly in her sleep and feeling the warmth of his wife beside him, Quintus stares at the ceiling for a while, not thinking deeply but simply being, present in the softness of linen, in the scent of smoke and earth, in the feeling of muscles used just enough to tire but not to hurt, and once again, without drama or dreams, he drifts into sleep, carried on the slow current of a life built around purpose, steadiness, and stone. The fifth day of the week begins with a faint rumble in the distance, not thunder, but the rolling of a merchant's heavy cart crossing the stone bridge over the Tiber, its sound traveling through the crisp morning air, like the low growl of a sleepy beast stirring in its den. And within the humble home of Quintus, the familiar pattern of waking life resumes without need for alarm or instruction, guided instead by the unspoken momentum of routine that has long since shaped his days. The lamp is already lit when he opens his eyes, casting a warm halo of light on the plastered wall above the sleeping mat, and he listens for a moment to the small, comforting noises of the household. Livia stirring in the kitchen space, carefully slicing yesterday's bread to toast over the fire. The rustle of Lucia shifting beneath her blanket, murmuring something soft and unintelligible in the midst of a dream. The faint gurgle of water in the clay basin near the door, where condensation from the cool night has collected. After splashing, his face with the refreshing chill of that water, Quintus eats a sparse breakfast, just a handful of dried dates and a cup of watered wine, before stepping out into the narrow lane behind his home, where the city is just beginning to rouse itself from sleep. Today's assignment, issued by the local curator Aquarium, involves a more collaborative task, coordinating with a nearby crew tasked with cleaning and recalibrating a castellum divisorium, a key distribution tank that allocates the aqueduct's water to various neighborhoods and public fountains. These structures are not as lofty or celebrated as the great arches, nor as hidden as the underground conduits, but they are critical in maintaining the balanced flow of water across the city, using gravity, valves, and precisely measured outlet pipes to ensure that one district does not drain another dry. Meeting at the worksite near the Calian Hill, Quintus joins a larger group of workers than usual, including a pair of young assistants from the city's engineering office and a rotund supervisor named Rufus, whose tunic bears a fresh wine stain and whose voice carries more authority than clarity. The group gathers around the stone structure, which is partly exposed above ground and ringed by a low wall that encloses a set of 3 distribution basins carved into the bedrock, each one branching off into separate channels leading to the Forum, the Subura, and several wealthy insulae uphill. The first order of business is to temporarily halt the water flow using wooden stoppers and clay seals, a process that must be done with care to avoid pressure buildup or misrouting, and so the men move in tandem, guided by hand signals and brief commands, the sound of splashing water and scraping tools echoing within the chamber. Quintus, accustomed to quiet work with only a few companions, finds the larger group dynamic slightly chaotic, but he adapts quickly, focusing on the meticulous inspection of the stone basins, checking for cracks, erosion, or misaligned spouts. With his fingers and a thin iron pick, he gently clears away deposits of calcium and silt that have gathered over weeks of flow, careful not to damage the stone beneath. Occasionally, the team pauses to consult a wax schematic that maps the water routes, and Flavius, ever curious, listens intently as the young engineers explain the logic behind flow ratios and pressure gradients, concepts that go largely unspoken in day-to-day maintenance but govern every decision nonetheless. By midday, after several careful adjustments and partial flushes, the team manages to re-establish a balanced output, and the sight of clear water rushing cleanly into all 3 channels draws a small, satisfied murmur from the men. No applause, no triumph, just a collective acknowledgement that the task has been done correctly. They eat a shared meal of soft cheese, millet cakes, and spiced nuts beneath a shaded archway, sitting on overturned buckets or folding stools brought by the supervisors, and the conversation turns briefly toward politics, about new taxes proposed by the Senate, and a rumored inspection visit from the Emperor's advisor. But such talk fades quickly, replaced by more grounded subjects like tool repair, and whose son had recently begun an apprenticeship with the bricklayers. As the sun tilts westward and the day winds toward its end, Quintus assists in removing the stoppers and restoring full flow to the aqueduct, watching as the water surges once more through the freshly cleaned channels with a soft, persistent rush, like breath returning to a sleeping giant. When the tools are packed and the others begin to drift away in pairs and trios, he lingers for a moment beside the castellum, listening to the sound of water striking stone, the ancient rhythm that has flowed beneath the feet of emperors, merchants, and commoners alike, and which will continue long after his own hands no longer lift chisels or stoppers. On his walk home, the streets feel livelier than usual. Children chase each other through the alleys. A man balances a basket of fish on his shoulder while calling out prices, and a street performer twirls a wooden sword for the amusement of a small crowd. But none of this disturbs the steady, grounded mood that rests in Quintus like a smooth stone placed carefully in the center of the self. At home, Livia greets him not with questions but with a familiar glance and a plate of roasted lentils, seasoned with garlic and herbs, and as he sits to eat, wiping the sweat from his brow with a damp cloth, he thinks not of the water or the work or even the weariness in his limbs, but simply of the presence of evening, the comfort of repetition, and the quiet satisfaction of being part of something as constant and invisible as the lifeblood of Rome. The sixth day dawns with a gentle drizzle descending from a blanket of low-gray clouds, softening the soundscape of the city and adding a sheen to the cobbled streets, each stone glistening like polished glass beneath the thin veil of morning rain. And though the citizens of Rome move with slightly more caution, hoods drawn up, sandals placed with care, life carries on with the same measured rhythm it always has, unshaken by weather that merely coats the world in silence rather than halting its advance. Inside his modest home, Quintus stirs at the familiar sound of dripping from the edge of the clay-tiled roof onto the worn threshold below, the irregular plip-plop acting as nature's own summons to the new day. He rises without complaint, rolling up his sleeping mat and placing it neatly against the wall before lighting the small oil lamp to chase away the dimness that the overcast sky has failed to illuminate. Livia, seated cross-legged near the hearth, is carefully sorting through a pile of herbs, thyme, mint, and rue, some of which she intends to dry while others will find their way into the evening stew, and she greets him with a quiet nod that says more than words could. A subtle blend of familiarity, concern for the slick streets, and the steady acceptance of another day's responsibilities. Today, Quintus is tasked with something a bit more detailed, inspecting a series of minor spouts and overflow channels that feed the public fountains in the lower districts, a task that may not require heavy labor, but demands close attention to balance and distribution, particularly in wet conditions when even a small obstruction can lead to dangerous pooling or disruption in flow. Donning his cloak and slinging his satchel over his shoulder, he steps into the drizzle, the cool moisture settling into the folds of his tunic and brushing lightly across his skin. The city under rain is a different creature, more muted, more reflective, where sounds become muffled under the constant whisper of falling droplets and movement slows, creating moments of stillness that rarely exist in the drier seasons. He passes a bakery where steam curls from the open window as loaves are removed from the stone oven, their scent momentarily overpowering the dampness in the air, and then moves through a narrow alley where rainwater runs along the gutters, gurgling quietly on its way to the Tiber. His destination is a marble basin set within a small plaza in a densely populated district, a fountain that serves both decorative and practical purposes, its lion head spout channeling water from the main aqueduct into a shallow pool from which residents draw water for cooking, washing, and sometimes even drinking, depending on how clean the day's flow proves to be. The spout, once crisp in its carving, is worn smooth from decades of touch and weather, and as Quintus kneels to examine the stonework, he notes a thin film of algae beginning to gather near the base, an early warning sign that the water isn't draining as quickly as it should. With practiced movements, he unpacks his brush and pick, scraping gently along the interior lip of the spout, and checking for obstructions within the narrow copper pipe embedded in the stone. A small collection of debris, leaves, a feather, and what looks to be a scrap of parchment, emerges with a few careful prods, and the change is immediate. The water regains its proper arc and pressure, no longer spilling unevenly into the basin. Around him, the plaza slowly comes to life as locals step out beneath awnings and door frames, grateful that the fountain now flows more cleanly. An elderly woman with a basket nods her thanks as she fills her jar, while a child crouches beside the pool to watch the ripples form circles that merge and disappear again. These acknowledgments are small, but Quintus takes them in with quiet satisfaction, knowing that in his unobtrusive work, he is woven into the daily pattern of countless lives. He spends the remainder of the morning inspecting 2 more fountains, in nearby alleys, making minor repairs with a cloth and some binding twine, and recording his observations on a slate that will later be transcribed by a clerk in the water office. By noon, the rain has dwindled to a mist, and he takes shelter beneath a faded awning to eat his meal. Salted fish wrapped in fig leaves, a piece of flatbread, and a few slices of dried pear. From his vantage point, he watches a pair of street performers practicing their act in the drizzle, their juggling slightly hampered by slick hands but no less determined. The simplicity of the scene, 2 young men laughing at their own fumbles while a stray dog observes with mild curiosity, fills him with an unexpected warmth, a reminder that even in this massive, ancient city, joy persists in the smallest corners. The afternoon is spent retracing his steps to verify that the cleaned spouts remain clear, the flow of water uninterrupted by the still falling mist, and by the time he makes his way home, his cloak is damp, his hands chilled, but his spirit steady. Livia has lit the hearth to chase away the damp, and the home feels warmer than usual, thick with the scent of simmering lentils and rosemary. Lucia sits nearby, threading dried beans onto a string, a game she invented during a past storm, and she beams at her father as he enters. He removes his wet cloak, hangs it to dry, and sinks onto the wooden bench with a tired sigh that is not a complaint, but an acknowledgement of a day well spent. As he eats, listening to the soft patter of rain on the roof and the quiet hum of domestic life around him, he feels a rare, deep sense of completeness, not because anything extraordinary has occurred, but because everything has unfolded as it should. Later, beneath warm blankets and beside the slow-burning hearth, he lies awake for only a few moments, watching the flickering shadows play on the ceiling, before sleep pulls him gently under, like water passing through a smooth, narrow channel, steady, silent, and sure. The 7th day, one that some might reserve for rest or worship, begins for Quintus in the same understated manner as all the others, gently, without ceremony or complaint, in a quiet house where the soft clatter of clay cups and the muted rustling of woolen garments speak louder than any alarm, and where the pale morning light filters in through a crack in the shutter to cast a soft gold line across the packed earth floor. Though the city around him begins to stretch and stir under the pale breath of dawn, Quintus moves at his own deliberate pace, his joints a little stiffer today, his breath slower, but his routine unbroken. Livia has laid out his tools the way she always does, lined in order of use on the small wooden bench near the hearth, and the scent of freshly steeped mulsum, the lightly spiced honey wine, wafts gently through the room, mingling with the warm notes of crushed coriander and fennel from the morning meal simmering quietly in its pot. Today's work is different, not focused on the towering arches or shadowed conduits, but on the inspection and recalibration of the Piscina Limaria, a sedimentation basin tucked within the countryside beyond the city's walls, where excess, silt and impurities are meant to settle before the water continues its journey toward the city's reservoirs and fountains. The journey is longer than usual, requiring a slow trek on foot along one of the narrower maintenance paths that winds its way alongside the aqueduct, occasionally dipping into shaded groves or rising gently over hillocks where wild thyme and low rosemary bushes grow in fragrant clusters. With the distant outline of Rome fading behind him, Quintus walks steadily alongside Gaius and a young helper named Petronius, fresh-faced and eager, still too new to know the right questions to ask, but observant nonetheless. They carry long, wooden poles, buckets, chalk markers, and a rolled-up maintenance scroll detailing the expected sediment levels and flow rate. from the last recorded inspection nearly 40 days ago. As the countryside stretches around them, quiet save for the chirping of early birds and the occasional snap of twigs underfoot, the trio exchanges few words, each man content in his thoughts, lulled by the gentle rhythm of the journey and the soft rustle of wind moving through olive trees. When they arrive at the basin, nestled within a sunken enclosure lined with cut limestone and overgrown slightly at the edges with ivy, the sound of trickling water welcomes them like an old friend. The basin is rectangular, partially covered and divided into two chambers, one where the heavier particles settle out, and another where cleaner water overflows toward the city. Quintus kneels by the edge, peering into the murky depth of the first chamber, watching how the fine grains of sand swirl and fall lazily through the water like golden dust caught in a slow dance. With practiced ease, he measures the depth of the sediment using a marked rod, comparing it to the last inspection, and confirming that the buildup, though not alarming, is due for clearing. They begin the process without fuss, Quintus guiding the others as they lower buckets and carefully scoop the thick silt from the basin, moving slowly to avoid disturbing the upper layer of water more than necessary. The task is physically demanding, not because of any great exertion, but due to the constant repetition and attention to detail required to avoid contamination of the outflow. As they work, the sun rises higher, breaking through the cloud cover to warm the backs of their necks, and glint off the surface of the water, creating shimmering reflections that dance along the inner walls of the basin. Petronius, sweating and breathing heavily, pauses occasionally to wipe his brow and glance at Quintus, who continues with calm determination, offering short, clear instructions and the occasional nod of reassurance. By midday, a small pile of wet silt has formed nearby, ready to be carted away later by the rural sanitation crew, and the water in the basin now flows more clearly, its gentle ripple a sign of renewed health. They take their lunch on a low stone wall beneath a crooked fig tree, eating roasted chickpeas, salted carrots, and flatbread wrapped in cloth, their conversation as subdued as their chewing, each man temporarily lost in the quiet satisfaction that comes after meaningful, if unnoticed, work. The return journey is quieter still, the sun now casting longer shadows as the afternoon ages into early evening. And by the time the city's edge comes back into view, marked by the familiar silhouettes of temple columns and tiled rooftops, the sky has taken on a soft amber hue and a breeze carries the faint scent of hearth smoke and roasting chestnuts. Once home, Quintus finds the house warm with life, Livia grinding herbs for a remedy requested by a neighbor, Lucia babbling excitedly about a turtle she found in a puddle, and the comforting aroma of lentils, onions, and bay leaf filling the air. He washes his hands slowly at the basin, letting the cool water rinse away the clay and grit of the day before settling onto his stool with a satisfied sigh, the kind that comes not from exhaustion, but from having done something essential, even if the world above scarcely noticed. As night descends, and the hearth glows red behind its veil of smoke, Quintus listens once more to the familiar chorus of evening, rustling leaves, distant footsteps, and the low murmur of neighbors, exchanging news across narrow courtyards. And as he lies down beneath his blanket, arms folded beneath his head, the thought that lingers before sleep is not of silt or stone or tools, but of water, endlessly moving, endlessly needed, and always in the care of quiet hands like his. The 8th day begins with a pale, mist-laced morning that blankets the city in a soft shroud of silence, the kind of damp hush that muffles cartwheels and softens the clang of iron on stone, so that even the bustling Roman streets feel momentarily lulled, as if the entire city is breathing in a slower rhythm, unwilling to disturb the gentle fog that curls around columns, doorways, and aqueduct arches alike. Inside his small home, Quintus rises a little later than usual, not due to laziness, but because today's task allows for a more flexible schedule, an interior assessment of a gated inspection shaft nestled beneath a residential district, one that doesn't rely on sunlight or clear skies. He sits at the edge of his sleeping mat for a while, letting the stillness seep into his muscles and joints before methodically wrapping himself in his working tunic, worn smooth in all the places his body bends and stretches. Livia hands him a warm cup of pasca, sour wine diluted with herbs and water, to rouse his senses, and they exchange a few soft words about the weather, about a neighbor who is expecting twins, about the rising price of olive oil in the Subura. These shared snippets of domestic life are the glue of their days, small yet strong, and as he laces up his sandals and slings his satchel of tools over his shoulder, there is no need for grand goodbyes, only a glance, a nod, a quiet understanding that the city's water, like its people, must be watched over constantly. The journey to the shaft takes him through lower alleys, where morning vendors are only beginning to arrange their stalls, where fishmongers slap wet catch onto wooden slabs and bakers wipe condensation from their windows before displaying warm loaves that steam faintly in the cool air. Quintus stops briefly at a fountain to inspect the clarity of the water, habit guiding his eye to the slightest irregularity in flow or surface tension, before continuing down a sloped street that ends in a gated courtyard, half hidden between two crumbling apartment blocks. The inspection shaft is not glamorous. It is squat, stone-framed, and capped with a heavy bronze grate that requires leverage and patience to open. With the help of Gaius, who arrives with his usual bundle of rope and wax tablets, they pry the gate open, revealing a narrow set of stairs descending into the subterranean cavity, where a junction of water channels converges beneath the district's streets. Carrying oil lamps and cloth-wrapped tools, they step carefully into the shaft, their feet echoing against damp stone, and descend into the close, humid dark that smells of wet limestone, rust, and the faint mineral sweetness of flowing water. Once below, they set their lamps along the ledge and begin the slow work of assessment, checking the flow rates through the grates, scraping away mineral buildup from the inspection walls, measuring the thickness of the calcified lining along the curved brick of the lower chamber. The water hums quietly as it moves through the system, like a living presence beneath the city's skin, constant and unassuming. Quintus crouches low to inspect a patch of discolored stone where a minor leak was recorded months prior. Now the area appears stable, the water redirected successfully by the earlier patchwork done with opus signinum, the waterproof mortar that has served Roman engineers for generations. They note a few areas where additional reinforcement may be necessary next month and mark them with wax pigments. Yellow for caution, red for immediate attention, green for past inspection. Time passes differently in the underground, where sunlight cannot mark its passage, and so they work in a quiet trance, interrupted only by the occasional murmur, the creak of leather belts, or the soft click of a stylus etching notes into a tablet's wax surface. When they finally ascend again, blinking in the afternoon light that filters through the dissipating mist, the city has resumed its usual pace above them. Children race down alleyways, a man argues with a tax collector, over grain weights, and two street dogs bark at a runaway cart. Quintus and Gaius clean their hands at the same nearby fountain, scrubbing grime from beneath their nails while watching an elderly woman sing softly to herself as she fills a jar with the very water they've just spent the day protecting. For lunch, they sit on a low stone ledge near the shadow of a crumbling statue of a forgotten senator, eating cold barley cakes with slices of pickled radish and sheep's cheese, sharing more of their silence than their food. By mid-afternoon, their tools are stored, their notes delivered to the office of the curator aquarum, and Quintus begins his slow walk home through quieter streets, ones less trafficked by wagons and more by neighbors who nod at him as they sweep their stoops or hang fresh laundry across narrow alleys strung with rope. He passes a boy drawing diagrams of aqueducts in the dust with a stick, mimicking what he has seen adults do. And though the lines are crooked and incomplete, something about the child's focused expression makes Quintus smile quietly to himself. At home, the hearth is already lit, the fire low and steady, and the scent of garlic and lentils fills the air as Livia stirs a pot with one hand and holds a wooden spindle in the other. Lucia sits nearby, wrapping old rags around a reed to make a doll, and she leaps to her feet when Quintus enters, eager to show him the new addition to her collection. He listens and nods, admiring the simplicity of her creation before settling onto the bench, his bones creaking gently but his mind at ease. The evening unspools in its usual welcome way, slow conversation, shared bread, the comforting crackle of firewood, and when the night comes, wrapping the city once more in its dark veil, he lies beside his family in the dim flicker of the final coals, his thoughts drifting like the water beneath the city. quiet, unhurried, and always moving. The 9th day rises gently under a sky painted in the softest shades of peach and gray, the kind of dawn that seems to whisper instead of announce itself, and as Rome slowly exhales into wakefulness, its streets glistening faintly with dew, Quintus begins his day once more with the steady grace of a man whose purpose is not tied to fame or fortune, but to the invisible lifelines of the city, those ancient channels and joints that carry life in liquid form to bathhouses, fountains, gardens, and homes. This morning's assignment takes him to the Janiculum Hill, not to repair or to clean, but to walk the length of a newly extended spicus, the water channel itself, a winding structure laid along an older auxiliary route that reconnects to the Aqua Traiana. The task is simple in its concept, yet intricate in its execution. Observe every segment for signs of misalignment, weakness in the mortar, or any obstruction that could lead to stagnation or collapse. He sets out early, while the vendors are still setting up their wares and the baker's ovens send sweet sour steam billowing into the air. With his satchel lighter today, only chalk, parchment, and a few basic tools, and his pace slower, more reflective, for walking the spicus requires not only careful eyes but a meditative mind. The route begins near the edge of the city, where the aqueduct rises up out of the hillside like a serpent of stone and clay, wide enough to walk beside in parts, narrow and elevated in others, where wooden ladders and scaffolds still cling like ribs to its sides from recent construction. Quintus climbs one of these ladders slowly, hand over hand, until he reaches the top where the channel runs open to the air, its shallow waters moving with a quiet gurgle that accompanies his footsteps. Like a loyal companion, the early light catches the gleam of the water's surface, making it shimmer like melted glass, and he begins his walk, inspecting the channel's interior, noting where the plaster has begun to crack, where lichen takes hold in shaded corners, and where small stones have fallen into the current, creating soft eddies that could, if left unchecked, grow into larger disruptions. As he moves along, the city begins to unfurl below him, the rooftops glowing softly in the growing light, the Tiber winding its lazy way through the heart of the city, the muffled sounds of traders shouting prices and donkeys braying from distant courtyards, all of it existing below the quiet solitude of the aqueduct's high walk. A world within the world. At intervals he kneels to mark sections of concern in chalk on the inner wall, circling weak joints and etching quick shorthand notes in the margins of his waxed parchment scroll, knowing that workers will follow in the days to come to address these minor faults before they evolve into major ones. At one point he pauses where the channel passes beneath a fig tree, whose roots have begun to push against the outer wall, a silent but persistent enemy of stone, and he notes the pressure, the hairline fractures spreading like veins along the mortar, and the way the tree's branches seem to whisper overhead in the wind, indifferent to the structure's purpose or the care with which it has been made. He makes a note for root removal, careful to estimate how much wall may need to be reinforced once the tree is trimmed back. Further along, the aqueduct crosses a ravine via a series of arches, and Quintus takes his time here, marveling as always at the symmetry of the supports and the way each stone, though rough to the touch, fits perfectly into the next, locked into place not by force but by understanding, an invisible knowledge shared between stonecutter, mason, and engineer. He stops for a simple lunch near the edge of the bridge, seated on a warm stone with a view of fields stretching into the distance, eating cheese wrapped in leaves and a small piece of dried apricot, drinking water scooped from the very channel he tends, cool and clear and slightly mineral in taste. And as the sun arcs higher, casting shadows that shift slowly across the aqueduct's edge, he resumes his walk, checking the gradient of the channel with a simple wooden level, ensuring the slope remains true and even, that gravity continues to guide the water smoothly downward toward its terminus. The inspection takes much of the day, and by the time he reaches the far side of the new extension, his scroll is filled with notations, his knees are dusted with chalk and grit, and his heart is full in that quiet way that only comes from work, done with purpose. On the return walk, this time at ground level following a rough trail carved by ox carts and laborers' feet, he listens to the evening sounds begin to emerge, the clatter of amphorae being unloaded from wagons, the soft music of a lyre drifting from a second-story window, the rhythmic clang of a smithy finishing his last orders before nightfall. When he arrives home, the house is glowing with firelight, the scent of lentils and leeks filling the small space like a comforting blanket. And Lucia leaps up to greet him with a papyrus drawing she made of an aqueduct, crooked and smiling, complete with birds perched on top and little people walking along its rim. He smiles and lifts her into his arms, kissing the top of her head before passing the drawing to Livia, who tucks it into the shelf near their oil lamps with a knowing glance. The meal is quiet, slow, full of pauses and spoonfuls and soft words. And later, as the lamp burns low and the fire becomes a bed of glowing coals, Quintus sits outside for a moment on the doorstep, staring up at the moon, hanging low and fat above the rooftops, its light falling across the very arches he walked that day, silver and soft and endless. He breathes in deeply, the scent of damp stone and baked earth rising with the night, and with a long, slow sigh of contentment, he returns inside, unrolls his sleeping mat, and lets the steady rhythm of invisible waters and his own even breath carry him gently into sleep. The 10th day arrives wrapped in a veil of amber light, with the sun rising slowly behind a curtain of delicate clouds, casting long golden beams through the narrow Roman streets like fingers reaching gently into the crevices of stone and shadow. And as the warmth creeps over tiled rooftops and crumbling temple columns, it stirs the city awake not with urgency, but with a quiet invitation to begin again, to continue the slow, patient work that binds its people and structures together, in a harmony older than memory. Within the small, sturdy home of Quintus, the first movements are not hurried but deeply familiar. The creak of the wooden bench as he shifts from his mat, the hush of bare feet brushing against the cool, packed earth floor, and the tiny hiss of oil meeting wick as Livia lights the morning lamp to ward off the shadows still lingering in the corners of the room. This day is one of observation and recording, not repairs. A day meant to document the water distribution across several southern districts, using a series of graduated buckets, time markers, and wax tablets, part of a cyclical assessment used by the Curator's aquarium to ensure that no neighborhood, no matter how distant from the main line, receives less than its share of the flow. Such work does not carry the thrill of scaling arches or sealing cracks beneath the city streets. But to Quintus, it is no less sacred, for it is the kind of invisible labor that sustains the daily lives of thousands who will never know his name, never see his face, and never realize how many gentle hands like his move behind the curtain of their routines to ensure the fountains bubble and the bathhouses steam on schedule. He sets out mid-morning, after a breakfast of barley mash sweetened with grape must, with his scrolls tucked into a leather satchel, his tools pared down to a timepiece of suspended drops and a series of clay measuring vessels carefully marked, with etched lines. His first stop is a small lacus, a public water basin nestled between a baker's stall and a potter's workshop, its lion head spout still slick from morning condensation. Here he sits on the worn edge of the basin, recording the time it takes to fill the vessel from the spout, watching how the water flows not just in quantity, but in temperament. Whether it gurgles, trickles, or arcs cleanly, each sound telling him something about the pressure, the elevation, the health of the unseen channels that feed it. The water is clear, cool to the touch, and carries the faint mineral tang that marks it as drawn from the high hills outside the city, where springs have flowed for centuries uninterrupted. He repeats the process at 3 more locations, each a little different, each offering its own challenges. One hidden beneath a covered market where fishmongers call over his head and the scent of brine and rosemary fills the air. One near a steep staircase lined with sleeping dogs and women drawing water in clay jugs while discussing family matters in hushed tones. And one tucked behind a crumbling colonnade where ivy creeps across the stone and a small boy plays with a reed flute, his tuneless notes echoing faintly in the warm air. Throughout the day, Quintus moves quietly, recording his notes in careful, methodical script, marking minor inconsistencies but nothing alarming. Only the slight reduction in flow in one outlet, likely due to a temporary blockage or routine, sediment buildup. He eats a late midday meal beneath a fig tree in a shaded square, savoring a slice of boiled egg, a wedge of hard cheese, and a few dates wrapped in vine leaves, washed down with a sip of watered wine from a small flask. The city seems to slow with him, its pace never frantic but always full, always unfolding like a scroll read line by line. After his final measurements, he stops to speak briefly with a young apprentice mason patching a crack near a bathhouse, exchanging a few friendly words about weather, tools, and the strange smell rising from one of the nearby sewer drains. Light conversation woven with the ease of two men who know the city's bones better than its ornaments. As the sun begins to slide behind the rooftops and the sky warms into hues of orange and violet, Quintus turns toward home, his steps steady on the cobbled road, his satchel a little heavier with wax and ink, but his heart lightened by the quiet satisfaction of a day well measured. At home, Livia and Lucia are kneeling by the hearth, weaving dried flowers into simple garlands, an old tradition for the upcoming household blessing ritual, and the house is filled with the scent of thyme, lavender, and baking bread. Lucia rushes to show her father her crooked little garland, and he bends to place it gently on his head, wearing it with mock pride that draws a giggle from her small, bright face. Dinner is modest but warm, a chickpea stew with lentils and mint, and the fire crackles softly as they eat, casting gentle shadows on the walls and ceiling. Afterward, he writes out his final report by lamplight, his script slow and deliberate, pausing occasionally to blow on the ink and watch it dry before rolling the parchment and setting it aside for collection in the morning. As he prepares for bed, folding his blanket with the same quiet reverence he gives to his tools, he glances once more at the garland on the table, its petals already beginning to curl at the edges, and he thinks of how many small, unseen efforts keep the rhythm of the city alive, from water to fire, from stone to breath, and with that thought nestled in the stillness of his mind, he lies back on his mat, listens to the distant trickle of water running through a channel somewhere beneath the floor, and allows sleep to carry him into its quiet stream once more. The 11th day unfurls slowly beneath a wide, pale sky, the kind of morning where the light appears diffused and softened by a thin veil of high clouds, casting no sharp shadows, but rather a blanket of calm that seems to hush even the most active corners of the city. And for Quintus, it is a welcome kind of stillness, a chance to begin the day without haste, moving through the motions of waking like a ritual, rinsing his face in the basin with cool well water that drips slowly back into the bowl, wrapping the simple linen of his tunic around his frame with practiced ease, and placing his wax tablets and stylus into the worn leather pouch that has traveled with him through 100 workdays just like this one. The assignment for today is a return to the northern precincts, specifically to oversee the routine testing and flushing of a castellum aquae, a distribution tank buried partially beneath the courtyard of a small shrine to the household gods, tucked between two tenement buildings where the scent of roasting onions and wet laundry often fills the air, and the cries of children playing ring out between the stone walls, like the chirps of birds in a well. This castellum is one of the less glamorous structures in Rome's vast water system, a modest stone basin reinforced with mortar and sealed by a rust-stained bronze grate, its interior divided into channels and overflow lines that guide precise quantities of water to different sections of the neighborhood. Arriving mid-morning, Quintus greets the local maintenance crew, 3 men from the district whose hands and tunics are already dusted with limestone residue, and who nod in recognition as he approaches, not with ceremony but with the quiet camaraderie that forms among those who spend their days shaping, scraping, and safeguarding things most people never think about. They begin the process of slowly lifting the grate with metal hooks, careful not to disturb the fragile copper fittings around the perimeter, and the scent of wet stone, aged water, and faint mineral deposits rises from below like the breath of the earth itself, rich and oddly clean. One man lowers a series of brushes and buckets into the chamber while Quintus kneels at the edge to observe the flow inside, watching how the water divides itself between channels with the elegance of a well-trained scribe distributing ink across a scroll, smooth even uninterrupted. His role is to ensure that this balance holds, that the city's blueprint remains in harmony with its reality, and as he adjusts a valve slightly to increase the pressure to one of the outlets, he listens for the subtle shift in the tone of the water's movement, like a musician tuning a string by ear, searching for the precise note where all parts align. Time passes not in large strides but in a series of measured actions, marking flow rates, checking the rise of sediment on the chamber floor, noting where small clumps of moss have begun to cluster near an outlet, and gently scraping them away. with a copper blade dulled from use. The work is slow, deliberate, and deeply satisfying, especially when the final adjustments lead to a visible improvement in the outflow, a more confident stream that spirals upward and out through the fountainhead. Outside, where children line up with cups and jugs, waiting to collect what they need before darting off again into the maze of alleys. At midday, the crew rests beneath a wooden awning, eating in silence but not in solitude. Quintus unwrapping a parcel of lentil cakes and goat cheese wrapped in fig leaves, while the others chew on salted fish and flatbread, the sound of their chewing mingling with the steady murmur of water behind them. They speak only briefly, trading stories of minor collapses and tool repairs, the kind of conversations that mark the passage of time more by the seasons than the calendar, and then return to their tasks, flushing the remaining debris from the channels and resealing the inspection chamber with practiced ease. As the afternoon wears on, the shadows in the courtyard begin to stretch, and Quintus takes a moment to step away from the group, leaning against the shaded wall of the shrine where the worn outlines of guardian spirits are still visible on the plaster, faint but steadfast, much like the men who serve them. He closes his eyes for a moment, listening to the music of running water, of brooms sweeping stone, of distant footsteps echoing against marble and brick. And he feels, in that moment, a deep and grounding sense of stillness, as if the world, however vast and complex, makes just enough space for him to belong quietly within it. When the day's work is done and the last note is scratched into the wax tablet, he begins his slow walk home. The city now bathed in the golden tones of early evening, its stones warm beneath his sandals, its streets alive with the voices of sellers hawking fruit, women laughing over laundry lines, and men arguing playfully about a chariot race scheduled for the weekend. He pauses briefly at a corner fountain to splash cool water on his face, then continues down the alley where shadows stretch long like fingers of ink upon parchment until at last his doorway appears, familiar and welcoming in its smallness. Inside, the hearth is already lit, casting flickers of orange light across the walls, and the aroma of coriander and lentils greets him like an embrace. Lucia chatters excitedly about a sparrow that flew into the garden, while Livia asks about his day without really needing the answer. Her glance at his dusty tunic and the smudge on his cheek tells her more than words could. They eat together in silence, the kind that comes from comfort, from knowing that everything necessary has been said and the rest can be left to the gentle hush of the fire. As night falls and the city darkens into a quilt of distant lamps and sleeping windows, Quintus lies back on his mat once more, hands folded over his chest, and lets his mind drift with the same ease as water in a well-tuned pipe. Quiet, unhurried, content to keep flowing where it must. The 12th morning begins with the faint glimmer of light brushing over the curved edges of Rome's rooftops. The sun still hidden behind the eastern hills but making its approach known in the pale blue tint overtaking the stars. And as this subtle brightness spreads, the city emerges once again from its slumber, its breath deep and slow, like a great creature stirring beneath a blanket of stone and tile. Quintus, waking before the full light of day reaches his window, rises in silence as he always does, feeling the slight ache in his knees, as a familiar, almost reassuring sign that another day of purpose has arrived. Livia has already begun to grind herbs for the midday stew, her movements quiet but efficient, and the room is filled with the subtle aroma of celery seed, dried leek, and crushed coriander. Today's task is one of observation more than intervention. He is to accompany a city engineer to a series of checkpoints along the ancient Aqua Appia, Rome's oldest functioning aqueduct, much of which now runs below the surface in buried tunnels no longer easily accessible without specific keys and narrow crawl spaces. This aqueduct, though ancient and often forgotten by citizens enchanted with the more visible and imposing arches of later constructions, remains a foundational artery in Rome's water system, a low and steady flow that hums beneath the feet of senators and slaves alike. After gathering his satchel and checking the condition of his wax tablets, Quintus meets with Lucianus, a young but highly educated engineer from the Officium Curatorum Aquarum, known for his sharp eye and sharper tongue, who greets Quintus with a brief nod and a murmured commentary about rainfall patterns affecting groundwater pressure. They begin their journey at a locked service entrance near the base of a dilapidated temple ruin, descending a narrow flight of stairs carved directly into the bedrock, the walls around them wet with condensation, the air cool and carrying the deep mineral scent of enclosed spaces long untouched by daylight. Their lamps illuminate a tunnel that stretches forward in a steady line, its arched ceiling stained with centuries of lime, and its floor worn smooth by the passage of countless workers, tools, and trickling water. The two men walk side by side, in companionable silence, stopping at regular intervals to check the channel's depth, the clarity of the water, and the condition of the plaster lining that prevents seepage into the surrounding earth. Lucianus, ever precise, scribbles figures and measurements in a leather-bound codex, while Quintus uses his stylus to mark any structural weaknesses in the stone, tiny fissures, early signs of mortar fatigue, and areas where roots have pushed, inward like fingers probing for weakness. In one section, they find a minor blockage caused by a buildup of moss and organic debris, and while Lucianus documents the occurrence, Quintus kneels beside the channel, gently scraping the obstruction, free with a copper blade, watching as the flow steadies and regains its soft, consistent rhythm. They break for a meal in a wide chamber, where the aqueduct opens briefly into a maintenance vault, an old forgotten space where tools once hung on pegs long since rusted away, and where the sound of running water echoes in soothing patterns that make even their simple lunch of salted barley, dried figs, and boiled eggs feel sacred. For a while, they speak quietly about the differences between the old aqueducts and the newer ones. Lucianus enthused by advances in Roman engineering, Quintus quietly reverent toward the humble genius of earlier builders whose names have long been lost. As they resume their inspection, the path grows more irregular, and at one point they crawl on hands and knees through a narrow choke point where a partial collapse had once been repaired using stacked bricks instead of the usual stone. The tunnel beyond opens into a chamber with a vaulted ceiling, a rare and elegant space with decorative etchings faintly visible in the lamplight, spirals, waves, and stylized representations of rivers, perhaps carved by early workers to honor the spirit of water itself. Quintus pauses here, his hand brushing over the cool, damp symbols, and feels a curious sense of connection, not to myth or magic, but to continuity, to the unseen thread that links one generation's hands to the next through the medium of stone and water. By late afternoon, they emerge through another hidden stairway into the outer edge of the city, blinking into the light like men returning from a dream, their clothes damp, their skins streaked with dust, but their tablets filled with markings and notations that will inform decisions far above their pay and far removed from their quiet labor. They part with a nod and a few words, Lucianus off to the tabularium to file his report, Quintus turning his feet toward home through the dusty streets where late-day vendors pack away their wares and children chase dogs through alleys lined with fading murals. When he arrives at his door, Livia is stirring the pot over the hearth with one hand and peeling garlic with the other, her brow furrowed in focus and a soft tune humming in her throat. Lucia runs to him with arms outstretched, and he lifts her, with a tired laugh, her small fingers brushing dirt from his face before declaring him as dusty as an old statue. Dinner is humble but flavorful. Spelt porridge thickened with lentils with a garnish of wild greens Livia gathered from the garden, and they eat with the familiar rhythm of those who need no long conversations to feel connected. Later, as the fire dims and the room falls into its usual pattern of flickering shadows, Quintus takes a moment to unroll his wax tablet, gently warming it by the fire and smoothing out the notations, reading over the day's entries not as a scholar or scribe might, but as a craftsman revisiting his own quiet blueprint. Then, with the soft breath of sleep rising from his daughter's mat, the creak of the door settling in its frame, and the faintest murmur of water trickling through the city's veins somewhere far below, he lies down, closes his eyes, and lets the darkness of the underground tunnel, the pulse of ancient water, and the softness of familiar walls carry him gently toward sleep. The 13th day arrives beneath a sky that feels heavier than usual, its dull, silvery light stretching across the horizon in long, unbroken lines, the clouds moving slowly and low as if Rome itself were holding its breath beneath a thin veil of wool. And in this muted atmosphere, the city's usual vibrancy seems wrapped in quiet cloth. Voices softer, footsteps slower, the clang of iron and wheel against stone somehow distant, cushioned by the stillness of the air. Quintus wakes to the familiar scent of damp earth and cooled ash from the hearth, the fire now no more than glowing coals barely holding on to the memory of last night's warmth, and for a moment he sits on the edge of his mat, breathing deeply, allowing the silence to settle around him like a cloak. Livia is not yet moving about the house, though a covered bowl of millet porridge sits ready near the hearth, a sign that she too felt the pull of the gray morning and moved through it with a slower kind of care. Today's task is not far from home, nor physically strenuous, but it is one of those tasks that requires precision, patience, and a certain mental stillness. The review and adjustment of a private lead pipe system that branches off from a legal public water line, a privilege granted only to homes with proper permits and fees paid to the curator aquarum, and one that often creates quiet disputes among neighbors when the balance of pressure or legality is called into question. With his satchel light and his tools simple, lead gauge rods, a flow capture basin, a stylus, and a small rolled scroll of existing permits, Quintus sets out into the softened daylight, walking through narrow lanes lined with ivy-covered walls, past vegetable stalls that display their goods under stretched canvas canopies to keep the soft drizzle off of the figs and leeks, and through pockets of daily life that feel muted today, as if the whole city is meditating in step with the sky. The house in question belongs to an older merchant named Vitellius, whose tiled courtyard opens onto a shared alley between several apartment blocks, and whose fountain has recently lost pressure, causing complaints from both his household and the tenants next door who suspect unauthorized tapping into the main. Upon arrival, Quintus is greeted not with shouts or accusations, but with a kind of cautious optimism. Vitellius nods respectfully and ushers him in, offering a simple stool beside the indoor fountain, while servants draw back curtains and fetch warm water for washing. The fountain itself, a modest affair fed by a lead pipe that disappears behind plaster and brick, trickles in a thin line, barely enough to rinse a hand, and Quintus sets to work without speaking, first removing the basin cover, then measuring the diameter of the inflow, then listening closely as he taps gently along the pipe's visible length, the echoes revealing which parts are sound, which are hollow, and which may be clogged. He unrolls the scroll of permits, checking Vitellius's allocations, confirmed and legitimate, and then moves into the adjoining alley to inspect the shared junction, where two spouts diverge from a copper tap embedded in the wall. Here he finds the problem: a buildup of sediment at the branching point, likely caused by seasonal mineral shifts, slowing the flow to one side and subtly increasing it to the other. With a thin rod and a small clay dish, he clears the sediment carefully, scraping only what is necessary, allowing the pressure to equalize naturally rather than forcing a correction that might stress the aging pipe. When he finishes, the fountain inside flows again in a steady arc, and Vitellius, though not overly expressive, claps his hands together softly and offers his thanks with a bowl of warm wine and a modest coin, which Quintus accepts with a polite nod, tucking the payment into his pouch without ceremony. He makes his way back through the alley, now noticing that the drizzle has intensified slightly. The rooftops slick with sheen, the roads lined with puddles that reflect the overcast sky and rippling gray pools. Rather than return directly home, he pauses at a covered arcade near a bakery, where the scent of baking chestnut bread is too inviting to resist, and purchases a small loaf wrapped in fig leaves, intending it as a surprise for Livia. As he waits for the bread to cool, he observes the quiet dance of daily Rome, the way an old man feeds pigeons with one hand while balancing a walking stick with the other, how two boys splash deliberately in the puddles despite their mother's half-hearted scolding, how a young girl carefully shields her clay water jug from the drizzle as if guarding treasure. These small moments, unnoticed and undisturbed, become a kind of meditation for Quintus, who feels the weight of his work not as burden, but as grounding. The quiet reassurance that in a world constantly shifting, there is meaning in every simple act maintained, in every small thing kept working just as it should. When he finally returns home, Livia greets him with a glance and a raised brow at the unexpected bundle in his hands, and Lucia beams as he unwraps the fig leaf-wrapped bread, and breaks it in half to share. They eat by the fire as the drizzle continues outside, the soft patter against the shutters forming a rhythm that lulls the house into an early evening calm. He records his notes after dinner: flow corrected, sediment removed, junction stable, and places the wax tablet beside his folded tunic. As the hearth dims and the fire sinks into its bed of glowing embers, he stretches out once again on his mat, arms folded beneath his head, listening to the rain taper off and the world grow still. And in that stillness, in the gentle certainty that no one saw his work but many will benefit from it, he lets his eyes close and his breath settle into the quiet cadence of sleep. The 14th day arrives under a thin veil of mist that clings to the lower hills outside the city and rolls in like a soft tide along the cobbled lanes, wrapping every corner of Rome in a delicate hush, the kind that seems to smooth even the harshest surfaces and lull the usual city din into something more distant and dreamlike, so that when Quintus stirs from his slumber, the world beyond his wooden shutter feels quieter than usual, as if the city itself were inhaling slowly before another long breath of movement and routine. He rises with the same steady grace as always, muscles stretching with the slow stiffness earned by years of labor, feet finding the worn grooves in the floor, without looking, hands reaching for the familiar woolen tunic that still holds the faint scent of stone dust and sun. The coals in the hearth still glow faintly, and beside them Livia crouches with her hair pinned back, blowing softly to coax the flame into waking, her fingers red from the chill but determined, and when the small fire finally catches and begins to crackle with life, they exchange a silent nod, their morning conversation more of a shared glance than words. Today's assignment leads Quintus toward the heart of the city, to an older and less glamorous part of the waterworks, the calibration of the pilae, the regulating pillars built into public baths that ensure equal distribution of hot and cold, water between the various chambers from the tepidarium to the frigidarium and caldarium. These hidden mechanisms, often overlooked by bathers who concern themselves only with the luxury of their soak, are delicate and complex, involving not just valves and levels, but careful balance of steam flow, pressure, and water levels, all of which must remain in harmony for the baths to function smoothly. By mid-morning, he is walking beneath the high vaults of the thermae minutiae, where the thick scent of damp marble, oil, and warm plaster hangs in the air like incense, and the muffled laughter of bathers echoes from distant rooms beyond the curved corridors. He meets with the bath's chief attendant, a stooped but sharp-eyed man named Albinus, who leads him into a hidden passage behind the wall of the caldarium, where the maintenance corridors are low, humid, and lined with small alcoves filled with tools, discarded sandals, and bundles of linen used to wrap leaking valves. Here, beneath the splendor of public pleasure, the city's most important hydraulic principles are at play, and Quintus approaches them with the same reverence he might give to a temple altar. He begins by inspecting the height of water in the primary feeder basin, noting that it has dipped slightly below optimal range, likely due to a subtle leak in one of the fistulae, the lead conduits responsible for directing water from the heating reservoir. With a long-handled rod, he probes the bottom of the basin and finds a soft patch where lime has begun to break down the sealant. He marks it for later patching, then climbs a narrow iron ladder to inspect the steam valve just above, adjusting the release slightly so that the moisture condensing on the inner wall will drain more efficiently instead of accumulating in the corner. His movements are slow and deliberate, not just because of the cramped space, but because any mistake here, a twist too tight, a seal removed too hastily, could disrupt the entire temperature balance of the baths and cause minor chaos among the guests who rely on the predictable heat of Roman engineering. After several hours of careful checks, mild adjustments, and scribbled wax notes pressed into his tablet with a well-worn stylus, Quintus emerges from the back corridor, the heat of the chambers still clinging to his skin, his hair damp with steam but his expression calm, satisfied with the day's precision. He accepts a small cloth pouch of olives and cheese from Albinus as a thank you, and exits the bathhouse into the cool late afternoon air, where the mist has lifted slightly, revealing the softer, warmer colors of the city, terracotta roofs drying in the sun, ivy glistening from the morning dew, the soft shuffle of sandals on clean stone. Rather than hurry home, he walks slowly through the forum where market stalls are being taken down and a poet recites verses to a crowd of 6 indifferent passers-by, and then past a shaded fountain where two elderly women sit, feet soaking in the cold basin as they speak softly of grandchildren and the price of dried fish. He stops briefly to adjust the spout at the base of the fountain, noting a tiny wobble in the stone casing, and with a single turn of a hidden peg beneath the rim, stabilizes the flow. It's a moment so small that none of the women notice, but the water arches more evenly now, its gentle song restored to a smoother note. By the time he reaches home, the sky has turned the color of burned apricot, and the hearth light is already dancing against the walls. Livia has prepared a simple stew of cabbage, chickpeas, and garlic, the smell filling the room with warmth, and Lucia clutches a small clay whistle shaped like a bird, proudly showing him the two-note tune she's learned to coax from its mouth. He kneels, listens carefully, claps softly, and then helps her patch a small crack on its side with a dot of wax, his fingers just as steady in repair as they are in engineering. Dinner passes in silence, in slow spoonfuls and soft sighs, in shared glances and the clinking of bowls. And when the fire has burned low and the night outside has deepened into a hush, Quintus lies down once more, arms behind his head, the smell of steam and wet stone still faint in his memory. And as he closes his eyes and lets his thoughts dissolve into the warm dark, he thinks only of the water he cannot see now, still flowing through the channels and valves he touched that day, still doing its work quietly like him, through the gentle silence of Rome's sleeping hours. The 15th morning comes not with the brightness of sun or the clarity of blue skies, but with a soft drizzle tapping gently on the roof tiles, a slow, rhythmic patter that echoes through the alleys and courtyards of Rome like a whispered lullaby, soothing and steady, as if the heavens themselves were trying not to disturb the city's slumber. Inside his modest home, Quintus lies awake before rising, not out of urgency but from habit, the quiet discipline of a man who lives by the pace of necessity rather than the tug of impulse. The faint light filtering through the shutter slats cast the room in a gentle gray, softening the edges of shelves, tools, and sleeping forms. Livia stirs beside the hearth, warming a small pot of spelt mash over the coals, the fire giving off only enough light to flicker across the clay jars and dried herb bundles lining the wall. Lucia, curled under a woolen blanket with her small clay bird tucked beneath her chin, breathes in slow rhythm, her dreams untouched by the light drizzle beyond the door. Today's assignment will not lead Quintus to aqueduct arches or underground shafts, but to a quieter, more introspective form of labor, an audit of one of the oldest water schedules stored in the tabularium, the grand record-keeping hall nestled near the forum, where thick stone walls and tall, narrow windows guard scrolls, tablets, and records that span centuries. The goal is simple. Compare the existing district flow records with current demand to anticipate any needed adjustments before the coming season of heavy public festivals when water usage peaks sharply, taxing even Rome's most carefully balanced systems. Dressed in a dry cloak and with his scroll pouch slung across his shoulder, Quintus walks through the damp streets with slow, steady steps, the soles of his sandals slapping softly against wet stone as water drips from eaves and collects in shallow ruts worn into the road. The city under drizzle is more peaceful than usual. Vendors set up under awnings with less shouting, carts roll more cautiously, and voices carry in gentler tones. He passes a baker fanning his oven with one hand while shielding it from the mist with the other, nods to a matron sweeping pooled water from her doorway, and continues until the grand facade of the tabularium comes into view, its stonework darkened by rain, its columns streaked with moss and age, its presence as firm and enduring as the memory of Rome itself. Inside, the air is dry but cool, thick with the scent of parchment, beeswax, and thyme. He is greeted by Marcia, a quiet archivist whose fingers are always smudged with ink and whose eyes, though not unkind, seem always focused beyond the present moment, scanning invisible columns of thought. She leads him to a long wooden desk, stacked with records organized by aqueduct, district, and date, and leaves him in silence to begin his work. For hours, Quintus reads, compares, and transcribes, his stylus moving carefully across wax tablets, his eyes darting between scroll and slate, his mind weaving through the city's plumbing of paper, tracing its watery veins with the same care he gives to its physical ones. He notes that a slight discrepancy has emerged in the 3rd district, where a slow but steady increase in draw from public fountains suggests an unrecorded source, or perhaps a leak in a lateral branch, and marks it for future investigation. In Nebrai, the 6th district, the ratio of flow to private residences remains within range, but the public baths are drawing slightly more than scheduled, a likely result of extended use due to colder mornings. He cross-references these notes with existing valve control records, and by the time midday arrives, his wax tablets are covered in firm, neat etchings, his fingers speckled with wax and chalk, and his mind humming with the unseen architecture of balance and flow. He takes his lunch beneath the arch of a narrow loggia just outside, sharing a flatbread and a handful of pickled onions with an elderly clerk who mutters stories about the days when record keepers still used reeds and lamp soot to ink their ledgers. The rain has slowed now to a light mist, barely enough to disturb the surface of the puddles, but still enough to keep most people indoors, lending the forum a rare hush as the marble columns shimmer faintly under the gray sky. After returning the scrolls to Marcia and making his final entries, Quintus leaves the tabularium with a quiet satisfaction, not the kind that comes from discovery or invention, but the slow, fulfilling certainty of having touched something, enduring, of adding his quiet notes to a structure built not of brick or stone but of knowledge passed from hand to hand through time. On his way home, he stops by a small public fountain near the Subura, where a boy and his sister are washing fruit in the basin, their bare arms slick with water, their laughter echoing brightly against the rain-darkened stone. He watches them for a moment, then leans in to adjust the flow slightly, twisting a hidden notch beneath the basin to improve the pressure, unnoticed but effective. As he continues on, the city seems to exhale gently, the clouds lifting just slightly to allow a pale patch of light to warm the stones underfoot. When he arrives home, the hearth is lit once more, and the scent of boiling lentils and roasted squash fills the air, while Livia places a warm cloth in his hands without a word, and Lucia points proudly to the repaired bird whistle, now painted with bright streaks of berry juice. They eat quietly, slowly, as the drizzle gives way to silence, and when the night settles in and the fire has burned low, Quintus sits by its soft glow and smooths the wax on his slate with his thumb, erasing the day's notations not out of forgetfulness, but because tomorrow the work will continue, and space must always be made for what comes next. As he lies back on his mat, the sound of dripping water outside fades into the deeper hush of night, and his breath aligns once more with the pulse of a city that never sleeps, only shifts gently between one form of labor and the next. The 16th morning breaks beneath skies of muted bronze, the early light filtering through a thin curtain of high clouds that diffuse the sun's rise into a gentle glow, spreading a soft golden haze over Rome's rooftops and temples, the light catching on dew-slicked stones and the copper tiles of water towers perched atop wealthy homes like small monuments to hidden utility. And in this subtle quiet, the city awakens not with a roar but with a patient stirring, a sweeping of thresholds, a creak of wheels beginning their day's rotations, a distant clink of amphorae against stone as early deliveries begin. In the heart of this slow start, Quintus rises with his usual steadiness, rubbing the back of his neck as he sits upright, the warmth of his woolen mat fading as the cool air brushes against his skin, and as his feet find their way to the worn sandals by his bedside, he inhales the scent of the hearth, smoke mingled with last night's lentils, and listens to the familiar, soothing rhythm of the home as Livia grinds dried herbs into a powder, and Lucia mutters something in her sleep, curled up beside a reed doll dressed in scraps of colored linen. Today, his duties will take him not along the grand arches of the aqueducts nor deep into the subterranean arteries of the city, but rather across a patchwork of courtyards, atriums, and garden-fed cisterns located in the wealthier quarter of the Calian Hill, where private water channels granted under expensive licenses and fiercely guarded by their owners require periodic inspection to ensure they are not drawing more than their allotment or bypassing the lawful connection to Rome's greater system. These private conduits, often concealed behind mosaic walls or hidden beneath intricate tile floors, are as much statements of status as they are functional, and Quintus must approach them not only with technical expertise, but with the quiet diplomacy of a man who knows how to blend humility with authority. Dressed in a clean tunic and with his lead flow rods, wax tablets, and official seals secured in a worn leather pouch, he sets off through the slowly awakening streets, where bakeries begin to fill the air with the scent of rising loaves and the warm chatter of women brushing flour from their arms, and the streets feel somehow more polished in this part of town, swept more frequently, the drainage more refined, the buildings adorned with painted walls and columns that whisper their wealth in subtle strokes of red ochre and green mineral wash. His first visit is to the domus of Gaius Varinus, a retired military officer whose atrium holds a central impluvium that collects rainwater, but is also fed discreetly from a private aqueduct branch, one that has been showing signs of overuse, according to district ledgers. Varinus greets him with polite disinterest, nodding curtly and allowing Quintus to pass through marble halls inlaid with seashell mosaics, servants stepping aside silently as he makes his way to the access chamber, where a narrow trapdoor reveals the underground conduit. Here, in the shadows beneath the house, Quintus works by lamplight, his fingers brushing along the polished stone channel, finding the brass fittings that regulate flow, and using his measuring rods to gauge volume and pressure. The results confirm the suspicion, an increase in flow likely due to a small unauthorized secondary tap, cleverly hidden beneath a flagstone but now exposed through the discoloration of lime deposits trailing from the junction. Quintus makes the appropriate notations and applies a red wax mark near the fitting, a sign that correction will be required by order of the curator aquarum, and replaces the cover with practiced efficiency, rising to find Varinus watching him with a stoic frown, to which Quintus responds with a quiet, neutral tone, simply noting the irregularity and promising that a more formal decree will follow. His next stop takes him through a shaded garden, where water flows gently through ornamental channels carved into marble, surrounding statues of nymphs and dolphins, and where the sound of birds mingles with the babble of carefully regulated fountains designed to mimic nature, without ever surrendering to it. Here the inspection is more ceremonial than necessary. The system functions well, but the owner, a wealthy widow named Flavia, takes great pride in the perfection of her home and follows him throughout the visit, offering commentary on every feature, from the imported alabaster of the basin walls to the rare myrrh-scented oil she uses to clean the spouts. Quintus listens politely, nodding, making small remarks when appropriate, and completing his measurements with minimal disruption, grateful that the results confirm everything is in compliance, allowing him to leave without placing a seal or a mark. As the sun climbs higher, warming the paved streets and coaxing shadows back into tight angles, he makes his way back through the city, stopping briefly near a public fountain to rinse the dust from his hands, watching as a young boy balances a jar on his head while an elderly woman adjusts the flow by placing a folded cloth beneath the spout. A quiet manipulation, harmless but clever. The sight makes him smile faintly and he continues homeward, feet aching just enough to remind him of the distance walked, mind filled not with the grand mechanisms of Rome's water system, but with the quieter rhythms, the silent flick of a valve, the echo of a drop in a hidden chamber, the resistance of a tool pressed into damp stone. At home the air is thick with the aroma of garlic roasting in oil, and Livia is seated on the threshold with a bundle of lavender stalks in her lap, tying them into loops for hanging, while Lucia sits beside her humming tunelessly, painting, a piece of scrap pottery with swirls of ochre and soot. They look up as he enters. No fanfare, no applause, only a glance, a half smile, and the silent warmth of presence. They eat together slowly, the stew simple and thick, the bread still warm from the hearth, and when the bowls are emptied and the lamp is lit, Quintus smooths out his wax tablet, scraping the surface clean and preparing it for tomorrow. He sits, for a while by the fading fire, letting the silence soak into his skin like balm, and as the city settles once more into the hush of night, the sound of water, always there, always beneath, guides him gently into rest. Another quiet thread in the vast, humming tapestry of Rome's unseen life. The 17th day begins with a strange clarity in the air, the kind that comes only after days of soft rain and overcast skies have finally given way to a cloudless dawn, where the first golden rays, of sunlight spill over the eastern hills like a warm tide washing across the rooftops of Rome, gilding everything they touch. The clay tiles of the insula, the domed temples rising toward the heavens, the tall arches of aqueducts standing like skeletal giants holding aloft invisible rivers of life. And as the city stirs to meet the promise of the new day, there is a rare brightness in the air, a sharpness in the scent of warm stone and drying. Earth and Quintus, ever attuned to such shifts in the world around him, feels it the moment his eyes open. He rises with more energy than usual, joints clicking softly but not painfully, and moves through the early motions of his morning routine with the precision and quiet rhythm of habit. Folding his blanket, rinsing his face in the cool water, Livia left in the basin, tightening the leather of his sandals, and rolling his toolkit into the satchel whose weight has become as familiar to him as the breath in his chest. Livia is humming at the hearth, stirring a pan of farro with dried fruits and honey, the scent filling the modest room with a warmth that surpasses fire, and Lucia is already awake, her hair tangled from sleep and her fingers wrapped around a lump of clay she insists is becoming a lion, though it looks more like a turtle with ears. Today, his duties are not in the city proper, but in the outlying fields near the Porta Capena, where a small agricultural villa has reported disruptions in their irrigation line, one of the lesser branches diverted from a larger aqueduct for private use under a temporary license granted to sustain food supplies for the district's grain dole. The villa lies at the end of a dusty path flanked by low stone walls and scattered olive trees. The kind of place where dogs nap in the sun and field workers move at a pace dictated more by season than by clock. He walks there with steady strides, the city slowly retreating behind him as the sounds of hammering, shouting, and wheels give way to birdsong, rustling leaves, and the distant bay of goats wandering near the vines. Upon arrival, Quintus is greeted by a steward named Maro, a wiry man with a sun-darkened face and a tone that carries more frustration than formality, who quickly leads him to the rear of the estate where a shallow trench marks the line of the underground conduit. The problem, it seems, is a significant decrease in flow reaching the grain beds, evidenced by the wilted tips of barley and the cracked dryness of the irrigation channels meant to distribute water evenly between crops. Without delay, Quintus unrolls a section of the trench using a broad-handled scoop to expose the channel beneath, and finds what he expected, an accumulation of sediment and root growth choking the junction where two feeder branches meet. He crouches there in the sun, the light casting dappled shadows across the stone, and begins the slow process of clearing the obstruction, working with a hooked rod to draw out the plant matter, using his hands to feel the edges of the channel and ensure no cracks or fractures compromise the flow. Nearby, Maro watches in silence, and the field workers pause their hoeing to glance over now and then, curious about the man who labors without complaint, whose tunic is streaked with soil and whose hands seem to know exactly where to touch, what to feel, how to listen to water without hearing it. As the obstruction is removed, the water begins to return, not in a rush but in a steady stream that soon reaches the shallow canals and trickles onward, making its slow way toward the eye. Sun-warmed furrows where roots wait like open hands. With the problem addressed, Quintus packs his tools, washes his arms in a bucket, and records the repair on his wax tablet, noting the flow rate, the position of the blockage, and the approximate age of the plant matter, most likely olive roots, stretching farther than expected in search of moisture. Maro offers a small coin pouch and a slice of goat cheese wrapped in vine leaves as thanks, and though Quintus accepts only the latter, the gesture is understood. He walks home through the same path, now accompanied by the pleasant knowledge that his work has borne immediate results, that the dry beds will green again, that the grain will rise with the next rain, that the unseen water will once again move in silence beneath the soil, feeding mouths and filling jars long after his footsteps have disappeared. As he re-enters the city, the golden light of afternoon slants across the high walls, catching glimpses of ivy, ironwork, and children's chalk drawings along alleyways, and at a corner fountain, he pauses to watch a young girl and her grandmother, collecting water in silence, their clay jug balanced between them, their feet pressed into the smooth stone as if rooted there by generations. He adjusts the spout slightly, as he always does, without drawing attention, just enough to steady the arc, and continues homeward, his body tired but grounded in the day's quiet purpose. Livia meets him at the door, hands damp from washing vegetables, and Lucia runs up with her latest clay creation, a vaguely lion-like creature with a chipped paw and an enthusiastic tail. And they laugh together as he holds it up to the fading light. The evening passes in that familiar rhythm, stew bubbling over the coals, the fire crackling softly, and the slow dance of dusk giving way to dark. Later, after the house is settled and the last words have been spoken and the final bowl rinsed, Quintus lies down once more, the memory of olive trees, dry roots, and clean water still lingering in his hands. And as his breathing slows and the world beyond the shutter dims into quiet shadow, he allows himself to float into sleep like a leaf carried gently by the current of a hidden stream. The 18th morning drapes itself over Rome like a silk veil, translucent and calm, as if the city were caught in a long exhale, the breath of centuries slowly slipping between stone and shadow, and as the first blush of pale sunlight creeps across the eastern sky, it kisses the edges of the tiled rooftops, the curves of terracotta urns, and the slender iron bars that secure wooden shutters still latched against the coolness of the early hour. Inside the modest, sun-washed home of Quintus, the world begins to wake with its usual grace, not in noise or sudden motion, but in the small, sacred rituals of quiet life. The rustle of Livia's linen shawl as she bends over the hearth to light the morning flame, the clink of a clay ladle against the rim of a pot filled with last night's leftover chickpeas and onions, the soft cough of Lucia shifting in her sleep, pulling her woven blanket tight around her shoulders as the last fragments of her dreams scatter like petals in the warming air. Quintus rises with the slow precision of a man long accustomed to balancing movement and mindfulness, stretching one arm across the other as he steps into his sandals and cinches the leather belt that secures his worn tunic, the fabric already bearing the marks of many weeks of steady labor, scuffs of chalk, smears of lime, and the darkened edges from the oils of his own skin. Today's assignment is not an urgent one, but it is delicate, a consultation with the staff of the Temple of Bonadea, where an ancient spring beneath the sanctuary provides water for ritual purification and healing, a source considered sacred, but also in recent months observed to be slowing, its flow diminishing in ways that suggest a partial obstruction or a sediment shift somewhere within the natural stone chamber that houses the source. His task is not to repair, for sacred waters cannot be tampered with in the usual manner, but to examine, to understand, to trace the whisper of flow from earth to altar without disturbing the fragile balance of sanctity and structure. After a small breakfast of barley bread and hard cheese, eaten in thoughtful silence while Livia tends to a small wound on Lucia's knee from a tumble the day before, Quintus sets off with his tools, few and simple today: a wax tablet, a thin, bronze probe, a folded linen for drying, and a length of weighted string, all tucked neatly into his satchel, which swings gently at his side as he makes his way through the narrow, winding streets of the Aventine district. The city, already stirring into life, greets him in waves. An old man pouring water over the stones in front of his shop to keep down the dust, a group of boys chasing each other around a fruit cart as the vendor shakes his head in mock exasperation, the melodic echo of a flute being practiced somewhere behind a second-story window. And through it all, Quintus walks with quiet purpose, nodding occasionally but focused inward, already imagining the shape of the spring's chamber, the curve of the stone walls, the sound the water might make if it were still moving freely beneath the ground. Upon reaching the temple, he is welcomed with soft voices and lowered eyes, for this is a space where women tend the rites, and men enter only when invited, their roles that of repairer or observer, never celebrant. A young priestess named Varia leads him along a shaded corridor to the rear of the sanctuary, where a narrow stair descends into the grotto that houses the sacred spring, a chamber lined with ancient bricks, their surfaces worn smooth by time and moisture, their color faded to the soft gold of old parchment. The air is cool and damp, heavy with the scent of moss and still water, and the sound of the spring is faint, too faint. Kneeling near the edge of the basin, Quintus listens, closely, tilting his head until he can hear it, the faintest trickle like the breath of a sleeping child, steady but far thinner than it should be. He lowers the weighted string into the water, measuring the depth, then uses the bronze probe to trace the channel leading away from the basin, careful not to disturb the algae that grow along the surface. What he finds is a partial narrowing, sediment, buildup, likely from weeks of dry weather, possibly worsened by a subtle shift in the surrounding soil that is pressed against the natural vein through which the spring flows. He records his observations on the wax tablet, writing in careful strokes, and offers them in soft explanation to Varia, who listens with hands folded and a furrow of concern on her brow. There will be no digging here, no chiseling or redirection, only slow, gentle restoration, allowing the water to find its path again through minor clearing with natural brushes and gravity. He offers guidance, promises to return for follow-up, and takes one last moment to stand in stillness before the spring, the silence of the grotto wrapping around him like a shawl of stone and breath. On the walk back home, the sun has climbed, higher, its light now filtering through tree branches and fluttering laundry lines like gold dust drifting on wind. The city feels softer somehow, quieter even in its noise, and Quintus stops briefly to purchase a bundle of mint and coriander from a cart near the Forum, knowing Livia will smile at the surprise. At home, the day continues in slow, familiar rhythm. Lucia showing him a new drawing etched into a potsherd, Livia washing linens in a basin warmed by sunlight, the fire rekindled to boil lentils and garlic. As they eat, he recounts the morning not in technical detail but in impression, the shape of the grotto, the sound of the faint trickle, the stillness of that hidden world beneath the temple floor. And they listen, nodding, understanding in the way only those who live close to the land and water truly can. That night, as the coals dim and the shutters are latched against a cooling breeze, Quintus lies on his mat with the smell of mint still clinging to his hands, and the distant whisper of sacred water echoing faintly in the quiet chamber of his memory, a sound so gentle and steady it could carry him into dreams like a lullaby sung by the earth itself. The 19th day unfolds beneath a sky so impossibly clear it seems as though the entire city of Rome has been lifted and set beneath a dome of polished glass, the blue stretching high and unbroken above the rooftops, so vivid it casts sharp reflections in the public fountains and glimmers off the aqueduct arches like sunlight on steel, and it is under this crystal canopy that Quintus steps out into the morning, his tunic freshly washed and stiff at the edges, his satchel comfortably packed, his movements as measured and purposeful as the gears of a great, invisible machine that turns the city hour by hour. The air smells of dust warming on stone and the faint sweetness of wild herbs that grow between cracks in the mortar. Thyme, rosemary, pennyroyal, and each step he takes through the waking streets is accompanied by the gentle percussion of his sandals against the cobbles, a rhythm that matches the quiet hum of Rome's lifeblood, the sound of water flowing where it cannot be seen, feeding the city in hidden rivers that run beneath the shouting of merchants and the creak of ox-drawn carts. Today's assignment, less laborious but no less vital, takes him to the western quarter where a series of ornamental fountains has recently been restored at the direction of a wealthy patron. And while the surface work, stone polishing, statue, cleaning, the insertion of new bronze fixtures, has been done with typical flourish, the underlying waterworks require confirmation that all pipes, junctions, and feeder conduits remain in proper balance with the city's regulated flow schedule. These fountains are not meant for utility but for beauty, designed to gurgle and arch in pleasing shapes to cool the courtyards of villas and attract guests to shaded plazas. Yet they still draw from the same network of carefully maintained aqueducts, and even decorative elegance must submit to the rules of distribution. As Quintus walks past the market's opening for the day, he nods to familiar faces. The baker arranging warm loaves behind a curved glass screen, the sandal maker wiping down his stool, the old woman who sells dried flowers near the temple steps, and makes his way toward the domus of Marcus Fadius Pollio, a retired magistrate known for his obsession with symmetry and water pressure. Greeted by a stone-faced porter, Quintus is ushered through a tiled atrium where sunlight pools across a mosaic floor depicting dolphins chasing sea nymphs, and brought to a marble courtyard where three-tiered fountains shaped like lilies spill water from basin to basin in precise succession. Though the scene is beautiful, Quintus's eyes skip over the artistry and fall on the mechanics. He follows the lines of the bronze outflows, kneels near the base to listen to the burble of water within, and notes that one of the lower tiers is vibrating ever so slightly, a sign of overpressure in the auxiliary pipe. With quiet efficiency, he asks for access to the maintenance hatch, is led down a narrow stair behind the servant corridor, and descends into a dim chamber where the heart of the system pulses in rhythmic sloshes and drips. There he examines the split junction and quickly discovers that a recent installation, a decorative reroute of the main valve to accommodate an additional dolphin spout, has been soldered too tightly, constricting the water flow and forcing higher pressure into the lower fountains. With his copper tools and gentle hands, he loosens the valve just enough to relieve the strain, wipes away a film of sediment beginning to accumulate near the join, and seals the edge with a small amount of wax-clay mixture that he smooths flat with the side of his thumb. The adjustment is minor, almost invisible, yet as he climbs back into the courtyard and listens to the fountains anew, he hears the difference. The gurgling is steadier, the rhythm less frantic, the water's descent, from tier to tier, more graceful, more natural, as though the fountain itself has exhaled a breath it did not realize it had been holding. He reports the correction to the steward in simple, exact words, refusing any coin offered and instead requesting that the excess water once used to prime the secondary basin be redirected to the nearby street spout, where the children of the neighborhood often come to fill jars or splash each other's ankles after chores. The steward nods, skeptical but obedient, and Quintus leaves with his satchel a little lighter, his mind already shifting toward his next stop, a shaded square, where a newly installed basin for public washing has been added under the direction of the city's mid-tier officials. There he performs another round of quiet listening, peering into the basin, tracing the rim with his fingers, and noting a slight lean to the left, likely caused by an uneven foundational brick. He marks the brick with chalk, enters a brief notation on his wax tablet, and recommends a two-hand correction to the nearby custodian, a lanky youth with dusty feet and a habit of chewing on mint leaves. As the day wears on and the light begins to soften from gold to amber, Quintus pauses for lunch beneath a large umbrella pine near the Tiber, unwrapping a small bundle of salted fish, pickled cabbage, and 2 dried plums eaten slowly while he watches the river slide by, brown and implacable, carrying its own secret stories toward the sea. The air cools slightly, and a breeze stirs the hem of his tunic as he folds his wax tablet shut and begins the walk home, moving through alleys where voices echo in soft crescendos, and the smell of baking bread and wood smoke drifts in lazy spirals through the lanes. At home, Livia is seated at the window mending a tear in Lucia's tunic, and the girl herself sits on the floor beside a bowl of clay, carefully shaping yet another animal. This one, she claims, is a bear, though it leans like a sleepy dog. They look up as Quintus enters, and though no words pass between them at first, the warmth of home fills the space between silence and speech. As evening falls and the fire is kindled, they eat together in peace, stew, bread, a few olives from the last market trip. And afterward, as the room dims to orange and shadow, Quintus wipes down his tools, sets them in their shelf, and lies on his mat, his body heavy with the calm of a day well spent. Outside, the fountains continue their gentle murmur, water tracing its graceful paths beneath stars that now flicker in a sky as clear as polished obsidian. And within that soft, flowing hush, he slips into a sleep so deep it seems carried by the very currents he serves. The 20th day begins not with a grand moment or a stirring of great events, but with the same soft familiarity that defines the quiet strength of Rome's hidden workers, those who tend to its unseen arteries, and who rise each morning not in pursuit of glory or coin, but simply to keep the flow of life uninterrupted. And as the first fingers of dawn stretch across the city's rooftops, brushing their golden light over weather-worn chimneys and crumbling cornices, Quintus awakens to the hush of early hours, to the barely audible clatter of a bird landing on the wooden shutter, and to the gentle breathing of his daughter still, asleep beside her reed doll, its painted face now faded by handling, by play, and by love. Livia is already up, her shawl drawn across her shoulders as she tends to a pan of porridge over the fire, the scent of cinnamon and cooked barley mingling in the air, warm and earthy, And as Quintus rises, stretches, and runs his hand across the back of his neck, he senses the deep, quiet rhythm of his world. So familiar, so constant that it hardly feels like something built or maintained, but rather something that simply is, like stone, like air, like the flow of water beneath the city's skin. Today's duty is more symbolic than functional, a ceremonial walkthrough of the Aqua Marcia's terminus point, where the water first enters the heart of the city from its distant springs, an assignment assigned by the curator aquarum not for repairs, but to bear witness to the system's ongoing health, to note the integrity of the stone, the clarity of the water, and the spirit of diligence that must never lapse. The Aqua Marcia, one of the longest and most celebrated aqueducts in the empire, travels across hills, valleys, and arches to bring fresh, cold water into the thirsty mouths of Rome's fountains, baths, and cisterns, and its arrival point is housed in a modest structure near the city's edge, guarded not by gates but by silence, by the reverence of those who understand that the lifeblood of a civilization is not always its legions or libraries, but its ability to provide clean water, day after day, year after year. Quintus walks slowly to the site, passing through streets that are still half asleep, where bakers haul firewood into ovens and sweep away last night's ash, where children in loose tunics run errands barefoot, and where elderly men sit quietly, near thresholds sipping watered wine from chipped cups, watching the day unfold without hurry. The air is crisp, carrying with it the scent of dry grass, stone dust, and distant pine. And when he reaches the terminus chamber, a small, domed structure, flanked by old cypress trees, he pauses before entering, not out of hesitation but out of respect as one might before stepping into a sacred grove. Inside, the chamber is dim but not dark, the light filtering through narrow slits in the upper walls and casting tall shadows onto the marble floor. And the sound of the water arriving, spilling gently into a long, settling basin, is soft and unbroken, a delicate whisper of stream against stone, the voice of distance made gentle by time. Quintus approaches the water, kneels beside the basin, and dips his hand into it. The chill a sudden contrast to the warmth of his skin, a reminder that this water has traveled far, through carved channels and hidden vaults, under sun and rain, and moonlight, carrying with it the memory of hills, roots, and mountain springs. He watches the flow carefully, eyes trained to detect the slightest variation. The curl of a surface ripple, the shade of transparency, the way the water touches the stone edge as it slips onward, and he notes it all with quiet diligence on his wax tablet, recording that the system is sound, that no cracks have formed, that the water's arrival is as pure as it was seasons ago. As he works, a city official arrives, a younger man in a clean white tunic with the emblem of the water office stitched neatly at the hem, and nods politely, staying silent while Quintus finishes his review. They speak briefly afterward, exchanging updates on minor route inspections, a list of junctions to monitor for moss buildup, and a mention of a future proposal to build a public basin near the market square where vendors gather at dusk. The conversation ends with a simple nod, and the younger man departs, leaving Quintus alone again with the water, with the echo of his own footsteps against the dome, and with the unspoken agreement between him and this ancient system that as long as it flows, he will walk its paths, inspect its edges, and see to it that its voice never falters. The walk back is slow, unhurried, filled with the warmth of the early afternoon sun and the comfort of routine fulfilled. He stops at a vendor stall to purchase a small bundle of dried figs and 2 wedges of sharp cheese wrapped in vine leaves, slipping them into his pouch with a nod of thanks, and continues on, pausing at a small public fountain where a woman washes. Carrots, the water splashing over her wrists in clean, cool arcs. When he finally returns home, the shadows have begun to stretch across the floor, the light in the house golden and gentle, and Lucia runs to greet him with her newest clay creature, a coiled snake with 2 heads and a single smile, while Livia calls him to wash and sit, the table already set with bread, lentils, and a dish of stewed greens. They eat together in the soft hum of domestic peace, the sounds of Rome's heartbeat all around them, the flap of a bird's wings outside the window, the thud of a neighbor's door closing, the trickle of the nearby fountain where water still flows ever steady. That night, after the meal and the mending, after the cleaning and the laughter and the soft hush of bedtime stories told without books, Quintus lies down beneath the worn blanket, his hands behind his head, his breath deep and even, and listens one last time to the faint hum of water moving unseen beneath the floor, his companion, his charge, and the thread that weaves each day into the next. And as his eyes close, that sound carries him gently, as it always does, into the deep and dreamless peace of sleep. The 21st day awakens beneath a sky layered in soft pewter tones, the kind of overcast morning where the light is diffused so gently that shadows seem to disappear altogether, and Rome appears not as a city of sharp lines and bright colors, but as a painting washed in warm grays and muted ochres, the stone walls of its buildings breathing out the coolness absorbed overnight, and the streets holding a stillness that feels less like sleep and more like patient anticipation. Quintus rises before the fire has been stirred, before even the clatter of carts or distant calls of merchants stir the air, and sits for a moment on the edge of his straw-stuffed mat, feet planted firmly on the packed earth floor, his fingers working slowly at the knot in his tunic cord, his mind already settling into the rhythm of the day before a word has been spoken. Zevia, her hair tied in a quick braid and a shawl wrapped around her shoulders, moves beside him without a sound, placing a bowl of warm spelt and dried berries on the table, while Lucia, still curled in her corner with the clay snake clutched to her chest, lets out a small sigh in her sleep, her breath rhythmic, content. Today's task is a return to one of the more understated and often neglected pieces of the aqueduct system, a drainage channel that runs along the base of a slope near the Esquiline Hill, a slanted stone trench meant not for distribution or bathing, not for fountains or rituals, but for catching overflow and directing it back into the underground system to prevent erosion, flooding, or stagnation. It is not glamorous work, no grand arches to walk along, no sacred springs to protect, but it is vital, for without such channels, the entire balance of Rome's water infrastructure would falter under its own careful design. And so Quintus prepares his tools with care, a hooked iron rod for lifting debris, a coarse bristled brush for scouring sediment from the trench walls, a wax tablet to record the volume and clarity of the redirected flow, and a folded cloth to dry his hands when the job is done. The walk to the slope is unremarkable, passing through alleys where shutters remain closed, where laundry lines sway slightly in the breeze though no sun warms their fabric, and where the faces of early risers glance up only briefly before returning to the tasks of sweeping steps, feeding animals, or stoking household fires. The trench, nestled in a natural dip behind a cluster of older insulae, is partially overgrown with grasses and littered with bits of pottery shards, fallen leaves, and the detritus of months of wind and runoff. Without waiting, Quintus kneels beside the first stone basin, carefully pulling away clumps of debris and brushing moss from the joints where the stone plates meet, occasionally pausing to scrape sediment into a small bucket for inspection. The flow is sluggish, a slow trickle rather than the firm, obedient stream it should be, and as he works, adjusting the incline of a few loose stones and smoothing the lip of the basin with the flat edge of his tool, he listens not just to the water but to the way it speaks to him, its sluggishness, its hesitations, its reluctant bubbling, as though it too had been waiting for someone to notice its quiet labor. Midway through his inspection, a pair of young boys pass by, balancing a wide crate between them, and stop to watch, curious but silent, their eyes wide as Quintus dips his rod into the channel and draws out a length of soggy reed tangled around, a broken comb. He offers a faint smile and gestures toward the water with a nod, saying simply, "It runs better now," and the boys nod back solemnly before continuing on. By late morning, the channel is clean, the slope even, and the flow re-established. Still modest but purposeful, like a breath exhaled without effort, and Quintus notes the improvements with brief strokes on his wax tablet, the stylus whispering over the surface with the soft scratch of completion. He washes his hands in the shallow stream now running steadily along the trench, letting the cool water rinse away the grit and clay from beneath his fingernails, and sits for a while beneath a nearby fig tree, whose roots curl up around a patch of crumbling stone, watching a bird peck at a beetle in the grass and listening to the wind sigh through the leaves like an old friend sharing a long-held secret. Lunch is taken in quiet. Just a wedge of bread, a sliver of cheese, and a handful of olives wrapped in linen, eaten slowly while he watches the sunlight shift across the ground, casting gentle shadows through the tree branches as the city hums, faintly in the distance. On his walk back home, Quintus passes through the bustling edge of the Subura, where voices grow louder, laughter spills out from taverns, and the scent of garlic and fried onions drifts through the air, mingling with the sharper tang of smoke and the faint perfume of crushed herbs sold by street vendors in woven baskets. He buys a small bundle of mint and bay leaves for Livia, paying with a smooth stone token and a nod of thanks, and winds his way home just as the sun begins to dip behind the taller rooftops. Inside, the fire is warm again, the house filled with the earthy aroma of lentils and roasted carrots, and Lucia proudly presents him with a new clay creation, a fish with wings, which he praises with mock seriousness before helping her shape its tail more evenly. Dinner is simple, the three of them seated on the floor, bowls in hand, the flicker of firelight casting long shadows on the walls as they eat, speak softly, and listen to the night deepen. After the dishes are cleaned and the room dimmed, Quintus writes his final notes by lamplight, seals the wax with his thumbprint, and places the tablet beside his folded cloak, ready for the next day. And when he lies down once more, head cradled on the same rolled cloth he has used for years, he closes his eyes with the memory of water running clean through stone, of roots shifting around a slope, of unseen work done well. And in that quiet, steady peace he drifts into a sleep as smooth and essential as the very flow he serves. The 22nd day begins with a soft wind rising from the east, carrying with it the scents of distant pine, sun-warmed brick, and the faint briny trace of the Tiber as it winds its slow, ancient course through the city's belly, and as Rome slowly awakens beneath a sky brushed with streaks of pale gold. And lavender, the entire city seems to breathe in unison, a deep, collective inhalation that hums beneath the footfalls of market women arranging their baskets, beneath the sharp metallic clatter of blacksmiths hammering cold iron into form, beneath even the flutter of pigeons startled from their perch atop a shrine roof as Quintus steps out into the morning with his satchel slung over one shoulder and a folded scroll tucked beneath his arm. Today's task is both practical and reflective. He has been asked by a senior clerk in the Officium Curatorum Aquarum to walk a portion of the Aqua Tepila's route within the city walls and prepare a summary of visible wear, surface disruptions, and signs of long-term stress on the lower channel stones where pedestrians and carts often pass too closely. This portion of the aqueduct is more modest than the towering arches seen outside the city, consisting mostly of buried conduits, shallow trenches, and low wall segments that trace their way discreetly between courtyards and workshops, unnoticed by all but those whose work lives in stone and water. With the scroll containing root notes and a small wax tablet prepared for field marks, Quintus walks slowly, beginning near the Porta Calamontana and moving inward toward the tightly packed insulae of the 5th district, where layers of city life stack upon one another like sediment. New walls built over older ones, shops nestled into corners once belonging to temples, aqueducts whispering beneath floorboards where now children play or elders sleep on reed mats. He stops often, crouching to inspect hairline cracks where mortar has begun to crumble from age and pressure, tracing the outline of a chipped corner with his fingers before marking the location with a small scratch of chalk and a number that corresponds to the scroll he carries. Sometimes he finds nothing of concern, only moss growing gently over the stone like a sleeping cat, or a faint stain of rust where a cart axle scraped too closely. But he records those too, because time wears everything down eventually. Even stone that has stood 100 years, even channels built by the hands of engineers whose names are now forgotten but whose work still carries the breath of cities. As he moves through each block, familiar sounds fill the air. The clink of pottery stacked at a stall, the sharp laugh of a butcher scolding an apprentice, the low rhythmic chants of a washerwoman wringing water from heavy cloth beside a drainage. Basin that, unknown to her, draws its overflow through the very conduit Quintus inspects. Children run past him with wooden hoops, one of them splashing a puddle that leaves droplets on the hem of his tunic. But he smiles faintly and keeps walking, hands tracing the wall, stylus noting another worn joint. He pauses at midday near A small bakery built into the side of an older structure, where the aqueduct wall curves behind the ovens, its warmth creating a fine veil of steam where the channel meets the kitchen air. The baker, a broad-shouldered man with flour on his arms, nods and offers Quintus a half loaf of olive bread wrapped in cloth, explaining that he has seen him walking this route before and always wondered what he was looking for. Quintus accepts it with gratitude and explains simply that he is listening to the stones, making sure they continue to hold their shape, that they do not cry out from within. The baker laughs at that, but there is respect in his eyes, and as Quintus sits nearby on a flat step, eating the bread in slow bites while scribbling a few corrections into his notes, the scent of rising dough and warm oil mingles with the memory of worn limestone and lichen. In the afternoon, he reaches a courtyard where the channel dips beneath a stone arch supporting an upper-level walkway, and here he finds the most concerning flaw of the day. A hollow resonance when he taps beneath the arch, a softness in the mortar that suggests internal wear and a possible seep beneath the surface. He marks the spot carefully, writes a full line of recommendation on his wax tablet, and sketches the joint's position in relation to the nearby water spout and entryway. As the sun begins to drift lower in the sky, casting long lines of amber across the wall segments and alley stones, Quintus makes his final inspection for the day, standing still beneath a fig tree that leans gently against the old aqueduct's edge, its roots curling downward like fingers seeking the cool breath of hidden water. The leaves rustle above his head, and he watches a droplet fall from one and land silently on the surface of the wall, absorbed in an instant, disappearing as though it had never been. He returns home quietly, the weight of the scroll light against his hip but the memory of the root still fresh in his hands, the texture of old stone, the scent of moss and dust, the feeling of history breathing just beneath the skin of the city. At home, Livia is plucking the last of the winter herbs from their pot to dry them on a string, and Lucia greets him with a newly shaped bird in one hand and a clump of clay in the other, proud to announce that she will build an entire flock before week's end. They eat together in the warm light of the hearth, a stew of beans and garlic with slices of the olive bread now toasted on a clay griddle, and when night folds itself gently over the world outside their shuttered window, Quintus lies back on his mat, closes his eyes and listens, not for danger, not for the clamor of worry or the call of urgent labor, but for the silence that means the water still flows, the walls still hold, and the city still dreams its slow, ancient dream beneath his quiet watch. The 23rd day begins with a curious stillness in the air, the kind that carries no wind, no birdsong, and no footsteps just yet, as if the entire city of Rome is paused in a breathless moment between the softness of night and the slow-rising hum of another day. And within that moment, in the pale gray light slipping through the shuttered window, Quintus lies awake on his mat, eyes open, watching the shifting of faint shadows across the ceiling, listening to the muted crackle of the fire Livia has just rekindled, and allowing himself a few more minutes of quiet reflection before rising. The scent of boiling lentils, laced faintly with the sharp bite of vinegar and a sprig of rue, wafts through the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of the clay floor and the worn leather of his sandals resting nearby. Lucia is still curled beneath her blanket, her mouth slightly open, the clay bird she had shaped the day before resting just beside her, its wings not yet hardened, its surface still showing the gentle marks of her fingers. Today's task will take Quintus beneath the city again. Not to inspect aqueduct arches or surface fountains, but to traverse the deeper maintenance chambers of a section of the Aqua Claudia that passes beneath the theater quarter, where it has been reported that a faint discoloration in the water drawn at a nearby fountain may indicate early-stage contamination or a minor breach in the stonework of the subterranean flow path. These chambers, seldom visited, require both caution and clarity. Ventilation is poor, space is limited, and though the water flow remains strong, any breach in the lining could lead to slow erosion over time, undermining not only the aqueduct itself but the cobbled streets and buildings that sit quietly above, unaware of the river running silently beneath them. After a small breakfast and a quiet exchange with Livia, who reminds him to take the thicker cloth for kneeling on damp stone, Quintus secures his satchel with the tools he will need: a shallow bristled brush, a flint lamp, a small clay bottle, of olive oil to fuel it, his wax tablet and stylus, and a narrow iron rod bent at the end like a shepherd's crook. The entrance to the chamber is discreet, set behind a low granary wall near the base of the Palatine Hill, guarded not by locks but by obscurity, and he slips through unnoticed, pushing open the worn iron grate and descending the stone steps, into the cool, dark air of the city's underbelly. Down here the silence is thick, the kind that presses against the ears, broken only by the steady rhythm of dripping water, the shuffle of his sandals against wet stone, and the faint flicker of his flame as it casts unsteady light along the curved, vaulted ceiling of the aqueduct tunnel. The walls, worn smooth by time and touch, glisten faintly in the lamplight, revealing streaks of mineral buildup, patches of darkened lichen, and, in some places, the clean, hard edges of repairs made by earlier hands like his, long, since gone, but still speaking through the seams they mended and the mortar they set with quiet care. He walks slowly, stopping often to run his fingers along the channel's edge, to test the firmness of the stone beneath, to listen for the subtle sound of disruption. Too much splash, too little, a shift in tone that could signal pooling or blockage. After some time he comes upon the suspected breach, a narrow crack where a thin trickle of water seeps sideways, not enough to alter the main flow, but enough to stain the stone with a pale brown streak, like a wound just beginning to open. He kneels, sets his lamp beside him, and begins the work of cleaning the area gently, brushing away layers of sediment and growth until the clean line of the crack becomes visible. Using his iron rod, he tests the depth, shallow for now, and applies a mixture of lime paste and powdered brick from a small cloth pouch, pressing it carefully into the seam, smoothing it with the flat of his thumb until the surface is sealed once more, at least temporarily, until the formal patch crew can be dispatched to reinforce the area more permanently. He records the location and nature of the breach on his tablet, sketches a simple map of its placement beneath the street above, and sits for a moment afterward in the stillness, letting his breath match the rhythm of the water as it continues, its steady flow past him, unaware, unconcerned, unbothered. As he prepares to leave, he pauses to listen, not just for sound, but for silence. That reassuring silence that tells him the system is intact, that the stone holds, that no air whistles through cracks where none should exist. The ascent feels longer than the descent, but the air grows warmer with each step, and when he emerges once again into the daylight, the sun has risen high, the square now bustling with actors rehearsing lines outside the theater doors, children chasing each other around the pillars of a colonnade, and the sound of a woman singing faintly as she stirs a pot over an open flame behind a nearby stall. He makes his way home slowly, the sun warming the back of his neck, the sounds of the city swelling around him, not in a way that overwhelms, but in the comforting way of a familiar tune returned to after silence. At home, Livia is hanging damp cloth on a rope strung between the doorway and a fig tree, and Lucia is seated cross-legged in the dust, painting her winged fish with crushed berry pigment, her brow furrowed in concentration. They greet him with soft glances and small smiles, and he sets his satchel down with a contented sigh, washing his hands in the basin and watching the water swirl away. Clean again, steady again. They eat a midday meal of lentils and baked onions, with a slice of bread each and a single shared apple, and the house feels full in that quiet, anchored way that only comes after the day has already held something important. That evening, the firelight dances on the walls and the scent of lavender bundles drying by the window fills the room. Quintus smooths his wax tablet clean, writes one final line noting the completed inspection, and closes his eyes to the quiet comfort of knowing that, once again, Rome's ancient heart beats smoothly beneath its feet, and that he, in his silent, steady way, has helped keep it so. The 24th day greets the city with a drizzle so fine and constant that it seems less like rain and more like the sky simply sighing, exhaling a mist that wraps Rome in a silvery hush, softening edges, muting the clatter of morning carts and casting the streets in a gauzy shimmer that makes even the most ordinary walls and windows appear distant and dreamlike, as if viewed through the lens of memory. Within this gentle veil, Quintus rises slowly, stretching each limb with the practiced patience of a man who knows his day will require not speed, but care. and who has long since made peace with the slow rhythm of meaningful labor. Livia, wrapped in an old wool shawl, moves through the house like a quiet wind, placing a pot of honeyed barley mash over the embers and occasionally glancing toward the small clay roof tiles above, listening to the tapping of water as it slides between their seams and drips with predictable cadence into the corner basin beneath the eaves. Lucia remains asleep for now, her arm draped protectively over a new creation, a lumpy creature with stubby horns and a lopsided smile. Her cheeks, pink from warmth and dreams. Today's assignment brings Quintus to a section of the Aqua Marcia that traverses a low-rise hill near the edge of the Calian district, where a retaining wall is rumored to have shifted ever so slightly during the recent tremors that passed through the region. A reminder that Rome, for all its weight and age and dignity, still rests upon an earth that moves. The concern is subtle but serious. A hairline tilt in one of the wall's upper segments may indicate foundation settling beneath the aqueduct's support trench, which, if left unchecked, could stress the joints, misalign the channels, and eventually compromise the flow's reliability. After breakfast, he dons his heavier tunic, one treated with wax to shed the rain, and slips his tools, plumb bob, string line, folding level, wax tablet, chiseling pick, into the deep folds of his satchel, before pulling the flap securely across the top. As he steps into the soft light of the wet street, his sandals slosh against shallow puddles that reflect upside-down images of balconies, awnings, and laundry swaying like ghostly flags. The walk to the site is long but calming, with the drizzle cooling his cheeks and the scent of wet earth, soaked olive wood, and crushed laurel leaves hanging in the air like a sacred balm. He arrives to find the retaining wall just as described, tall, ancient, modest in appearance but vital in purpose, its stones darkened by water and age, their joints thick with moss and mineral staining, and their surfaces marked by the passage of countless years of wind, weather, and unnoticed stewardship. As he sets up his line and weight, anchoring the cord to a carved notch in the base stone, Quintus watches the plumb bob sway gently before stilling, its tip grazing the edge of the block in question, just slightly off, a fraction, but enough that the balance has shifted. He kneels, places the folding level against the adjacent joint, and confirms the tilt with a slow exhale, then sets to work documenting it on his tablet. Measurements, angles, depth markers, and a hand-drawn rendering of the wall's layout in its current state. To an untrained eye, it might appear unchanged, simply old and weather-worn. But Quintus knows the language of stone, knows how it leans when pressured, how it groans silently before it cracks, and he makes his notations with the precision of someone who understands that such knowledge, if forgotten, risks the future of everything built upon it. As the rain continues, he chips gently at the mortar of a particularly spongy joint, removing a wedge of softened lime to expose the underlying cavity, then packs it with a stabilizing mixture of crushed tile and quick-setting paste drawn from a sealed jar, smoothing it with his gloved palm while listening to the faint dripping of rainwater through the vines overhead. A pair of crows watches him from a nearby ledge, their black feathers glossy in the damp air, and for a few minutes he works beneath their silent gaze, alone in the quiet music of maintenance, drip, scrape, press, mark. When the joint is reinforced, and the measurements confirmed, he sits for a while beneath a small awning, unwrapping a simple meal of dried apples and cheese, chewing slowly while observing the way rain runs down the carved faces of ancient stones, tracing lines that might once have formed the edge of a column or the jaw of a forgotten statue. He considers the generations of workers who have come before him, their names lost but their repairs enduring, their hands shaping the very path he now walks, and he smiles at the thought that one day someone else might kneel here, brush away moss, and find his own work holding firm, still doing its quiet job. As the drizzle fades into mist, Quintus gathers his tools and makes his way down the hill, passing fig trees whose damp leaves glisten like coins, and stray dogs curled under, carts and women sweeping rainwater from thresholds with palm brooms. The city feels hushed still, not sleepy, but listening, perhaps to the ground, perhaps to the sky, perhaps to its own long breath. At home, Livia has laid out bundles of herbs to dry near the hearth, and Lucia greets him with a flourish of her paint-streaked hands having added crimson eyes and green stripes to her clay beast. The air smells of thyme and charcoal, and the warmth inside wraps around him like a cloak. After dinner, spiced lentils, soft bread, and quince preserved in honey. They sit together in the glow of the firelight, the rain resuming outside in gentle bursts. Quintus updates his notes one last time by lamplight, sealing the tablet with a faint smile of satisfaction before stretching out on his mat and closing his eyes to the sound of rain on tile and water in stone channels, knowing that even as the sky weeps, the city's veins run strong beneath the surface, and that for one more day, he has helped hold it all in place. The 25th day opens beneath a sky the color of pale marble, thick with low clouds that seem to press gently against the rooftops of Rome, casting a diffused, almost colorless light across the city that blurs the distinction between morning and noon, between shadow and stone. And as Quintus stirs from his sleep, he lies still for a moment, listening not to silence, but to the layered hush of a city, breathing under cloud cover. The soft drip of last night's rain from the eaves, the distant murmur of voices rising from the bakery 2 streets over, the rhythmic scuff of a broom brushing debris from stone. The fire is already lit, and Livia moves through the room with deliberate calm, her hands stained with the juice of pounded herbs as she prepares a salve for the cut that has begun to redden along Lucia's heel, earned during a game of jumping over buckets that she had proudly invented and stubbornly mastered. Today's task for Quintus is less a repair and more an observation. He has been assigned to accompany a junior inspector, a boy barely old enough to wear the municipal seal on his tunic, to walk a short stretch of the Aqua Anio Novus where it crosses near the foot of the old burial grounds to teach not through lecture but through quiet motion, through example, through showing how one listens to stone and water, with the same patience one gives to a restless child or a fading fire. With his satchel secured and tools in place, stylus, wax tablet, measuring twine, and his well-worn wooden straightedge, Quintus meets the boy near the Temple of Ceres, where the youth stands shifting from foot to foot, eyes wide, hands clasped, behind his back in an effort to appear disciplined despite the visible eagerness clinging to him like morning dew. They greet each other with a nod and begin to walk, the boy eager to speak, to ask, to comment on every brick and channel. But Quintus remains quiet for a time, letting the rhythm of their footsteps and the sound of water beneath the paving stones do the talking, guiding the boy not toward answers but toward observation. As they reach the inspection point, a low, semi-enclosed conduit flanked by retaining walls and covered with a sequence of stone slabs worn smooth by time and weather, Quintus gestures for the boy to kneel and press his ear to the conduit cap, to listen to the sound of the water moving within, to note whether it sings smoothly or stutters, whether it echoes or whispers. The boy complies, his expression growing more serious, more focused, and when he speaks next it is softer, more thoughtful. "It sounds like wind in a narrow hallway," he says, and Quintus nods, pointing out that such a sound suggests a slightly compressed flow, likely due to the sediment collection at the narrowing point where the channel bends gently to follow the slope. They lift a slab together with care, setting it aside on a folded cloth to protect the edge, and peer down, into the channel, where the flow is indeed slightly restricted by a gentle buildup of silt and algae. Rather than rushing to scrape it clean, Quintus shows the boy how to read the pattern of the deposit, to understand where the water slows and why, how the curve of the wall and the angle of the grade influence accumulation, and how, in some cases, the right solution is not a full clearing but a rebalancing, adjusting only what must be moved and leaving what can remain to protect the lining. They work in tandem, brushing the channel edge, redirecting a portion of the overgrowth into the natural spill path, and testing the flow with a weighted leaf floated down the stream, a trick older than Rome itself, but one that never lies. As they replace the slab and move on to the next segment, the boy begins to ask better questions, not loud ones, not quick, but thoughtful and slow, each drawn from the space between action and insight. And Quintus answers just as slowly, sometimes with words, sometimes with only a raised brow or the patient hand that guides a tool into position. The work continues into the early afternoon. their path winding past old crypts whose entrances have long since been sealed with vines and mortar, past shrines to forgotten river gods, and past the weathered stumps of laurel trees once planted by magistrates whose names are now erased by rain and wind. At the final segment, Quintus has the boy record their findings in his own tablet, watching carefully to ensure that he marks not just numbers and measurements, but the tone of the water, the wear of the stone, the feeling of the day's work, not to embellish but to honor. As they part near the old olive press that now serves as a gathering point for city workers, the boy thanks him with a bow more sincere than formal, and Quintus, in turn, places a hand briefly on his shoulder, not in praise but in recognition. The walk home is quiet, slow and satisfying, the kind of tired that seeps into the joints without ache, a weight that feels earned. The streets are drying now, and the air smells of damp earth and fresh bread, and as he turns the final corner, toward his home, he sees Lucia waving from the doorway, her hair tied in crooked braids and her arms smudged with clay, a new sculpture in hand that she insists is a lion, though it looks more like a goat. Livia laughs quietly from the shadows, holding up a steaming bowl as he enters, and they sit together, eating boiled chickpeas with mint and garlic, the warmth of the fire soaking into their bones, the quiet of the evening wrapping around them like a soft cloth. That night, after Lucia has drifted off and the fire has dimmed, Quintus records the day's notes with particular care, not just the technical findings, but the way the boy listened, the way the water flowed differently in different light, the way the stones felt beneath his hands, and as he lies back at last, the familiar creak of the ceiling above and the faint rush of the city's ancient arteries beneath the floorboards filling his ears, he smiles with the contentment of a teacher who spoke without speeches, and a steward who, once again, left the system a little better than he found it. The 26th day unfolds beneath a canopy of high, bright clouds, not heavy or brooding, but stretched thin across the sky like silk pulled taut, casting a soft, silvery sheen over Rome that flattens the shadows and causes the buildings, with their ochre walls and weathered red tiles, to glow gently as if lit from within. And as Quintus opens his eyes to this quiet brilliance, he feels the comforting weight of another day arriving, not with urgency, but with the steady cadence of a heartbeat, long, familiar. The air inside the house is still cool, touched by the lingering chill of night, and the scent of damp firewood mingles with that of warmed milk and boiled wheat porridge, which Livia stirs with slow, patient motions while Lucia chatters to her. Clay animals arranging them into what appears to be a kind of procession, goat lions, winged dogs, and a three-legged duck parading across the floor. Today's task will lead Quintus into the margins of the Aventine Hill, where a secondary feeder branch from the Aqua Alciatina has been flagged for recalibration after a series of inconsistent pressure reports. Though the Alciatina is not one of Rome's prized aqueducts in terms of drinking water, being primarily used for irrigation and the filling of Naumachia basins for mock naval battles, its flow must still be monitored and directed with precision to avoid imbalance elsewhere in the system. With his wax tablet, pressure gauge, alignment staff, and calibrated copper float secured in his satchel, he makes his way south through alleys still slick with morning moisture, passing the rhythmic cadence of hammers at the cooper's stall, the distant thrum of hooves against stone, and the laughter of two young boys arguing over whose turn it is to chase the goat that has once again escaped its tether. As he approaches the feeder gate, a low-set brick enclosure marked by an iron vent and a pair of fig trees growing just outside its wall, he notes how the surrounding earth slopes slightly toward the enclosure's entrance, a design feature both clever and ancient that allows stray rainwater to be captured and diverted downward rather than flooding the footpaths. Inside, the feeder channel runs in a tight arc beneath a vaulted capstone, the water dark and slow, its surface broken only by the gliding movement of a few fallen leaves and a thin trail of bubbles winding from an air pocket at the joint seam. Kneeling, Quintus inserts the copper float into the chamber, watching it settle gently into the stream, its etched markings rising just above the surface, and begins the slow task of measuring, recording, adjusting, marking pressure levels, checking the angle of flow against his staff, inspecting the side walls for erosion where sediment may be undermining the support. As he works, the muffled sounds of Rome above continue. Carts creaking past, someone calling out prices for fish, the call and response of street vendors shouting their wares. And yet down here in the feeder vault, there is only the hush of water, the occasional rustle of dry leaves, and the rhythmic scratch of stylus against wax. After an hour of calculations, he notes a minor imbalance. The feeder is delivering slightly more volume than its design permits, likely due to a shift in the upstream gate mechanism. And though the variance is small, such imbalances, if left unchecked, can cascade through the system, causing overfilling at faraway basins or unexpected drainage from upper cisterns. Using a lever built into the side panel, crafted decades ago by hands now dust, he tightens the gate by a fraction, listening closely for the change in pitch as the water adjusts, then checks the float again to confirm the new, steady line. Satisfied, he scrapes a sample of algae from the inner wall and adds it to a small vial for testing, then records the ambient temperature and humidity, his notes meticulous but economical, more about precision than poetry. Exiting the chamber, he pauses beneath the fig trees, allowing a few minutes to sit on the low wall and eat his midday meal. Flat bread with goat cheese and pickled onion, accompanied by a dried fig that crumbles softly between his fingers, and, as he eats, he watches a pair of starlings fluttering among the branches, their bodies glinting like polished bronze in the clouded sun, their chirping high and quick, oblivious to the long systems pulsing beneath their feet. After the meal, he takes a longer route home, one that leads through quieter lanes, past the bathhouse where steam curls like breath from its upper vents, past the potter's square where fresh wares are set out to dry on wooden racks, and past a temple whose steps are swept not by priests but by the wrinkled hand of an old woman. With a bent broom and a jaw set in silent devotion, he stops briefly at a public basin near the market, noting the steadiness of the water stream now adjusted by his earlier work, and watches a young girl fill a clay jug while humming to herself, her mother balancing baskets of bitter greens and unleavened bread on her hip. That small moment, of rhythm restored, of water meeting need without demand, is what Quintus considers success. Back home, Livia welcomes him with a quiet nod, her hands dusted with flour as she prepares barley cakes, while Lucia beams and insists he guess which of her new clay beasts is a water spirit and which one is the emperor of underground tunnels, both bearing exaggerated horns and wild eyes. As dusk folds softly over the rooftops and the scent of baking grain fills the house, they eat together in the warm quiet, the light flickering across walls smoothed by years of shared days. That night, Quintus cleans his tools, rewrites his field notes in neater hand on a fresh wax tablet, and places them beside the others in a small wooden box beneath his bed, a growing archive of unseen labor, of days spent listening to stone and current. As he lies back and lets his eyes drift closed, the city above rests in its usual breath and murmur, unaware of the quiet adjustments that keep it alive, and beneath the floorboards, the water flows, uninterrupted, steady, and sure, carrying with it not just utility, but the patient care of those like Quintus who move silently through its channels and keep its ancient promise alive. The 27th day begins with a golden light seeping through the slats of the wooden shutters, the kind of gentle illumination that warms the stone walls without sharpness, that caresses rather than floods. And as Quintus opens his eyes to the mellow hue of morning, he feels the stillness in his limbs that comes not from weariness, but from the weight of routine, an honest tiredness earned not through struggle but through endless quiet tasks completed with care. The air inside the house holds the scent of early bread, the warmth of ash in the hearth, and the faint sweetness of the dried herbs Livia strung over the fire the night before, now curling slightly from the lingering heat. Lucia, already awake, sits cross-legged on the floor, carefully balancing her clay creatures on the rim of a wide bowl, whispering instructions as if directing a tiny council of advisors. Today's work will carry Quintus to one of the lesser-known pressure towers that serve the ancient Roman water systems, a tall, narrow cylinder rising in a quiet square on the edge of the Trans-Tiberum district, seldom noticed by passers-by who mistake it for a redundant watchtower or a leftover monument. Yet this column, like others hidden throughout the city, plays a subtle but crucial role, regulating the vertical force of water as it descends from high elevation sources into flatter ground, maintaining the flow's consistency and preventing erosion or pipe bursts by bleeding off excess pressure. A week prior, a colleague had noted a faint tremor in the walls of a nearby bathhouse, a sign that one of the pressure towers may be malfunctioning, its chamber no longer buffering the force of the downflow properly. And Quintus has been assigned to inspect the tower, check the internal mechanics, and listen for the shifts in sound and rhythm that betray imbalance. With his bag packed, float gauge, sound rod, iron hook, repair paste, stylus, and wax tablet, he walks through a city bathed in soft gold, passing fig sellers setting up stalls, perfume makers opening their shutters, and small children tossing pebbles in patterns on the street stones. The air smells of warm dust and crushed rosemary, and the sky is pale blue streaked with translucent clouds, as if Rome itself were wrapped in linen. When he reaches the pressure tower, nestled behind a row of grain shops and shaded by a crooked plane tree, he pauses before the low entrance, placing a palm on the stone as if greeting an old friend before ducking inside. The interior is cool and narrow, the stair spiraling upwards with the kind of purposeful geometry only Roman engineers seem to command, both elegant and durable, each step slightly worn from years of maintenance. At the top of the spiral, beneath a domed chamber lined with stone ribs, lies the pressure basin, a deep cylindrical container into which water flows from an upper aqueduct pipe, allowing gravity to create a downward force balanced by the basin's volume and the controlled outlet at its base. Quintus kneels beside it, lowering his sound rod into the water, listening carefully to the echo it produces, thick and low, but slightly uneven, as if the chamber is not absorbing the water's fall with the smoothness it once did. He lowers the float gauge, watching its etched markings rise and fall, confirming his suspicion. The intake is functioning, but the outflow valve is partially obstructed, causing inconsistent pressure buildup and likely creating the pulse that his colleague had detected in the bathhouse wall. Working slowly and with practiced confidence, Quintus removes the side panel, exposing the outflow gate, a bronze mechanism partially encrusted with mineral deposits and a thin root tendril that must have crept in through a hairline crack. He uses his iron hook to gently scrape the buildup away, then brushes the gate clean with stiff fibers soaked in vinegar, careful not to scratch the surface. Once the gate is free and moves smoothly again, he lubricates the pivot point with a dab of olive oil and reseals the panel, checking twice for any hiss of leakage before tightening the bolts. The entire process takes just under 2 hours, the chamber now breathing normally, the echo of water returning to its steady, resonant pitch, like a soft drum played in a temple. He makes his final notes in the wax tablet, sketching the chamber and marking the cleaned gate, along with a notation to monitor it again in 2 weeks. Before leaving, he climbs the final rung of the spiral and steps briefly onto the upper platform, where the open air greets him with a breeze scented faintly of distant almonds and iron. From here, the city unfolds around him. Terracotta rooftops, winding alleys, distant temple domes glowing in the sun, and for a moment he simply stands there, one hand on the stone ledge, allowing the wind to comb through his hair, the sound of water rushing within the tower at his back, the heartbeat of the aqueduct joining the breath of the city. As he descends and exits into the warmth of midday, the world seems louder, children playing, merchants haggling, a poet reciting verses to no one in particular. But it is not jarring, only vibrant, a reminder that everything he works for flows into this living, chattering organism called Rome. On the way home, he stops at a small stall and purchases a sweet cake wrapped in fig leaves for Lucia, who he knows will proudly declare that it is payment for her morning counsel's strategic wisdom. At home, Livia meets him with a quiet glance and a knowing smile, her fingers dusted with flour and dried lavender as she rolls flatbreads. Lucia squeals in delight at the cake and insists they share it as a family. That evening, they eat a simple meal, lentils with leeks, flatbread warm from the fire, and slices of soft sheep's cheese. And afterward, Quintus sharpens his tools by lamplight, the edge of the hook catching the glow as he hums a melody too old to name. When he lies down to sleep, the coolness of the evening breeze drifts across his face, and beneath the floor the water still flows. Unseen, unpraised, uninterrupted, its quiet strength held steady by hands like his, one quiet tower at a time. The 28th day begins with a faint rustle of wind sweeping through the narrow alleys of Rome, stirring cloth awnings, fluttering bits of parchment nailed to message boards, and carrying with it the first scents of spring. Wet clay, blooming caper bushes tucked into crevices of old walls, and the subtle perfume of fresh olives being crushed in the early morning presses outside the southern gates. The air is cooler than expected, laced with the chill that hides behind sun-warmed stones, and within his modest home, Quintus awakens to the dim amber light filtering through woven reed blinds, the familiar creak of wood as Livia moves about, placing a pot of diluted wine and herbs near the fire to steep, while Lucia hums tunelessly to her growing menagerie of clay creatures, now arranged into what she calls a city council of spirits, each one given a name and assigned a duty, ranging from tunnel guardian to watcher of dripping ceilings. Today's assignment is different. Less inspection and more service, for a section of the main aqueduct just past the Forum Boreum has been temporarily shut for routine scouring, and a team of maintainers, including Quintus, has been scheduled to assist in clearing the buildup of calcified deposits and organic residue from the conduit walls, a process necessary to preserve smooth flow and prevent narrowing of the channel. These scouring sessions occur only a few times each year and always demand both physical endurance and measured precision, as the goal is not to damage the carefully engineered stone lining, but to remove only what must be removed, to scrape just enough without disturbing the harmony between water and wall. After a breakfast of barley mash and dried plum, Quintus gathers his kit: chisels of different lengths, a flat-bristled scrubbing brush, linen gloves soaked in vinegar to soften mineral crust, a bucket of sand for abrasion, his wax tablet, and a flask of diluted wine for hydration, and makes his way toward the assigned section, walking briskly through the city's awakening body. Vendors are already setting up stalls beneath temple steps, unloading baskets of vegetables and heaps of fresh fish still wrapped in damp seaweed, while a group of actors rehearses loudly in the courtyard near a shrine to Apollo, their voices rising and falling like waves, oblivious to the quiet laborers who pass them unnoticed. The entrance to the scouring site lies beneath a small archway flanked by laurel shrubs and marked only by a fading symbol etched into the stone, a circle with 3 drops, the ancient insignia of Rome's water guardians. And upon arrival, Quintus joins 3 others: old Felix, who moves slowly but whose memory for the channel's curves is unmatched; Mira, a sharp-eyed younger woman with arms like carved marble and the temper of a mother hawk; and Cassian, a wiry man with ink-stained fingers who balances this work with his duties as a scroll copyist. Together, they descend into the dry section of the aqueduct, torches in hand, their shadows stretching long against the curved walls of the tunnel, whose surface is slick with years of slow accretion. White and brown layers of calcium, mineral bloom, algae stains, and faint green moss, tracing the bottom edges. Work begins in silence, each of them moving to a designated segment, positioning themselves on low platforms to prevent their feet from disturbing the channel base. And with slow, even pressure, they begin to chip, scrub, and sweep, the sound of tools against stone forming a rough rhythmic harmony: tap, scrape, hiss, brush, pause. The torchlight flickers across glistening surfaces, revealing old tool marks, patches of older repairs, and sections where the original builders left barely perceptible inscriptions. Tiny symbols or notches now interpreted as markers for flow, angles or settling indicators. Quintus works with deliberate focus, pressing the chisel against a thick ridge of buildup, tapping gently until it gives way in flakes that fall with soft plunks into a collecting basin, which Mira then scoops out with a wide-handled ladle. Occasionally they switch tools, stretch backs, sip from their flasks, and exchange quiet words. Not idle chatter, but brief observations about the feel of the stone, the consistency of the deposits, or the strength of the latest torch's flame. Time becomes difficult to measure in the tunnel, for the sun does not touch this space, and only the steady rise and fall of their breathing and the weight of the work mark the passage of hours. Near the midpoint of his segment, Quintus uncovers a small fissure behind a lichen bloom, barely noticeable but enough to note, and carefully marks it with a chalk X before sealing it with repair paste, pressing the compound into place with a gloved thumb and smoothing it into the curve of the wall until it is indistinguishable from the surface. He scribes the incident into his wax tablet and continues. By the time the session ends and the aqueduct section is flushed with a fresh stream of water, the walls gleam more cleanly, the ridges softened, and the surface hums with renewed smoothness. As water rushes over it again, not roaring but flowing with the quiet confidence of balance restored. Emerging back into the light, blinking as their eyes adjust, the team washes their hands and faces at a public basin, the cold water refreshing against the warmth rising from their skin. Felix hums an old Etruscan tune as he wrings out his cloth. Mira jokes about needing a nap beneath a fig tree, and Cassian pulls a bit of chalk from his pouch to sketch a series of lines on a broken tile, thinking aloud about how to describe today's work in verse. Quintus walks home slowly, muscles heavy but calm. The city around him alive with chatter, footsteps, laughter, and the scent of freshly spilled wine from a tavern cart. Livia greets him with a warm cloth and a steaming bowl of vegetable stew, while Lucia insists he examine her newest clay sculpture, a two-headed tortoise with water barrels for legs, which she claims is a tribute to his aqueduct. That evening, as the fire crackles and the last light fades into shadows dancing on the ceiling, Quintus updates his notes one final time, seals the tablet with a gentle press of his thumb, and stretches out on his mat with the comfort of knowing that beneath the surface of the city, the water now runs a little clearer, a little faster, a little freer, because of him, because of hands like his, because in Rome, nothing stays alive without those who love it quietly, consistently, completely. The 29th day rises beneath a sky veiled in soft haze, the early light diffused like milk poured gently across the rooftops, giving the city of Rome a dreamlike glow, where even the roughest bricks seem momentarily smooth and the grime of time takes on the shimmer of history kissed by morning dew. From the first creak of wood as shutters are opened and sandals thump against cobbled streets, the city hums with a familiar rhythm, one that Quintus no longer hears with conscious attention but feels in the bones, in the back of his shoulders, and the soles of his feet, the syncopated beat of a city alive with its own breath, its own memory. Livia stands by the hearth, her sleeves rolled, mixing crushed garlic into a paste for preserving olives, while Lucia sits near the door, building a miniature aqueduct from sticks and mud, humming to herself a tune she claims she learned from the water itself. Today's assignment will take Quintus farther out than usual, beyond the walls past the bustle of the market stalls and the smoke of the tanner's quarter, to a rural segment of the Aqua Traiana where recent rains have caused partial sediment, collapses in the hillside trench that carries the water through olive groves and vineyards, and where caretakers have requested a full inspection and clearance before the next planned irrigation flush. With the day promising warmth, Quintus packs light but thoroughly, shovel, folding pick, small plumb line, levels, a length of tightly wound rope, wax tablet, stylus, and 2 wax-sealed pouches of barley cakes and dried apricots prepared by Livia, who wraps them carefully in cloth and kisses his shoulder before he sets out. The road westward is quiet at this hour, populated mostly by farmers pushing carts of early harvest vegetables or shepherds guiding sleepy flocks. And as he walks, the city gradually recedes behind him like a mountain melting into mist, its distant, domes and arches blurred by the gauze of morning light. The rural path leads him alongside fields damp from recent storms. The 31st day unfolds beneath a sky mottled with high, cotton-thin clouds that stretch lazily across the morning sun, like strands of unspun wool, letting the light filter down, not in blazing brilliance, but in a gentle glow that bathes the rooftops and alleyways of Rome in a color that feels more like memory than morning, soft, golden, and just slightly faded. Quintus awakens before the house fully stirs, drawn not by sound but by that internal clock that has, over the years, aligned itself so completely with the rhythm of the city's pulse that he often finds himself rising just as the first street. Sweepers begin their slow arcs through the markets and the scent of baked millet begins to unfurl from oven vents like a blessing. He sits in silence for a moment, watching the shadows dance on the reed mat as a breeze passes through the shutter slats, then rises, wraps his tunic loosely around him, and steps outside with his tools in hand, deciding not to wait for the official summons that might come hours later. Today's task is self-imposed. A revisit to an older segment of the Aqua Claudia, where the lower channel curves around a municipal granary, a place that once hummed with maintenance activity, but has in recent years received less attention, falling into that quiet category of functioning but not urgent. A label that always leaves Quintus uneasy because he knows that the infrastructure that fails most dramatically is often the infrastructure that has gone too long without human attention. As he walks the fam, their furrows marked with rivulets and patches of standing water that glisten beneath overhanging branches. And the scent in the air is one of turned soil, wet bark, and faint lemon from trees blooming near the edge of a distant villa. The aqueduct trench itself is visible only intermittently, at times running below a ridge or dipping behind a vineyard wall, but he follows its route by instinct and by sighting the occasional inspection stone set into the earth, carved with the three-line mark of the Curatores Aquarum. When he reaches the flagged segment, he finds the trench partially caved along a 10-cubit stretch, the collapse likely caused by both the rains and a heavy cart that had strayed too close to the edge, its wheel marks still visible in the soft earth above. Setting down his tools, Quintus kneels and begins clearing the collapse, first with hands and small picks, gently removing debris without disturbing the channel's internal lining. As the soil peels away, he reveals the narrow conduit beneath, lined with fine stonework, its joints still holding but slick with accumulated runoff, silt, and the residue of spring leaves that have rotted into a soft black sludge. Using his rope and a small bucket, he draws up the loose sediment and pours it into the grass beside him, building a small wall of mud bricks to prevent further erosion. The sun climbs slowly as he works, warming his back and drying the sleeves of his tunic where water had soaked through during his early digging. And by midday the trench is fully cleared, its lining visible once more, smooth and sound, with only a few minor cracks that he seals with a quick blend of mortar pressed in with his fingers and smoothed over with a blade of olive wood. He tests the flow by redirecting a bucket of water from a nearby channel down into the trench, watching it glide through the repaired conduit with steady grace, the thin line of light rippling across its surface like a silver snake winding over stone. Satisfied, he rises, wipes his hands on a cloth, and sits beneath a low olive tree to eat his meal, the barley cakes crumbling in his hands as he watches the distant hills, where faint music drifts from a shepherd's flute, barely audible, beneath the rustle of wind in the leaves. He thinks about how water moves, how it never questions its course, only follows the slope it is given, slipping around obstacles, rising in vapor, falling in rain, returning again and again, and how his life has begun to mirror that flow, not resisting change but moving steadily through the quiet channels of duty and care. As he finishes his apricots and drinks from a clay flask, he pulls out his tablet and writes a full account of the inspection, including notes on the soil composition, slope gradient, and proximity of cart traffic, concluding with a recommendation that boundary stones be reset farther from the edge to avoid future collapses. On the return walk, the day warms further, and bees flit lazily between wildflowers along the roadside, while a group of children splash in a shallow irrigation ditch, laughing as they chase minnows between their toes. By the time he reaches the city gates, the sun is descending, casting long shadows that stretch like soft fingers across the paving stones, and the air smells of roasted garlic and fresh-baked bread as vendors prepare for the evening meal. Livia welcomes him home with a fresh basin of water and a rag to clean his arms, while Lucia presents him with a new figure for his desk, a clay version of himself, standing beside a stick aqueduct, arms crossed like a hero from one of her stories. That evening, as the light dims and the household gathers around a small lamp, Quintus records the day's findings with care, stores his tools beneath the bench, and leans back on his mat, eyes half-lidded, listening to the quiet drip of water. From the cistern outside, the heartbeat of the city he serves, knowing that far beyond the walls in the green-tinged countryside, his work has once again made the path smooth, the water clean, the silence steady. The 30th day dawns gently, with the city still cloaked in a soft gray mist that rises slowly from the riverbanks and curls around the base of temples and aqueduct, pillars like drifting memory, the stones of Rome slick with dew, their edges blurred by the softness of morning, as though the entire metropolis is caught mid-exhale, pausing before the full weight of the day begins. Quintus rises slowly, his body responding with the ease of repetition rather than urgency, each motion a practiced ritual. Folding his mat, dipping a cloth in the water basin to wipe his face, lighting the hearth to warm a small pot of leftover barley stew. The house is quiet, but not silent. Livia hums faintly as she grinds dried coriander into a clay bowl for seasoning, while Lucia sleeps with one arm curled around her latest clay invention, a long-bodied creature with 6 legs and a single eye which she declared to be the guardian of hidden waters. Today's duty is a rare one, not a field inspection or a routine channel clearing, but a ceremonial appearance at the central office of the Curatores Aquarum, where once every month a representative from each maintenance district submits their wax tablets, updates the system records, and more unusually, receives updates on planned changes, upcoming public works, and proposed reroutings that require future inspection. It is a day more of listening than of doing, and though such gatherings can stretch into long hours of sitting and murmured debates among engineers and bureaucrats, Quintus approaches it with the same respect he offers stone and water, because behind the forms and formalities lies the quiet pulse of the system itself, and to ignore it would be to lose touch with the whole. Dressed more carefully than usual, in a tunic only lightly stained by wax and lime and with his tools cleaned and wrapped, he steps into the streets of Rome as they awaken. Merchants unrolling woven mats on which to display their wares, bakers hauling steaming trays to the counters, scribes airing their scrolls to keep them from damp. The air is cool and carries the scent of baking grain, olive smoke, and the distant salt from the port's breeze, a mingling of earth and labor that settles deep into the skin of the city. At the Forum Annex, the hall of the water office is already buzzing, low conversation echoing off the vaulted ceilings, clerks shuffling between rooms, the tap of styluses against wax tablets blending into the rhythm of sandals scuffing marble. Quintus nods to familiar faces. Annius from the Aventine branch with his ever-smudged spectacles, Terentia from the Calian Hill group who always brings a jar of candied figs to share, and finds his seat among the 5th District cohort, placing his satchel at his feet and pulling out his tablet, its surface filled with clean, orderly notations from the last cycle of inspections. As the overseer, a tall man with a thin voice and ink-stained hands begins the proceedings with the ritual invocation to the genius of water and the memory of the original engineers. The hall stills into the hush of quiet reverence, a moment that even the most tired of field workers treat with solemnity. Then come the readings, lists of channels that require reinforcement, gates to be rebuilt, schedules for drought contingency flows, and as names and coordinates are recited, Quintus listens closely, noting the mentions of his assigned segments, updating his margin notes when new measurements are suggested, occasionally raising a hand to clarify a slope ratio or confirm the status of a field report. Hours pass in this steady rhythm, interrupted only by a short recess where figs, cheese, and small cups of sweet wine are passed around on reed trays, and where old colleagues exchange nods or quiet gripes about moss buildup, lazy apprentices, or rumors of a new water wheel being tested near the Janiculum slope. After the final records are sealed and pressed with the office's bronze insignia, Quintus hands over his own tablet, now copied and archived by a clerk with meticulous handwriting, and signs his name in the ledger, an act that never fails, to stir a small sense of legacy in him, for while his name will not outlast the aqueducts, it exists here for now, as part of their living history, with the sun now slanting low through the columns of the Forum, casting everything in gold-edged relief. He steps back out into the city, shoulders lighter, his mind filled with the quiet satisfaction that comes from being part of a system larger than himself, one that endures not through spectacle but through the unnoticed work of many careful hands. On the way home, he pauses at a pottery stall where Lucia once dragged him to admire jars with painted water serpents, and he selects a small one glazed in deep blue, imagining her face lighting up when she sees it. At home, the door opens before he knocks, Livia already knowing his pace, and Lucia squeals with delight at the gift, immediately turning it into a sacred water vessel for her clay creatures to protect. Dinner is simple: boiled lentils, sautéed greens and honeyed nuts saved for special evenings, eaten slowly as the sky darkens and the first stars appear in the slice of night visible through the window. That night, by the flicker of oil light, Quintus cleans his tools not out of necessity, but as a kind of meditation, each wipe of cloth across metal, another wordless thank you to the materials that accompany his every task. When he finally lays down, the city hums quietly around him. The wind in the shutters, the drip of water in the cistern, the footsteps of someone passing by. And beneath it all, deep and constant, the slow, steady whisper of water moving through stone, past brick under tile, toward thirsty mouths and growing roots, tended by men like him who ask nothing more than to keep it flowing, one quiet day at a time. Illier path, passing early risers unloading firewood, two boys racing olive pits down, the gutter stream, a baker leaning out a window to call down prices. He feels the comfort of habit in each step, the way the city opens slowly before him like a scroll being unrolled, the day's story not yet told, but waiting. The granary district is quiet at this hour, the large wooden doors of the grain houses still closed, the air carrying the scent of dry wheat and warm stone, and the aqueduct section in question rests beneath a short retaining wall and behind, a row of stacked amphorae mostly hidden unless one knows precisely where to look. He kneels, rolls up his sleeves, and runs his hand along the rim of the channel, feeling not just for moisture or cracks, but for temperature, for vibration, for that subtle hum that well-flowing water carries, like the low murmur of a thoughtful conversation. The stone here is older, darker with age and mineral seep, and though the joints remain largely intact, there is a faint sag in the wall, nothing dangerous yet, but enough to suggest that the earth beneath may have shifted slightly, perhaps due to the weight of new storage carts or from rainwater redirecting its path through the underlayers. Using his pick, he gently chips away at a patch of crusted buildup, revealing the true edge of the stone lip, then sets his level and confirms, a downward slant of 2 degrees more than designed, not yet catastrophic but more than enough to warrant future concern. He makes a note in his wax tablet, sketching the slope and calculating the pressure shift, then carefully begins cleaning the sediment buildup that's begun to narrow the channel, not rushing, not scraping harshly, but methodically, using bristle, brush and vinegar cloth, sweeping in long, even motions that leave the surface clear, but not stripped. As he works, a small group of dock workers pause on their way past, watching silently for a moment before offering a nod, not out of curiosity but in recognition, as if to say, yes, someone is still watching, still tending, still caring. By midday, the channel is clean, the buildup removed, and the crack along the seam sealed with paste pressed gently into place using a shaped wedge of cedar. He runs a small flow test, redirecting a trickle from an overflow basin and watching as it travels smoothly along the cleared path, no stutters or surges, just a clean, silent glide. Sitting back on his heels, Quintus takes a slow breath and allows himself a rare moment of stillness, listening not to the city above, but to the channel below, the rhythmic passage of water in motion, purposeful, calm, a reminder that most of Rome's power lies in its invisibles, the systems beneath, the channels behind, the people who keep the foundation quietly intact. He takes out his meal, a folded wrap of bread and lentils that Livia had prepared even without knowing what assignment the day might hold, and eats slowly, watching a line of ants navigate a crack in the stone, each one moving with such purpose that he wonders if they too follow some ancient blueprint only they understand. As the sun shifts and casts sharper shadows through the granary eaves, he replaces his tools, brushes the dust from his knees, and walks slowly back through the side streets, passing now bustling stalls and homes where curtains sway in the breeze, the city now in full voice. At home, Livia greets him with her usual knowing smile, as if she expected him to take such an unassigned journey, and Lucia presents him with a fresh drawing, a stylized map of Rome with imaginary water monsters, guarding each aqueduct and a stick figure version of her father, holding a magical wrench. That evening, as the sun lowers and long threads of orange and violet stretch across the sky, they eat together, boiled greens, pickled onions, warm barley stew, and as the oil lamp is lit and shadows grow long against the wall, Quintus updates his tablet, places it beside the others in their neatly stacked shelf, and lies down to sleep with the faint sound of water echoing in his memory, not rushing, not roaring, just flowing onward, always onward, as constant and quiet as breath. The 32nd day emerges under a silvery veil of drizzle that falls like a whisper across the rooftops of Rome, the kind of gentle, persistent rain that soaks into tunics and stone alike without hurry or malice, softening the sounds of the city until everything is muffled beneath a wet hush. The creaking of wooden carts becomes subdued. The calls of street vendors are gentler, and even the footsteps of patrolling soldiers seem to fade into the rhythm of the droplets as they patter against tiles, gutters, and the wide leaves of garden laurels. Quintus awakens to the familiar, earthy scent of rain-soaked brick, mingled with the faint perfume of lavender from the bundle Livia tucked near the hearth, her way of keeping the air fresh even when the fire has gone out overnight. He lies for a moment, not reluctant to rise, but content to watch the flickering shadows cast by rainlight through the open shutter, each droplet refracting light onto the opposite wall in irregular patterns, as if the house were dreaming. Livia moves quietly about, wrapping a wool shawl around her shoulders as she checks the small clay pots lining the window ledge where she has planted garlic and mustard greens, while Lucia lies on her stomach drawing new aqueduct beasts, with charcoal onto scraps of discarded parchment. Today she has invented a flying lizard that delivers water to people too lazy to walk to the public fountains. Today's assignment sends Quintus not into the hills or beneath the streets, but to a special chamber beneath the Temple of Minerva, a narrow subterranean vault known only to a few city engineers, where several aqueducts intersect, and where a mechanical gate, one of the earliest of its kind in Rome, redirects flow between sacred and civic systems in times of ceremony, drought, or festival. The gate, forged generations ago by hands long returned to dust, has shown signs of stiffness in its movement, reported by a temple attendant who noticed the ritual basin took twice as long to fill last week, an observation likely ignored by priests but noted and passed quietly through the ranks of the waterkeepers until it found its way to Quintus, whose knowledge of both ancient design and the newer calibration tools made him the most trusted choice for such a task. He prepares carefully, wrapping his chisels in cloth, packing the copper alloy leveler, brass pressure markers, a small oil lamp, cloths soaked in ox bile for cleaning residue, and a scroll containing the partial schematic of the gate system, transcribed from the old Vitruvian tablets stored in the engineer's library. The path to the temple winds through a neighborhood of scribes and papyrus sellers, where shutters hang low over walkways and water drips steadily from corners, forming rivulets that carry with them the smell of ink, aged parchment, and damp wool. By the time he reaches the great stone steps of the temple, the drizzle has lightened, becoming a mere shimmer in the air, and the entrance guards, familiar with his face, allow him entry with a nod. He descends into the lower level via a winding staircase carved from volcanic tuff, the walls cold and damp to the touch, lined with niches that once held sacred relics, but now store maintenance tools and clay jars of spare hinge grease. The gate chamber lies beneath a mosaic floor depicting Minerva flanked by owls and laurels, and though the room is not grand, it is deeply respected, for here the divine and practical merge, where water from the aqua marcia must be rerouted through a sacred basin and filtered through limestone beds before being used in ceremonial rites. Quintus kneels at the control basin, examining the gate, its lever now resistant, the channel stiff with accumulated mineral residue, the guiding stone slightly dislodged. He begins with silence, first observing, then touching lightly with the tips of his fingers, feeling for vibrations or subtle shifts, then lifting his lamp to illuminate the fine edge of the copper mechanism, tarnished, but still true. He oils. The joints uses a soft bristle brush to clear the limestone bloom, then slowly applies pressure to the lever until the gate begins to turn, groaning softly at first, then easing into smoother motion like a shoulder finally released from strain. He tests the redirection sequence by triggering a manual flow from the overhead feeder, watching the water divert precisely into the intended side chamber, its surface rippling cleanly. No eddies or disruptions, only the soft susurration of moving current in a sacred place. Satisfied, he records the adjustment in his wax tablet, then pauses before leaving, placing his palm against the warm copper plate set into the stone wall, an old tradition among aqueduct workers when finishing a repair in a consecrated space, not religious exactly but respectful, acknowledging the continuity between those who built and those who maintain. Emerging back into the daylight, now filtered through brightening clouds and the scent of wet laurel, he stops at a street stall to purchase 3 honey cakes wrapped in fig leaves, one for Livia, one for Lucia, and one for himself, which he eats slowly as he walks home past steaming bathhouses, bustling bakeries, and the clatter of new roof tiles being hammered into place by a team of young workers who wave to him with dusty hands. At home, Lucia presents him with a drawing of the Temple of Minerva redrawn as a giant beast with water flowing from its mouth, and Livia offers him a warm towel and a knowing smile, asking simply, "Did it move smoothly again?" To which he nods. That evening, as the mist finally lifts and stars emerge one by one over the city, Quintus lights a small lamp by his desk and transcribes the day's work into his record scroll with deliberate strokes, each letter a quiet echo of motion restored, of sacred and civic balance reaffirmed beneath the feet of a city that never stops drinking from the ancient veins carved by those long gone and kept flowing by hands like his, unseen but constant, silent but essential. The 34th day unfurls under a pale sky brushed with thin streaks of ivory clouds, the kind that catch and scatter the early morning sun in subtle gradients, giving the waking city a porcelain hue, where rooftops appear dusted in pearl and the columns of old temples glow like ancient bones held gently in the hands of light. Rome, in this quiet hour, moves not with urgency but with gentle intention, as though the very stones are stretching from their long night of rest. And in the modest home where Quintus resides with Livia and Lucia, the rhythms of morning unfold, like they have for years, silent gestures and small tasks that need no instruction. The faint crackle of the hearth fire coming back to life mingles with the sound of water dripping into a clay basin from a small leak in the ceiling that only appears during the early spring rains. And Livia stands near the window, brushing her hair with a carved olive wood comb while humming an old song her grandmother once taught her, a tune that winds and weaves like ivy around memory. Lucia, already awake and wrapped in her oversized woolen shawl, crouches beside her miniature city of clay figures, rearranging them after declaring in a very serious voice that a water rebellion had broken out during the night among her statues and must now be resolved diplomatically. Quintus smiles quietly at the domestic theater, but his mind is already moving through the day's upcoming task, an overdue inspection of the overflow basin near the base of the Janiculum Hill, where runoff from multiple aqueducts converges before being redirected toward lesser channels that feed garden irrigation systems, animal troughs, and low-pressure street fountains on the city's western fringe. The basin is an essential yet often overlooked structure, buried beneath layers of garden paths and tree roots, its function so constant and reliable that most forget it exists at all, until it doesn't work. Today, Quintus will go alone, not because help isn't available, but because the kind of work required, listening for subtle leaks, tracing uneven echo patterns, sensing faint temperature variations in stone, is something best done without distraction, with ears tuned to the voice of water, which only speaks clearly to those who approach it in silence. Equipped with his wax tablet, a thin-bladed trowel, sound rod, dampness gauge, a torch sealed in a glass casing, and a flask of vinegar water, he sets out into the city that now hums with its usual blend of activity. Children chasing pigeons through colonnades, merchants shouting about fresh dates, sandals slapping on stones still slick from the night's dew, and the rhythmic clang of a blacksmith's hammer echoing faintly from across the Tiber. As he climbs the gentle slope of the Janiculum, he passes gardens heavy with new green growth, vines curling across trellises, fig leaves unfurling with glossy defiance, and rows of herbs releasing their fragrance with every shift of breeze. When he reaches the unassuming stone hatch nestled beside a mossy retaining wall, he kneels and unseals it with the practiced care of someone who has done it dozens of times before, lifting it to reveal the descending steps carved directly into the rock, each one slightly uneven from centuries of water-slicked use. The air inside the basin chamber is cool and damp, laced with the earthy scent of mineral water and age-old lichen, and as he descends, The walls flicker with reflected light from the torch, casting pale ripples that seem to move of their own accord. At the base, the basin stretches out in an oval depression lined with polished stone, its channels feeding off in carefully angled offshoots, most of them now quiet with minimal flow. Quintus moves slowly along the edge, tapping gently with his sound rod, listening for inconsistencies, the way a stutter in the echo might hint at a hollow beneath the surface, or how a sharper tone could mean a hairline crack leaking beneath sight. He kneels at one corner and places his hand flat against the stone, feeling the slight tremor that comes when a secondary pipe sends a sudden surge through a junction not meant to carry such pressure, a sign that the upper gate needs adjusting to redistribute flow. Taking out his trowel, he scrapes back a thin line of mineral crust near the junction and finds what he expected. A minor buildup narrowing the passage, enough to slow the drainage, just enough to cause the lower levels to take on excess load. He clears it with careful, quiet movements, then tests the basin again by triggering a small pulse from the reserve channel above using a weighted valve line, watching as water surges, swirls, and exits in an even, healthy spiral. No backing, no delay. For a moment, he simply sits there, watching the water move through a space that no one else will likely see this month. Water that will later be drawn into garden fountains and roadside troughs, welcomed by thirsty passers-by or patted onto the necks of working oxen. He takes a long sip from his flask, updates his wax tablet with the time, condition, and precise adjustments made, then climbs back into the world of sun and green, sealing the hatch behind him with its iron clasp and brushing moss gently over it once again, preserving the quiet secret of its presence. On the way home, he stops at a modest bakery to collect a loaf still warm from the oven, its crust dusted with rosemary and salt, and picks up a handful of cherries from a passing cart after the vendor calls out a special price for a man who looks like he knows the way of the underground. At home, Lucia is outside drawing water monsters in chalk along the garden stones and announces that today her city had a peaceful solution, while Livia sets the bread on the table and drizzles it with a spoonful of honey she'd been saving for the right moment. That evening, after supper is eaten and the hearth is low, Quintus once again lights the oil lamp and records the details of the day's visit, each stroke of his stylus steady, deliberate, and respectful, because no matter how hidden or mundane the task may seem, every stone sealed, every flow corrected, every channel cleared is another note in the long, slow symphony of Rome's unseen heartbeat, a sound that only men like him are privileged to hear and to keep. The 35th day dawns with a muted light filtering through the mist that still clings to the cobblestones of Rome's quieter districts, wrapping the city in a soft veil that blurs edges and dulls sounds, making even the most familiar alleys seem new and slightly distant. Like a dream half remembered upon waking, Quintus rises slowly beneath this gentle morning hush, the chill of the damp air creeping through the open window and stirring the heavy curtains as he stretches and slips into his tunic, the fabric cool against his skin. In the modest kitchen, Livia tends the fire with practiced hands, coaxing smoke from the hearth and setting a small pot of spelt to simmer with honey and dried figs, filling the air with an earthy sweetness that mingles with the faint scent of fresh basil drying nearby. Lucia, already awake, sits cross-legged on the earthen floor, carefully shaping a new clay figure, a creature with the head of a goat and the body of a fish, that she insists will guard the city's water gates, and she looks up occasionally to watch her father prepare for the day. Today's assignment will take Quintus to one of the oldest cisterns beneath the Capitoline Hill, a vast subterranean chamber constructed centuries ago to store and regulate the flow of water from multiple aqueducts before its distribution into the city's network. This particular cistern, known only to a few as the Piscina Mirabilis of Rome, has recently exhibited signs of unusual dampness along its vaulted ceilings and a slight drop in water pressure reported by several districts downstream, leading the Curatores Aquarum to dispatch Quintus to investigate and confirm the condition of the stonework and the integrity of the distribution gates. With his wax tablet, lead-lined measuring rods, a compact oil lamp, lime wash for sealing, and a small toolkit wrapped carefully in cloth, Quintus sets out as dawn transitions into a pale morning, stepping softly through streets still waking to the stir of merchants arranging stalls and children chasing one another around the fountain near the forum. The air is crisp, carrying the mingled scents of fresh bread and river mist. And as he approaches the massive basalt steps leading into the Cisterns' entrance, he is greeted by a cool draft that hints at the cavernous space below, a reminder that beneath the city's sunlit surface lies a labyrinth of hidden chambers and silent flows. Descending the broad stairs, each step echoing softly against stone, Quintus enters the great chamber where the air is thick with humidity, and the walls, carved with precise engineering, rise in graceful arches to a vaulted ceiling lost in shadow. The water within is deep and still, reflecting torchlight like liquid glass, and the subtle sound of dripping somewhere far above adds to the timeless atmosphere. He moves carefully along the edge of the basin, running his hand along the smooth stone, inspecting each joint and corner for signs of seepage, cracks, or mineral decay. At one distribution gate, he notices a faint discoloration, a thin streak of dampness where mortar has worn thin, and nearby, a slight bulge in the wall suggests pressure against the stone from behind. Kneeling, he sets about clearing accumulated silt and mineral deposits, applying lime wash carefully to seal the vulnerable spots, while making detailed notes on the strength and elasticity of the gate's hinges and seals. The task is slow, demanding patience and precision, for the structure's stability depends not only on the solidity of stone but on the seamless balance of pressure and flow, and any misstep could risk flooding the chamber or starving distant fountains. After several hours of steady work, testing valves and listening to the hum of water through copper pipes, Quintus steps back and allows the system to settle, observing the subtle changes in sound and movement as flow returns to equilibrium. Satisfied, he records his observations with a careful hand, marking areas for future attention and noting that overall the cistern remains in excellent condition, a testament to the enduring craft of Rome's original builders and the care of those who maintain their legacy. Emerging from the cool, damp chamber into the fresh afternoon light, Quintus breathes deeply of the city's scents, the warmth of sun-baked stone, the faint tang of herbs drying on windowsills, the distant laughter of children playing near the aqueduct arches, and feels the steady weight of his day's labor settle into quiet pride. On his way home, he stops briefly at a bakery, purchasing a small loaf of fragrant rye bread wrapped in cloth, and exchanges nods with a group of stone masons repairing a nearby wall, their hands calloused and faces streaked with dust but eyes bright with shared purpose. At home, Livia greets him with a soft smile and a bowl of lentil stew thick with garlic and herbs, while Lucia rushes forward waving her new clay guardian, declaring it ready to defend the water gates from all manner of unseen threats. As evening descends and the fire casts dancing shadows upon the walls, the household gathers in quiet warmth, the sounds of simmering broth and soft laughter blending with the distant murmur of flowing water that underpins the city's constant, unseen heartbeat. That night, as Quintus lies back on his mat, the memory of stone and water, of steady hands and enduring craft, settles over him like a gentle tide, carrying him into sleep as smooth and uninterrupted as the aqueducts that course beneath Rome's ancient streets. The 36th day unfolds beneath a sky softened by the early haze of dawn, the kind of morning light that filters through high clouds like thin parchment stretched across the heavens, lending the city a muted, almost reverent glow, where shadows are long but gentle, and the scent of damp earth mingles with the faint aroma of baking bread and fresh herbs from open windows. Quintus awakens before the city stirs, the quiet stillness pressing softly against the walls of his modest home, where the coals from last night's hearth have nearly cooled, and Livia moves with deliberate calm, filling a small clay jug with warm water for the morning wash, her breath a steady rhythm that matches the slow pulse of the city awakening beyond the shuttered window. Lucia, already dressed in a coarse linen tunic, plays quietly with her collection of clay figures, arranging them in small groups along the stone floor and inventing stories about their secret lives, stories filled with hidden rivers, guardian spirits and silent currents flowing beneath the city's feet. Today, Quintus's duties will take him to a section of the Aqua Appia, the oldest of Rome's aqueducts, which runs largely underground through narrow tunnels carved from tufa and volcanic rock, its channels ancient and often fragile, demanding a careful touch and an attentive eye. Reports from the water inspectors have noted a slight discoloration in the water drawn from one of the public fountains fed by the Aqua Appia, as well as a subtle but consistent drop in flow rate during the afternoon hours, a combination that suggests possible intrusion of surface water or the early stages of channel collapse somewhere along its subterranean path. Quintus prepares for the inspection with the customary care, gathering his tools. A slender iron probe bent at one end for scraping, a wax tablet for recording observations, a small oil lamp encased in bronze, a water tester vial, and a folded linen cloth, and sets out into the cool morning, his steps echoing softly on the stone pavements as the city slowly brightens with the rising sun. The path to the Aqua Appia entrance is a winding journey through narrow streets and under low archways, past the noisy markets where vendors arrange olives and cheese into neat piles and call out their wares, past the bathhouses where steam curls lazily into the air, and past old men sitting on stoops sipping watered wine and watching the day begin. At the designated inspection site, a small stone opening partially concealed by creeping ivy and flanked by crumbling brickwork, Quintus carefully removes the heavy slab that covers the access tunnel, revealing a narrow, dark corridor that descends into the earth, its walls slick with moisture and time. Lighting his oil lamp, he enters with measured steps, the air growing cooler and thicker as he moves deeper, the sound of dripping water and distant echoes accompanying his progress. Within the tunnel, the channel runs straight and true, its carefully cut stones worn smooth by centuries of flowing water. Yet here and there, patches of mineral buildup and small cracks testify to the relentless passage of time and the subtle shifts in earth and stone beneath the city. Quintus kneels to inspect a particularly suspect section, where the water's color shows a faint tinge of muddiness, and where the channel's edge has begun to crumble, exposing patches of old mortar now soft and powdery. Using his iron probe, he carefully scrapes away loose debris, collects a sample of the water for later analysis, and runs his fingers along the stone to check for further weakening. His findings confirm a minor breach in the outer channel lining where surface water has begun to seep through cracks from the ground above, a problem that, if left unchecked, could worsen during the rainy season and lead to greater erosion or contamination. Quintus marks the area with a small, discreet chalk cross, notes the GPS coordinates and the extent of the damage in his wax tablet, and seals the fragile section temporarily with a mixture of lime paste and crushed tile powder, smoothing it carefully to blend with the original stonework. He tests the flow by releasing a small volume of water from an upstream valve, watching the clear current course steadily through the repaired section without pooling or discoloration. The work is slow and demanding, requiring patience and a light touch. But Quintus takes comfort in the rhythm of the task, the way the ancient stones seem to respond to his careful ministrations like an old friend, welcoming a healing hand. After several hours, he ascends from the tunnel back into the bright afternoon light, blinking against the sudden glare, and pauses for a moment to breathe deeply the mingled scents of baking bread, fresh herbs, and river water that swirl around the city's streets. The return walk is peaceful, filled with the steady pulse of daily life, the laughter of children chasing each other near a fountain, the rhythmic pounding of a cobbler's hammer, the soft chatter of women carrying water jars balanced on their heads, and Quintus feels the weight of his work settle into quiet satisfaction, knowing that his hands have once again preserved the lifeblood of Rome's vast and intricate system. At home, Livia awaits him with warm bread and a bowl of lentil soup seasoned with garlic and coriander, while Lucia proudly presents her latest clay creation, a small winged fish with shimmering scales made of crushed blue glass, and insists that it will watch over their house to keep the water flowing. The evening passes in gentle companionship, the fire casting flickering shadows across the walls as they share stories and laughter, the city outside slowly falling into the peaceful hush of night. When the house is quiet, Quintus cleans his tools by lamplight, arranges his notes carefully among the others, and lies down upon his mat, his body tired but content. As sleep claims him, the steady murmur of water flowing beneath the cities stones fills his ears, a constant, unending melody that carries him gently into dreams. The silent promise of flow and renewal beneath Rome's ancient feet. The 37th day dawns softly over Rome, wrapped in a pale mist that clings to the city's ancient stones and veils the bustling streets in a quiet, silver haze, transforming familiar sights into ghostly silhouettes and lending a serene stillness to the world before the sun fully asserts itself. Quintus awakens to this muted morning, the faint drip of water from the clay roof tiles above mingling with the distant crowing of roosters and the subtle stirrings of the household. Livia is already awake, tending to the hearth with careful hands, stirring a thick pot of boiled spelt sweetened with honey, while Lucia lies nestled beneath a woolen blanket, clutching a small clay amphora that she declares to be the guardian of the city's secret springs. Today's duty leads Quintus to one of the more delicate and hidden parts of the aqueduct system. The network of subterranean settling basins beneath the Aventine Hill, designed centuries ago to filter silt and impurities from the waters before they reach the city's public fountains and private baths. Recent reports have noted slight discoloration and occasional sediment deposits in the public fountains fed by this branch, indicating that the settling basins may require cleaning or repair. Quintus prepares for the inspection with his usual meticulous care, gathering his tools: a small oil lamp enclosed in bronze, a set of measuring rods, brushes with stiff bristles, a soft scraper, a wax tablet for notes, and a flask of diluted vinegar for cleaning mineral deposits, and sets off through the mist-wreathed streets, the cool air crisp with the scent of damp earth and blooming rosemary. The path to the Aventine is quiet at this hour, with only the occasional passerby. Vendors opening their stalls, early laborers heading to their posts, and children chasing one another with laughter muffled by the fog. Arriving at the concealed entrance near a nondescript stone archway, partially hidden behind a hedge of flowering jasmine, Quintus carefully lifts the heavy iron grate covering the access shaft and descends the narrow spiral staircase he knows so well, the air growing cooler and heavier with each step. At the base, the vaulted chamber opens wide, its walls lined with smooth stone blocks and its floor covered in shallow pools, where water moves with slow, deliberate grace. The settling basins are a marvel of ancient engineering, long channels where sediment is allowed to settle naturally, leaving cleaner water to continue its journey through the city's veins, and Quintus moves through them with reverence, running, his hands along the worn stone, brushing away thin films of algae and mineral buildup and carefully scraping deposits that threaten to impede the flow. The work is delicate and slow, each scrape measured to avoid damaging the ancient stone, each brush stroke gentle enough to preserve the subtle balance between nature and engineering. Throughout the chamber, the soft gurgle of water mingles with the distant drip of condensation and the faint rustle of his own movements, creating a peaceful symphony of sound that soothes and focuses the mind. After hours of steady work, Quintus inspects the flow with his measuring rods and confirms that the water now runs clearer and smoother, the sediment well managed, and the gates, regulating flow, functioning smoothly. He makes detailed notes on his wax tablet, recording measurements, observations, and recommendations for minor repairs to the mortar joints where moisture has caused slight erosion. Emerging from the chamber into the now brightening daylight, Quintus takes a moment to breathe deeply. The fresh air tinged with jasmine and wet stone, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction that comes from tending to a system as ancient as the city itself, a living testament to Rome's enduring legacy. On his way home, he pauses briefly at a vendor's stall to purchase a small bundle of fresh figs and a loaf of spiced bread, exchanging quiet greetings with the seller before continuing through the bustling streets where the city now hums with the energy of midday. Returning to the warm embrace of his home, he is met by Livia's gentle smile and the excited chatter of Lucia, who proudly shows him her latest clay creation, a figure she calls the river spirit, adorned with painted blue scales and golden eyes. As evening falls and the household settles into its routine, Quintus records the day's work by lamplight, the flickering glow casting dancing shadows on the walls, and lies down on his mat with a calm heart, the steady murmur of water flowing beneath the city weaving a lullaby that carries him into restful sleep, ready to greet another day of quiet stewardship beneath Rome's timeless stones. The 38th day dawns gently over Rome, wrapped in a soft mist that clings to the city's ancient stones like a delicate veil, softening the sharp edges of buildings and turning the familiar streets into a muted tapestry of shadow and light, where the sound of footsteps is swallowed by the quiet hush of early morning. Quintus awakens to this serene world, the scent of damp earth and blooming rosemary weaving through the open shutters, mingling with the faint crackle of embers still glowing softly in the hearth. Livia moves quietly about the house, tending to a pot of barley porridge sweetened with honey and fresh figs, her movements deliberate and calm, while Lucia, wrapped in a woolen shawl, is already seated by the window, arranging her collection of clay figures with serious care, assigning each a role in the imaginary water guardianship she has invented. Today's task calls Quintus to a lesser-known but vital portion of the aqueduct system, the subterranean conduits beneath the Esquiline Hill, where several ancient channels converge and where recent surveys have indicated slight shifts in the stone lining, likely caused by settling soil and the steady passage of water over centuries. Equipped with his standard tools, wax tablet, oil lamp, iron probe, measuring rod, and brushes, Quintus makes his way through the awakening city, passing bakers setting out fresh loaves, vendors arranging herbs and vegetables, and early risers exchanging greetings in quiet alleys. Arriving at the concealed entrance near a small shrine tucked behind a row of ivy-covered houses, he carefully removes the stone slab covering the access shaft and descends the narrow steps into the cool, dimly lit tunnel below. The air inside is thick with moisture and the faint scent of mineral deposits, and as Quintus moves carefully through the winding channel, the soft sound of flowing water echoes gently against the stone walls. He pauses frequently, running his hands along the channel's edges, inspecting each joint and seam for cracks or erosion, using his iron probe to gently test suspect areas, and brushing away algae and sediment buildup with meticulous care. In one section, he discovers a slight displacement where a stone has shifted enough to cause a minor disruption in flow, creating a small pool where sediment is beginning to collect. Carefully, Quintus pries the stone loose, resets it firmly into place, and fills the gaps with a mixture of lime paste and crushed brick powder, smoothing the surface until it matches the surrounding stonework. He notes the repair in his wax tablet, adding precise measurements and observations for future monitoring. The work is slow and exacting, each movement deliberate to avoid damaging the ancient structure, and as hours pass, Quintus feels a deep connection to the unseen currents flowing beneath the city, a silent lifeblood that has sustained Rome for centuries, and that he, in his quiet way, helps to preserve. After completing the inspection, he ascends back into the sunlight, the fresh air and sounds of the city enveloping him like a warm embrace. On the walk home, he pauses at a market stall to purchase fresh figs and a small loaf of bread, exchanging friendly words with the vendor before continuing through the bustling streets now alive with the sounds of daily commerce and conversation. Returning to the comfort of his home, he is greeted by Livia's warm smile and the bright laughter of Lucia, who proudly shows him her newest clay figure, a guardian spirit with wings spread wide and eyes painted bright blue. As evening falls, the family gathers around the hearth to share a simple meal of lentils, roasted vegetables, and warm bread, the firelight flickering softly against the walls. Later, as the house quiets and the night deepens, Quintus records the day's work by the flickering lamp, his hand steady as he transcribes observations and plans, before laying down to rest with the gentle murmur of water flowing beneath the city's stones echoing in his ears, a constant and comforting presence that carries him into peaceful sleep, ready to face the tasks of another day beneath Rome's timeless heart. The 39th day begins with the pale light of dawn, creeping softly through the narrow windows of Rome's winding streets, casting long, muted shadows across the weathered stone and worn cobbles that have borne the footsteps of countless generations. And as the city stirs gently awake, the air carries the subtle fragrance of damp earth mingled with the faint sweetness of blooming rosemary and the distant aroma of fresh bread baking in the ovens of nearby bakeries. Quintus rises before the household fully stirs, feeling the familiar quiet weight of responsibility settle over his shoulders as he prepares for another day tending to the unseen veins of water that pulse beneath the city's surface, the lifeblood of Rome itself. He dresses carefully, wrapping his worn tunic about him and securing his tools, wax tablet, iron probe, measuring rods, brushes and a small oil lamp within his leather satchel. The sounds of the house softly blending with the awakening chorus outside. The low murmur of vendors setting up their stalls, the clatter of carts rolling over uneven stones, and the distant laughter of children chasing one another near a public fountain. Today's assignment will take Quintus to a stretch of the Aqua Virgo, the aqueduct famed for its clear, cool water and its engineering marvels, particularly the network of subterranean channels running beneath the campus marches, feeding numerous fountains and baths that serve the city's populace. Recent reports have indicated an unusual drop in water pressure at several points along this route, suggesting a possible partial blockage or structural weakness in the channel's lining. Problems that, if left unchecked, could threaten the flow to some of Rome's most frequented public spaces. With a steady gait and a keen eye, Quintus makes his way through the bustling streets, weaving past market sellers calling out their wares, shoemakers sharpening blades, and scholars hastening toward the libraries, the pulse of the city around him both comforting and invigorating. At the discreet access point beneath a modest archway near the edge of the forum, Quintus carefully lifts the heavy stone slab covering the entrance to the aqueduct tunnel, the cool air from below brushing against his face like a whisper as he descends the narrow steps into the subterranean passage. The tunnel walls are slick with moisture, the stone carved with ancient precision and worn smooth by the ceaseless flow of water and the passage of countless hands that have come before him, each a guardian of this hidden artery. Lighting his oil lamp, Quintus advances slowly, his footsteps muffled by the dampness, his eyes scanning the channel's edges for irregularities, the faintest signs of mineral buildup, cracks, or seepage. As he moves deeper, the sound of flowing water fills the space, a steady, soothing murmur that underscores the life coursing beneath the city's bustling streets. At a junction where several channels converge, Quintus notices a faint discoloration in the water and a slight pooling, evidence of a narrowing in the passage. Investigating further, he discovers a substantial accumulation of mineral deposits and organic matter lodged against a supporting pillar, partially obstructing the flow. With careful hands, he begins the slow process of clearing the blockage, using his iron probe and brushes to gently scrape away the hardened buildup, mindful not to damage the ancient stonework. Hours pass as he works steadily, the flickering, lamp casting dancing shadows on the walls, the cool air thick with the scent of wet stone and moss. Once the obstruction is removed, Quintus tests the flow by releasing a controlled volume of water from upstream, watching as the current surges smoothly through the cleared passage, rippling with renewed strength and clarity. Satisfied, he seals minor cracks with a lime-based mortar, smoothing it carefully to blend seamlessly with the existing structure, and records detailed notes of his inspection and repairs on his wax tablet, ensuring that future maintainers will know the condition of this vital section. Emerging from the tunnel into the bright afternoon sun, Quintus breathes deeply the city's vibrant air, the mingled scents of fresh herbs, baked bread, and the distant hum of voices, feeling the quiet pride of a craftsman whose work, though unseen by most, sustains the life and beauty of Rome. On his way home, he stops at a vendor selling figs and olives, exchanging pleasantries and purchasing a small bundle for his family, the warmth of the afternoon sun easing the weariness in his limbs. At home, Livia awaits with a welcoming smile and a bowl of hearty stew, while Lucia bursts forward with a new clay creation, a dragon with scales of blue and silver, protector of the city's waters, that she insists must be placed on the windowsill to guard their home. As dusk settles and the household gathers by the hearth, the flickering firelight dances across the walls, and Quintus records the day's events with careful, deliberate strokes, his mind settling into the quiet contentment of a day well spent. As he lies down upon his mat, the soft murmur of water flowing beneath the city weaves through his thoughts, a constant, soothing presence that carries him gently into sleep, ready to embrace the steady rhythm of another day beneath Rome's enduring stones. The 40th day dawns with a soft, pearly light filtering through the morning mist that lingers like a delicate veil over the sprawling city of Rome, casting the ancient stones and terracotta roofs in muted hues of gray and gold, and imbuing the narrow streets and wide forums alike with an ethereal calm that seems to momentarily pause the endless bustle of urban life. Quintus wakes to the gentle patter of early rain against the wooden shutters of his modest home, the cool air carrying the faint scent of wet earth and crushed herbs from the garden just beyond the threshold. While inside, Livia moves quietly, about tending a small fire beneath a pot of barley gruel sweetened with honey and fresh figs, her movements precise and unhurried as she prepares the household for the day. Lucia, already awake despite the soft morning, crouches by the window absorbed in her clay creations, a miniature assembly of water spirits and river guardians, their forms shaped with care and painted in subtle shades of blue and green, as if imbued with the very essence of the life-giving currents that flow beneath the city. Today, Quintus is tasked with an inspection of a crucial pressure regulation chamber situated near the Janiculum Hill, where several of Rome's aqueduct branches converge and are managed through a series of carefully engineered valves and settling tanks designed to balance the flow and maintain the delicate equilibrium that keeps water moving steadily to the city's fountains, baths, and private households. Equipped with his usual assortment of tools, a well-worn wax tablet for recording observations, a small oil lamp enclosed in bronze to withstand dampness, a set of measuring rods, an iron probe for scraping deposits, and cloths soaked in diluted vinegar for cleaning mineral buildup, Quintus sets out into the damp morning, stepping carefully through the slick, rain-darkened streets that glisten under the faint morning light. The air is thick with the mingled scents of damp stone, baking bread wafting from ovens opening early, and the sharp tang of crushed herbs being sold at the market stalls already coming to life, while the city's usual chorus of sounds, the clatter of carts, the calls of vendors, the laughter of children, emerges gradually through the mist. Approaching the Janiculum slope, Quintus follows a familiar path lined with ancient cypress trees, their dark needles glistening with moisture, and notes the soft rustle of leaves stirred by a gentle breeze that carries the distant murmur of the Tiber River below. Near the designated inspection site, a modest stone structure nestled between two ancient olive trees, he pauses to study the heavy iron gate guarding the entrance to the subterranean chamber, the metalwork dulled by time but still sturdy and strong, and carefully lifts the grate with practiced hands, the hinges creaking softly as he descends the steps into the cool, shadowed interior. Inside, the chamber is vast and vaulted, the stone walls lined with the marks of centuries of water flowing steadily through carefully designed channels and settling basins, while the steady drip of moisture echoes softly like a gentle heartbeat. Quintus moves with deliberate care, running his fingers along the walls to detect any areas weakened by time or erosion, inspecting the valves and seals for signs of leakage or calcification, and using his probe and cloths to clear away patches of mineral buildup that threaten to impede the flow. In one section, he discovers a slight seep near a critical valve, barely perceptible but enough to cause a gradual loss of pressure downstream, and methodically applies a patch of lime and crushed tile powder, smoothing it into place to reinforce the vulnerable joint. He then tests the flow using measured releases from upstream gates, watching closely as the water courses through the basins, swirling gently before continuing on its path with renewed vigor and steadiness. Hours pass in this quiet, focused work, the steady sound of water and the flickering lamplight creating a meditative rhythm that settles deep into Quintus's mind, grounding him in the essential task of maintaining the invisible veins that sustain the great city above. Emerging finally into the damp light of afternoon, Quintus breathes deeply the cool, herb-scented air, feeling the satisfaction of having preserved yet another piece of Rome's vast and intricate system, a legacy of engineering and care that stretches back through generations. On his way home, he pauses to buy a small bundle of freshly baked bread and a handful of figs from a friendly vendor, exchanging smiles and greetings as the city hums with life around him. Returning to the warmth of his home, he is met by Livia's gentle smile and the excited chatter of Lucia, who eagerly shows him her latest clay creation, a water nymph with flowing hair and shining eyes, and insists it will protect their homes well. As evening falls and the firelight dances across the walls, the family gathers for a simple meal of lentils, roasted vegetables, and sweet honeyed cakes, the comfort of shared warmth and quiet companionship wrapping around them like a soft cloak. Later, as the house settles into the hush of night, Quintus records the day's work by the flickering lamp, his hand steady and sure as he inscribes the details that will guide future caretakers, before laying down upon his mat and surrendering to the peaceful murmur of water flowing deep beneath the city stones, a constant, unending lullaby that carries him gently into restful sleep, ready to meet the demands of another day in the eternal flow of Rome. The 41st day breaks over Rome with a sky streaked in pale pinks and soft blues, a gentle dawn that spills warmth slowly across the terracotta rooftops and the ancient stone arches that line the bustling city streets, casting long shadows and bathing the world in a light that feels both tender and full of promise. Quintus awakens in the quiet hours before sunrise, the soft glow of the oil lamp flickering beside his straw mat, and listens to the distant stirring of the city as merchants begin their preparations and the scent of fresh bread mingles with the earthy aroma of wet stone and blooming herbs. Livia stirs beside the hearth, her hands deftly mixing herbs and water for a poultice, while Lucia, wrapped in a coarse linen shawl, carefully molds a new clay figure, a guardian with the wings of an eagle and the steady gaze of a sentinel, intending it to watch over the city's aqueducts and protect them from harm. Today, Quintus's task will take him to a seldom visited branch of the Aqua Marcia, running beneath the slopes of the Aventine Hill, where the ancient conduit, carved deep into volcanic tuff and lined with time-worn stone, has shown signs of subtle erosion and minor fissures that could, if left unattended, compromise the steady flow of water to several important public baths and fountains. He gathers his trusted tools, a wax tablet for precise notes, an oil lamp shielded from moisture, iron hooks and chisels for clearing deposits, and a small vial of lime paste for sealing cracks, and sets out through the awakening city, the streets alive with the sounds of carts' voices and the rhythmic pounding of workers preparing buildings for the day. The path to the Aventine is lined with cypress and fig trees, their leaves still dripping with morning dew, and the air is crisp and fragrant with the scent of flowering rosemary and freshly turned earth. At the concealed entrance marked by a simple stone slab partially covered in moss and ivy, Quintus carefully lifts the heavy cover and descends the narrow winding steps into the cool tunnel below, the air growing damp and heavy with the scent of mineral-rich water and ancient stone. Within the tunnel, the sound of flowing water is a steady, calming presence, and Quintus moves with practiced care along the channel's edge, running his fingers over the stones, inspecting joints and seams for signs of weakness or wear. He pauses at a section where the stone lining has begun to crumble slightly, the surface etched with fine cracks and the mortar softened by years of moisture and pressure. Using his tools, he carefully removes loose debris and mineral deposits, cleaning the surface gently before applying a thin layer of lime paste to seal the fissures, smoothing it with his gloved fingers to blend seamlessly with the surrounding stone. He takes careful measurements with his iron gauge, noting the precise location and size of the repair on his wax tablet, and then moves on to inspect the flow rate, releasing measured amounts of water from upstream valves and observing the current as it courses through the tunnel, ensuring that it maintains its steady, unbroken rhythm. Hours pass in this quiet, methodical work, punctuated only by the soft drip of water and the faint echo of his footsteps, and Quintus finds a deep satisfaction in the intimate connection he feels with this ancient system, the knowledge that his hands help sustain a legacy older than many of the city's grand monuments. Emerging at last into the soft afternoon light, he pauses to breathe deeply, the sense of earth, stone, and flowering plants mingling in the warm air, before beginning the walk back through the lively streets now full of merchants, children, and citizens going about their daily lives. Along the way, he stops to purchase a small bundle of fresh herbs and a loaf of bread from a friendly vendor, exchanging pleasantries before continuing home. There, Livia welcomes him with a gentle smile and a bowl of hearty stew, while Lucia eagerly presents her newest clay guardian, insisting it be placed beside the hearth to protect their home. As evening falls and the household settles into a peaceful quiet, Quintus records the day's findings with deliberate strokes under the soft glow of the oil lamp, the familiar rhythm of his stylus against wax a comforting lullaby. Lying down on his mat, he listens to the distant murmur of water flowing beneath the city's stones, a steady, unseen current that carries with it the lifeblood of Rome and the quiet promise of another day of vigilance, care, and enduring dedication. The 42nd day rises softly over Rome, the early light filtering through a thin veil of clouds that stretch like delicate silk across the sky, casting a gentle, diffused glow over the terracotta roofs and marble columns that punctuate the sprawling cityscape, while a cool breeze carries the mingled scents of damp earth, crushed herbs, and the distant saltiness of the Tiber winding its ancient course through the heart of the metropolis. Quintus awakens quietly before dawn fully breaks, the gentle murmur of water flowing through the aqueducts beneath his home, a constant and reassuring presence, as familiar as the steady beating of his own heart. The hearth's embers glow faintly, and Livia moves with measured grace, preparing a pot of barley porridge sweetened with honey and flavored with cinnamon and fresh figs, filling their modest abode with warmth and comfort. Lucia, already stirring, arranges her ever-growing collection of clay figures along the windowsill, assigning each a guardian's role in her imagined city of spirits that watch over the aqueducts and fountains she so adores. Today, Quintus's duties lead him to the aquatepola, specifically to a junction beneath the Esquiline Hill, where two ancient channels merge, a location known for its complex hydraulic engineering and delicate balance that requires constant vigilance to prevent overflow or disruption to the water supply feeding several important public baths. Recent observations have reported a minor but persistent decrease in flow rate downstream, suggesting possible sediment buildup or partial blockage in the merging conduits, problems that could cause serious issues if left unattended. Equipped with his wax tablet, oil lamp housed within a protective bronze casing, iron probes of various sizes, a small set of brushes for removing mineral deposits, and a flask of diluted vinegar for cleaning stubborn buildup, Quintus sets out. Through the city's waking streets, the air filled with the lively sounds of vendors arranging produce, the clatter of carts over stone, and the chatter of citizens beginning their day. His route takes him past the bustling forum, where stone columns rise majestically against the pale morning sky, and through narrow alleys lined with shops and dwellings where children chase one another, and the smell of fresh bread and roasting meat mingles with the scent of wet stone. Arriving at the inspection site, a nondescript stone vault concealed beneath a worn wooden door framed by climbing vines, Quintus carefully removes the cover, revealing a staircase carved into volcanic tuff that descends into the cool, damp subterranean passageways of the aqueduct system. Inside, the air is thick with the scent of mineral-rich water and the faint mustiness of age, and the gentle sound of flowing water echoes softly as he lights his lamp and moves with practiced caution through the narrow channel. Pausing frequently, he runs his fingers along the stonework, checking for cracks, loose mortar, and signs of erosion, and uses his iron probes to gently scrape away layers of calcified deposits that have begun to narrow the waterway. At the junction, where the two channels meet, he discovers a substantial accumulation of silt and organic matter, which is restricting the flow and causing the sluggish movement noted in reports. With steady hands, Quintus works to clear the buildup, employing brushes and vinegar-soaked cloths to soften the deposits before carefully scraping and removing them without damaging the delicate stone lining. This slow, meticulous work requires both patience and precision, the flickering lamplight casting dancing shadows on the wet walls as hours pass in quiet labor. Once the channel is cleared, Quintus conducts a series of flow tests by releasing measured amounts of water from upstream valves, observing the current as it courses smoothly through the now unobstructed passage, the sound changing from a dull gurgle to a clear, steady rush. He applies a patch of lime and crushed tile powder to minor cracks around the junction, smoothing it carefully to restore the integrity of the channel, and records detailed notes on his wax tablet, marking the location and extent of repairs for future reference. Emerging at last from the subterranean labyrinth into the bright afternoon light, Quintus inhales deeply the fresh air scented with blooming laurel and wild thyme, feeling the satisfaction of work done well and the knowledge that this vital artery of the city's water supply flows freely once more. On his return journey, he pauses at a small market stall to purchase fresh figs and a loaf of crusty bread, exchanging greetings with the vendor before making his way home through the lively streets now teeming with the sounds of daily life. There, Livia awaits with a warm smile and a bowl of hearty stew, while Lucia eagerly displays her newest clay guardian, a majestic fish with shimmering scales and eyes painted bright blue, declaring it a protector of the city's waters. As evening falls and the household settles into quiet comfort, Quintus records the day's work by the flickering light of an oil lamp, his steady hand transcribing observations that will guide future care for the ancient aqueducts. The 45th day dawns slowly over the sprawling city of Rome, its first light a pale wash of pink and gold that gently caresses the weathered stone and terracotta rooftops, casting long, soft shadows along the winding streets that snake between the ancient buildings, while a cool, damp breeze carries the scent of wet earth and blooming herbs, mingling with the faint aroma of fresh bread baking in ovens across the city. Quintus awakens to this quiet, tender morning within the modest walls of his home, the familiar murmur of flowing water beneath the city's stones a comforting constant, steady and unyielding, like the very pulse of the metropolis itself. The hearth's dying embers glow faintly, and Livia moves softly through the house, tending a pot of barley porridge sweetened with honey and infused with fragrant cinnamon and figs, her hands steady and practiced, setting the rhythms of daily life with quiet grace. Lucia, wrapped snugly in a worn woolen shawl, is already awake and seated by the window, arranging her carefully shaped clay figures, guardians of water and protectors of the city's unseen arteries, each painted and crafted with tabophore, resting upon his mat, and allowing the soothing murmur of flowing water beneath the city to lull him into peaceful sleep, a steady heartbeat beneath Rome's enduring stones. The 43rd day dawns over Rome with a pale, washed-out light filtering softly through the mist that clings to the ancient city's rooftops and cobblestone streets, transforming familiar shapes into blurred silhouettes and imbuing the world with a quiet stillness that feels both fragile and timeless, as if the entire city is holding its breath in the delicate pause between night and day. Quintus awakens gently to this muted morning, the faint sound of dripping water echoing through the silent house, mingling with the soft rustle of Livia's movements as she stokes the dying embers of the hearth and sets a pot of barley gruel to warm, the scent of honey and dried figs beginning to permeate the air. Lucia lies curled beneath a thick woolen blanket, her small hands clutching a newly shaped clay figure, a guardian with wings spread wide and eyes painted with careful strokes that she insists will watch over their home and protect the flow of water that sustains their city. Today's task calls Quintus to the Aqua Claudia, specifically to a section beneath the Quirinal Hill, where the grand aqueduct arches give way to subterranean channels that feed several public fountains and baths, a vital network whose maintenance is both complex and demanding, requiring careful attention to the flow's integrity and the condition of the ancient stonework. Equipped with his trusted tools, an oil lamp encased in bronze, iron probes of varying lengths, brushes for clearing mineral buildup, measuring rods, and his wax tablet for meticulous notes, Quintus sets out through the awakening streets, the air crisp with the scent of whetstone and blooming rosemary, mingled with the faint aroma of fresh bread from nearby bakeries. The city around him begins to stir with life. Merchants call out their wares. Children chase one another along narrow alleys, and the steady clatter of carts rolling over cobblestones rises in the distance. Upon reaching the inspection site, a modest stone entrance tucked beneath a row of ivy-covered walls, Quintus removes the heavy slab sealing the access shaft and descends into the cool subterranean chamber, the air thick with moisture and the scent of mineral-rich water. Within the vaulted tunnels, the sound of flowing water provides a constant, soothing accompaniment as he moves carefully along the channel, running his fingers over worn stones, inspecting each joint and seam for signs of weakness, erosion, or mineral buildup that could impede the steady flow. At a particularly narrow bend in the conduit, Quintus discovers a significant accumulation of silt and algae, which has begun to constrict the passage and slow the current, risking backups and overflow during peak usage. Using his tools, he sets about the delicate task of clearing the obstruction, employing brushes soaked in vinegar to soften the mineral crust before gently scraping it away, mindful to preserve the integrity of the ancient masonry. Hours pass in quiet concentration, the flickering lamp casting long shadows that dance upon the damp walls as the water's sound shifts from a labored murmur to a clear, steady rush, signaling the restoration of proper flow. Satisfied with his work, Quintus applies a thin layer of lime paste mixed with crushed brick powder to seal minor cracks near the bend, smoothing it carefully to blend seamlessly with the original stonework. and records detailed observations in his wax tablet, marking the exact location and nature of the repair for future reference. Emerging into the soft afternoon light, he breathes deeply, the fresh air scented with flowering laurel and wild thyme, a quiet contentment settling in his chest as he reflects on the continuity of his role within the ancient system, a link in the chain of caretakers spanning centuries. On his way home, he stops briefly at a market stall to purchase a loaf of crusty bread and a small bundle of fresh figs, exchanging cordial greetings with the vendor before making his way through the bustling streets, now alive with the vibrant sounds and scents of daily Roman life. At home, Livia greets him with a warm smile and a bowl of hearty stew, while Lucia excitedly presents her latest clay guardian, a majestic winged fish painted in shimmering blues and golds, declaring it a protector of the aqueduct and a symbol of their family's dedication. As evening falls and the hearth's fire casts flickering shadows upon the walls, the household gathers in peaceful companionship, the quiet murmur of water flowing beneath the city, weaving a steady lullaby that carries Quintus into restful sleep, ready to continue the endless vital work that sustains Rome's eternal heart. The 44th day dawns softly over Rome, the early light diffusing through a thin veil of mist that lingers over the terracotta roofs and marble facades of the ancient city, casting a gentle, silvery glow that bathes the streets and plazas in a quiet calm, as if the entire metropolis breathes in a moment of repose before the full weight of day descends. Quintus awakens within this tranquil hush, the distant murmur of flowing water beneath the city's stones a constant and comforting presence, weaving through his thoughts like a steady heartbeat that anchors him to the eternal rhythm of Rome. The scent of damp earth and crushed herbs drifts through the open window, mingling with the faint aroma of warm bread baking in ovens already stoked for the day ahead, while Livia moves with quiet grace around the hearth, preparing a simple meal of boiled spelt sweetened with honey and fresh figs, her hands steady and practiced. Lucia, still nestled beneath a thick woolen shawl, carefully arranges her collection of clay figures along the windowsill, each one painted and shaped with tender care, a gallery of imagined water guardians and river spirits watching over the household and the city beyond. Today, Quintus is tasked with inspecting a vital segment of the Aqua Julia, a comparatively recent addition to Rome's vast network, flowing beneath the Aventine Hill and feeding numerous fountains, baths, and private homes. Its channels, known for their intricate engineering and delicate balance of pressure and flow, reports have indicated a slight but persistent drop in water volume at several points along this stretch, raising concerns about possible sediment buildup or minor structural issues that could, if neglected, escalate into more serious disruptions affecting thousands of residents. Equipped with his trusted tools, a wax tablet for recording detailed notes, a bronze-encased oil lamp to illuminate the damp tunnels, iron probes and chisels for clearing deposits, and cloths soaked in vinegar for softening mineral crust, Quintus sets out through the awakening city, his steps echoing softly on the wet stone pavements as merchants begin their calls and the aroma of fresh herbs and baking bread fills the air. The path leads him past the lively Forumborium, where vendors arrange stalls of olives, cheese, and fresh vegetables, and through narrow alleys lined with ivy-covered walls and flowering plants, the city's pulse quickening with the promise of a new day. Arriving at the concealed entrance, marked only by a worn stone slab partially covered in moss and framed by climbing vines, Quintus carefully removes the cover and descends the spiral stone staircase into the subterranean channels. Below, the air within is cool and thick with the scent of mineral-rich water and ancient stone. The sound of flowing water a steady, soothing murmur that fills the vaulted tunnel. Quintus moves deliberately along the channel's edge, running his fingers along the worn stones, inspecting joints and seams for cracks, erosion, or mineral buildup that might impede the steady flow. At a particularly narrow section near a curve, he discovers a significant accumulation of silt and organic matter constricting the passage, causing the sluggish flow reported by citizens above. Using his tools with care, he works to clear the buildup, employing brushes soaked in vinegar to soften the deposits before gently scraping and removing them without damaging the delicate masonry. Time passes in this quiet, focused labor, the flickering lamp casting dancing shadows on the wet walls as the water's sound shifts from a muted murmur to a clear, vibrant rush, signaling the restoration of proper flow. Quintus applies a thin layer of lime paste mixed with crushed brick powder to seal minor cracks near the repair site, smoothing it carefully to blend with the surrounding stonework, and records detailed notes on his wax tablet, marking the location and nature of the intervention for future maintainers. Emerging at last into the bright afternoon light, he breathes deeply the fresh air scented with blooming laurel and wild thyme, a deep sense of fulfillment settling within him as he reflects on the continuity of his work within the ancient system, a thread woven through generations of caretakers dedicated to preserving Rome's lifeblood. On his return home, he pauses at a market stall to purchase a crusty loaf of bread and a handful of ripe figs, exchanging warm greetings with the vendor before making his way through the bustling streets now alive with the vibrancy of daily life. At home, Livia greets him with a smile and a bowl of hearty stew, while Lucia eagerly displays her newest clay guardian, a majestic winged fish painted in shimmering blues and golds, declaring it a protector of their home and the city's waters. As evening falls and the household settles into quiet companionship, the steady murmur of water flowing beneath the city weaves a comforting lullaby that carries Quintus into restful sleep, ready to continue the endless, vital work that sustains the eternal heart of Rome, under care and vivid imagination. Today, Quintus is tasked with an inspection of a vital section of the Aqua Marcia, one of Rome's longest and most complex aqueducts, renowned for its cool, clear waters drawn from distant springs and its intricate system of tunnels and channels that traverse hills and valleys alike to nourish the city's fountains and baths. Reports have indicated a gradual but persistent decline in water pressure along a segment running beneath the Janiculum Hill, suggesting sediment buildup or structural, where that, if unaddressed, could threaten the steady flow to several important districts. Equipped with his standard tools, a sturdy wax tablet for detailed notes, an oil lamp enclosed in bronze to withstand moisture, an array of iron probes and chisels for clearing deposits, and cloths soaked in diluted vinegar for cleaning mineral crusts, Quintus sets out through the bustling streets as the city stirs to life, the air thick with the mingled scents of fresh herbs, baking bread, and the faint tang of the nearby river. His route takes him past the Forumborium, alive with the clamor of market vendors arranging olives, cheeses, and fresh produce, through narrow alleys shaded by ivy and flowering vines, and finally to the discreet entrance where the aqueduct's subterranean tunnels begin, concealed beneath a weathered stone slab surrounded by moss and framed by climbing plants. Removing the heavy cover with practiced care, Quintus descends the spiral staircase into the cool, damp passage below, the scent of mineral-rich water and ancient stone enveloping him as he moves deeper into the heart of the city's hydraulic lifeblood. Within the vaulted tunnels, the soft murmur of flowing water is a constant companion, a gentle but persistent sound that soothes and sharpens the senses as Quintus runs his hands along the channel's edge, inspecting each joint and seam for signs of weakness, erosion, or buildup. At a sharp bend, he discovers a significant accumulation of silt and organic matter narrowing the passage and impeding the flow, a finding that aligns with the reports of pressure loss above. Methodically, he sets about clearing the obstruction, using his iron probes to loosen hardened deposits and brushes soaked in vinegar to soften mineral crusts, before carefully scraping them away. Mindful to preserve the delicate integrity of the ancient masonry, hours pass in this quiet labor, the flickering lamplight casting dancing shadows on the damp stone walls as the water's sound shifts from a sluggish gurgle to a clear, vigorous rush, signaling the restoration of smooth, uninterrupted flow. Quintus applies a fine layer of lime paste mixed with crushed brick powder to seal minor cracks near the repair site, smoothing it with a practiced hand to blend seamlessly with the surrounding stonework, and records detailed notes on his wax tablet, documenting the location and nature of the intervention for future reference. Emerging from the subterranean depths into the soft glow of afternoon, Quintus breathes deeply the fresh air scented with wild thyme and blooming laurel, a quiet satisfaction settling over him as he contemplates the continuity of his role in the unbroken chain of caretakers who have preserved Rome's water for generations. On his return journey, he pauses to purchase a crusty loaf of bread and a handful of ripe figs from a cheerful vendor, exchanging warm greetings before weaving through the now lively streets, alive with the sounds and scents of daily life. At tea, home, Livia welcomes him with a gentle smile and a steaming bowl of hearty stew, while Lucia bursts forward with her latest clay guardian, a majestic winged fish painted in shimmering blues and golds, declaring it protector of their home and the city's waters. As evening falls and the household settles into peaceful companionship, the steady murmur of water flowing beneath the city weaves a soothing lullaby that carries Quintus into restful sleep, ready to continue the endless vital work that sustains the eternal heart of Rome. The 46th day dawns slowly over Rome, the early morning mist still lingering like a delicate veil over the city's ancient rooftops and cobbled streets, softening the edges of the sprawling metropolis and casting a gentle gray light that imbues the world with quiet calm, as if the city itself were holding its breath before the bustle of day begins. Quintus awakens to this tranquil scene within his modest home. The faint sound of water flowing beneath the city, a constant and reassuring presence, weaving through his thoughts like a steady heartbeat that anchors him to the eternal rhythm of Rome. The scent of damp earth and crushed herbs drifts in through the open window, mingling with the faint aroma of freshly baked bread from nearby ovens already stoked for the day ahead. Livia moves with practiced grace around the hearth, preparing a simple meal of boiled spelt sweetened with honey and flavored with figs, her hands steady and deliberate, setting the rhythms of daily life with quiet dignity. Lucia, already awake, arranges her collection of carefully shaped and painted clay figures along the windowsill, each one imagined as a guardian spirit watching over the city's fountains and aqueducts, a tangible connection to the unseen forces that sustain their world. Today, Quintus is called to inspect a crucial section of the Aqua Anio Novus, a grand aqueduct that carries water from the distant mountains through a network of tunnels, bridges, and channels to feed the heart of the city. Its complex engineering, a marvel of Roman ingenuity. Reports from the water inspectors have indicated a slight decrease in flow and a faint discoloration in the water emerging at several public fountains fed by this aqueduct, suggesting sediment accumulation or minor structural wear that, if left unaddressed, could pose risks to the water supply. Equipped with his trusted tools, a bronze-cased oil lamp to pierce the subterranean darkness, iron probes for scraping away mineral deposits, measuring rods for assessing flow and structure, brushes soaked in diluted vinegar to soften stubborn crusts, and his wax tablet for meticulous record-keeping, Quintus sets out through the awakening city. The air is thick with the mingled scents of fresh herbs, baking bread, and the faint tang of the nearby river, while the city slowly comes to life with the clatter of carts, the calls of vendors, and the laughter of children darting through narrow alleys. His journey leads him past the bustling forum, where marble columns glisten with morning dew, and through shaded lanes lined with ivy and flowering vines, the city's pulse steady and sure beneath the rising sun. Arriving at the concealed entrance marked by a moss-covered stone slab, Quintus carefully removes the cover and descends the spiral staircase carved into volcanic rock, the air growing cooler and heavier with moisture as he moves deeper into the aqueduct's hidden veins. Within the vaulted tunnel, the constant murmur of flowing water provides a soothing backdrop as he moves deliberately along the channel, inspecting the worn stonework for cracks, loose mortar, or buildup that could hinder the steady flow. At a sharp bend, he discovers a significant accumulation of silt and organic debris narrowing the channel, impeding the current and causing the sluggish flow reported by the water inspectors. With patient care, Quintus employs his iron probes and vinegar-soaked brushes to soften and remove the deposits, mindful of the delicate masonry that has stood the test of centuries. Hours pass in this quiet labor, the flickering lamplight casting lively shadows on the damp walls as the water's sound shifts from a muted murmur to a vibrant, clear rush, signaling the restoration of proper flow. He applies a fine layer of lime paste mixed with crushed brick powder to seal minor fissures near the repair site, smoothing it carefully to blend with the surrounding stonework, and records detailed notes on his wax tablet, marking the location and nature of the repair for future caretakers. Emerging from the subterranean depths into the warm afternoon light, Quintus inhales deeply the fresh air scented with wild thyme and blooming laurel, a quiet satisfaction settling within him as he reflects on his place within the unbroken chain of guardians who have preserved Rome's water for generations. On his return, he pauses at a market stall to purchase crusty bread and ripe figs, exchanging greetings before weaving through lively streets alive with the sounds and scents of daily life. At home, Livia welcomes him with a warm smile and a steaming bowl of hearty stew, while Lucia bursts forth with her newest clay guardian, a majestic winged fish painted in shimmering blues and golds, declaring it protector of their home in the city's waters. As evening falls and the household settles into peaceful companionship, the steady murmur of water flowing beneath the city weaves a soothing lullaby that carries Quintus into restful sleep, ready to continue the endless, vital work sustaining the eternal heart of Rome. The 47th day awakens gently beneath a sky brushed with soft pastel hues, the early light diffusing through delicate wisps of cloud that hang low over Rome's ancient rooftops and narrow alleys, transforming the familiar cityscape into a scene softened by time and mist, where stone and tile seem to melt together in muted harmony. Quintus rises slowly in the quiet of his modest home, the familiar murmuring of water flowing beneath, the city a steady, comforting presence that weaves through his thoughts like a thread of continuity, connecting past and present. The faint aroma of damp earth mingles with the warmth of barley porridge simmering gently on the hearth, where Livia moves with practiced ease, preparing the morning meal with quiet diligence, while Lucia, already awake, arranges her collection of painted clay guardians along the windowsill, each one a small talisman designed to watch over the water that sustains their home and the sprawling city beyond. Today, Quintus is assigned to inspect a critical segment of the Aqua Claudia that runs beneath the Palatine Hill, where ancient arches give way to a network of subterranean tunnels feeding public fountains and baths, the integrity of which is vital to maintaining the city's water supply. Recent reports have noted a subtle drop in pressure and the presence of mineral discoloration in the water at several downstream outlets, raising concerns about potential sediment buildup or minor structural weaknesses that could, if unaddressed, disrupt the delicate balance of flow. Equipped with his trusted tools, a bronze-encased oil lamp to pierce the cool darkness below, iron probes and chisels for removing mineral deposits, measuring rods for precise assessments, and his wax tablet for detailed note-taking, Quintus sets out through the awakening city. The air is cool and fragrant with the scent of whetstone, crushed herbs, and the faint sweetness of baking bread, while the city's pulse quickens with the rising sun, vendors calling out their wares, children laughing in the streets, and the steady clatter of carts over cobbles filling the air with lively energy. Passing through the bustling forum, Quintus weaves along shaded alleys lined with ivy and flowering vines, the scent of laurel and thyme carried on the breeze as he approaches. The discreet entrance marked by a moss-covered stone slab nestled beneath a canopy of fig trees. Carefully removing the heavy cover, he descends a spiral staircase carved into volcanic rock, the air growing cool and heavy with moisture as he enters the aqueduct's hidden passages. Within the vaulted tunnel, the murmur of flowing water is a constant companion, a soothing rhythm that underscores the solemnity of his task as he moves deliberately along the channel, inspecting the worn stones and mortar joints for signs of erosion, cracks, or buildup. At a particularly sharp bend, Quintus discovers a substantial accumulation of silt and organic debris constricting the passage, impeding the flow and contributing to the pressure drop observed above. With practiced patience, he employs his iron, probes, and vinegar-soaked brushes to soften and remove the deposits, working carefully to preserve the ancient masonry's integrity. Hours pass as the flickering lamp casts lively shadows on damp walls, the sound of water transforming from a muted trickle to a robust clear rush, signaling the restoration of smooth flow. Quintus applies a thin layer of lime paste mixed with crushed brick powder to seal minor fissures near the repair site, smoothing it skillfully to blend seamlessly with the surrounding stonework, and records detailed observations on his wax tablet, marking the location and nature of the intervention for future reference. Emerging at last into the warm afternoon light, he inhales deeply the fresh air scented with blooming laurel and wild thyme, a quiet sense of fulfillment settling in as he reflects on his place in the lineage of caretakers who have preserved Rome's water across centuries. On his return, he pauses at a market stall to purchase fresh figs and a crusty loaf of bread, exchanging cordial greetings before navigating the lively streets now alive with the rhythms and scents of daily life. At home, Livia welcomes him with a gentle smile and a bowl of nourishing stew, while Lucia eagerly presents her latest clay guardian, a magnificent winged fish painted in shimmering blues and golds, declaring it protector of their home and the city's waters. As evening descends and the household settles into peaceful comfort, the steady murmur of water flowing beneath the city weaves a soothing lullaby that carries Quintus into restful sleep, ready to continue the endless, vital work that sustains the eternal heart of Rome. The 48th day begins softly, the dawn light filtering through the morning mist that clings gently to the rooftops and ancient stone of Rome, lending the city a quiet, muted glow that wraps around the winding streets and sprawling forms like a protective shroud. A calm before the inevitable bustle of daybreak stirs the populace to life. Quintus awakens within this serene stillness, the familiar murmur of water flowing beneath the city's stones a constant and comforting rhythm, threading through his thoughts as surely as the aqueducts themselves weave through the fabric of Rome. The scent of damp earth, crushed herbs, and the faint aroma of fresh bread from the bakeries nearby mingle in the cool morning air. While inside his modest home, Livia moves with practiced grace, stirring a pot of barley porridge sweetened with honey and infused with figs, her hands steady and deliberate as she sets the day's pace with quiet dignity. Lucia, already awake, is seated by the window, carefully arranging her collection of painted clay figures, each a guardian of water and protector of the city's unseen arteries, whispering stories to them as if they might come alive and carry her tales into the depths of the aqueducts themselves. Today, Quintus is tasked with inspecting a vital segment of the Aqua Tepula, an ancient and intricately engineered aqueduct that snakes beneath the Esquiline Hill, its waters feeding numerous public fountains, baths, and private homes, a lifeline for many of the city's residents. Recent observations have indicated a subtle decrease in flow and a faint discoloration in the water at several downstream outlets, suggesting that sediment buildup or minor structural wear may be impeding the steady flow and risking contamination, concerns that demand immediate attention. Armed with his trusted tools, a bronze-cased oil lamp to illuminate the damp tunnels, iron probes and chisels for clearing mineral deposits, measuring rods for precise assessment, and cloths soaked in diluted vinegar to soften stubborn crusts, Quintus sets forth through the awakening city. The streets are alive with the scents of fresh herbs, baking bread, and the mingled voices of merchants and citizens beginning their day, the rhythmic clatter of carts over cobblestones creating a steady backdrop to the city's pulse. Quintus's route takes him past the bustling forum, where marble columns shimmer with morning dew, and through narrow alleys adorned with ivy and blooming vines, the fragrance of laurel and wild thyme carried on the breeze. Upon arriving at the discreet entrance marked by a moss-covered stone slab, nestled beneath a canopy of fig trees, he carefully removes the cover and descends the spiral staircase, carved into volcanic tuff, the air growing cooler and heavy with moisture as he moves into the aqueduct's hidden veins. Within the vaulted tunnels, the constant murmur of flowing water provides a soothing accompaniment as Quintus moves deliberately along the channel, inspecting the worn stonework for cracks, loose mortar, and buildup that might impede the flow. At a particularly narrow bend, he discovers a substantial accumulation of silt and organic matter constricting the passage, slowing the current and contributing to the pressure drop reported above. With patient care, Quintus employs his iron, probes, and vinegar-soaked brushes to soften and remove the deposits, taking care not to damage the delicate masonry. The hours pass in quiet labor, the flickering lamplight casting dancing shadows on the damp walls as the water's sound shifts from a dull murmur to a clear, vibrant rush, signaling the restoration of smooth flow. He applies a fine layer of lime paste mixed with crushed brick powder to seal minor cracks near the repair site, smoothing it carefully to blend with the surrounding stonework, and records detailed notes on his wax tablet, documenting the location and nature of the intervention for future caretakers. Emerging from the subterranean depths into the warm afternoon light, Quintus breathes deeply the fresh air scented with blooming laurel and wild thyme, a quiet sense of fulfillment settling within him as he reflects on his place in the unbroken chain of guardians who have preserved Rome's water for generations. On his return, he pauses at a market stall to purchase fresh figs and crusty bread, exchanging friendly greetings before weaving through lively streets, alive with the rhythms and scents of daily life. At home, Livia greets him with a warm smile and a bowl of nourishing stew while Lucia eagerly displays her latest clay guardian, a majestic winged fish painted in shimmering blues and golds, declaring it protector of their home in the city's waters. As evening descends and the household settles into peaceful companionship, the steady murmur of water flowing beneath the city weaves a soothing lullaby that carries Quintus into restful sleep, ready to continue the endless, vital work sustaining the eternal heart of Rome. The 49th day begins with a gentle light filtering softly through the early morning mist that clings delicately to Rome's ancient rooftops and narrow streets, casting a muted glow over the city's weathered stones and winding alleys, as if the entire metropolis were wrapped in a quiet embrace just before the world fully awakens. Quintus stirs from his rest within the modest walls of his home, the familiar, steady murmur of water flowing beneath the city, a constant and reassuring rhythm threading through his thoughts like the pulse of Rome itself. The scent of damp earth and crushed herbs drifts in through the open window, mingling with the faint aroma of fresh bread baking in the ovens of nearby bakeries, while Livia moves with practiced grace around the hearth, preparing a simple meal of barley porridge sweetened with honey and infused with figs, setting the day's pace with quiet dignity. Lucia, already awake and wrapped snugly in a worn woolen shawl, carefully arranges her painted clay figures along the windowsill, each one imagined as a guardian spirit, watching over the city's fountains and aqueducts, a tangible link to the unseen forces that sustain their world. Today, Quintus is tasked with a critical inspection of a section of the Aqua Virgo, one of Rome's oldest and most revered aqueducts, famed for its clear, cool water and the complex system of subterranean channels that run beneath the campus. Martius, supplying numerous public fountains and baths essential to the life of the city. Recent reports have noted a subtle decrease in water pressure and the presence of mineral discoloration in several downstream fountains, signaling possible sediment buildup or structural wear threatening the steady flow. Equipped with his trusted tools, a bronze-cased oil lamp to pierce the darkness below, iron probes and chisels for clearing mineral deposits, measuring rods for precise assessments, and cloths soaked in diluted vinegar for cleaning stubborn crusts, Quintus sets out through the awakening streets, the air alive with the mingled scents of fresh herbs, baking bread, and the voices of merchants preparing for the day. Passing through the bustling forum, with its gleaming marble columns and lively market stalls, he navigates narrow alleys adorned with ivy and flowering vines, the fragrances of laurel and thyme carried on the breeze. Arriving at the concealed entrance marked by a moss-covered stone slab nestled beneath fig trees, he carefully removes the cover and descends the spiral staircase carved from volcanic rock, the air growing cooler and heavy with moisture as he enters the aqueduct's hidden veins. Within the vaulted tunnels, the steady murmur of flowing water accompanies him as he moves deliberately along the channel, inspecting worn stonework for cracks, loose mortar, and mineral buildup that could impede flow. At a sharp bend, Quintus discovers a substantial accumulation of silt and organic debris constricting the passage, slowing the current, and contributing to the reported pressure drop. With patient care, he employs his iron probes and vinegar-soaked brushes to soften and remove deposits, mindful of preserving the delicate masonry. Hours pass in quiet labor, the flickering lamplight casting lively shadows on damp walls as the water's sound shifts from a muted trickle to a vibrant rush, signaling restored flow. Quintus applies a fine layer of lime paste mixed with crushed brick powder to seal minor cracks near the repair site, smoothing it carefully to blend with the surrounding stonework, and records detailed notes on his wax tablet, documenting the location and nature of the intervention for future caretakers. Emerging into the warm afternoon light, Quintus breathes deeply, the fresh air scented with blooming laurel and wild thyme, a quiet satisfaction settling in as he reflects on his place in the unbroken chain of guardians preserving Rome's water. On his return, he pauses to purchase crusty bread and fresh figs from a vendor, exchanging warm greetings before navigating lively streets alive with daily rhythms and scents. At home, Livia greets him with a gentle smile and a bowl of hearty stew, while Lucia eagerly displays her newest clay guardian, a majestic winged fish painted in shimmering blues and golds, declaring it protector of their home and the city's waters. As evening falls and the household settles into peaceful companionship, the steady murmur of water flowing beneath the city weaves a soothing lullaby that carries Quintus into restful sleep, ready to continue the endless vital work sustaining the eternal heart of Rome. The 50th day dawns gently over the eternal city of Rome, the soft glow of early morning light filtering through a delicate mist that lingers over terracotta rooftops and ancient stone streets, imbuing the bustling metropolis with a calm, almost sacred hush before the full stir of the day takes hold. Quintus awakens within his modest home, the ever-present murmur of water flowing through the aqueducts beneath the city, a comforting and familiar rhythm that echoes softly through his thoughts, binding him to the steady pulse of Rome itself. The scent of damp earth and crushed herbs drifts through open windows, mingling with the faint aroma of freshly baked bread wafting from nearby ovens, while Livia moves quietly about, tending the hearth and preparing a simple meal of boiled spelt, sweetened with honey and figs, her hands steady and practiced in the rituals of daily life. Lucia, already awake and wrapped in a well-worn woolen shawl, carefully arranges her collection of painted clay figures along the windowsill, each one imagined as a guardian spirit watching over the city's fountains and aqueducts, a tangible symbol of the unseen forces sustaining their world. Today, Quintus's task takes him to one of Rome's most vital and intricate aqueduct systems, the Aqua Marcia, whose clear, cool waters travel through miles of tunnels, arches, and channels, from distant springs to nourish the city's baths, fountains, and private households. Recent reports have indicated a slight but persistent drop in water pressure and the presence of mineral discoloration at several downstream locations, signaling possible sediment buildup or structural wear that demands urgent inspection and repair to preserve the delicate balance of flow and maintain the health of the city's water supply. Equipped with his trusted tools, a bronze-encased oil lamp to pierce the subterranean darkness, iron probes and chisels for removing mineral deposits, measuring rods for precise assessment, and cloths soaked in diluted vinegar for softening stubborn crusts, Quintus sets out through the awakening city, the air thick with mingled scents of fresh herbs, baking bread, and the vibrant sounds of merchants and citizens beginning their day. Passing through the lively forum and weaving along shaded alleys lined with ivy and blooming vines, Quintus's path leads him to the discreet entrance marked by a moss-covered stone slab nestled beneath ancient trees. Removing the cover with practiced care, he descends the spiral staircase carved into volcanic tuff, the cool, moist air enveloping him as he enters the aqueduct's hidden veins. Within the vaulted tunnels, the steady murmur of flowing water provides a soothing backdrop as Quintus moves deliberately along the channel, inspecting worn stonework for cracks, loose mortar, and mineral buildup that might impede flow. At a sharp bend, he discovers a significant accumulation of silt and organic debris constricting the passage, slowing the current and contributing to the reported pressure drop. With patient care, Quintus employs his iron probes and vinegar-soaked brushes to soften and remove the deposits, mindful of preserving the delicate masonry. Hours pass in this quiet labor, the flickering lamplight casting lively shadows on damp walls as the water's sound shifts from a muted trickle to a vibrant rush, signaling the restoration of smooth flow. Quintus applies a fine layer of lime paste mixed with crushed brick powder to seal minor cracks near the repair site, smoothing it carefully to blend seamlessly with the surrounding stonework, and records detailed notes on his wax tablet, marking the location and nature of the intervention for future caretakers. Emerging from the subterranean depths into the warm afternoon light, Quintus breathes deeply the fresh air scented with blooming laurel and wild thyme, a deep sense of fulfillment settling within him as he contemplates the continuity of his role within the unbroken chain of guardians who have preserved Rome's water across the centuries. On his return, he pauses at a market stall to purchase a crusty loaf of bread and fresh figs, exchanging warm greetings before navigating the bustling streets alive with the rhythms and scents of daily life. At home, Livia greets him with a gentle smile and a bowl of hearty stew, while Lucia eagerly displays her newest clay guardian, a magnificent winged fish painted in shimmering blues and golds, declaring it protector of their home and the city's waters. As evening falls and the household settles into peaceful companionship, the steady murmur of water flowing beneath the city weaves a soothing lullaby that carries Quintus into restful sleep, ready to continue the endless vital work that sustains the eternal heart of Rome, a legacy carried forward in the quiet dedication of those like him, guardians of the unseen veins that give life to an empire, life to an empire.